Hello everyone. It's me, it's Techno, and we are just still setting up. I am just getting everything ready to go. Um, sorry, I'm just resyncing my thing here. Just resyncing my display, and then we are going to get started on this. Just as soon as I find where I need to reopen that. I need to reopen the comic I'm working on because we are doing a few different things. Yeah, I want to do some art tonight. I want to do probably some Genshin too. Get some gotcha stuff in here as well. But the important thing first is I need to actually I've got stuff I want to actually work on. Like I've got this thing here. I've also got hold up, I'm just waiting for this to load. Let's see. Yeah, I've got this comic here to work on. All right, let's see. Oh, that doesn't look so bad actually. I was worried about how this looked, but okay, that's good. Yeah, yeah, I've got some comic stuff to work on, and then I need to yeah, and that's mostly gonna be like inking and coloring. And once that's done, I'm just grabbing some tea. Hold up. Once we're done with the comic stuff, I've got other things to work on too. I need to start work on art there for the. I've got like I've got the raffle art to finish still. But then on top of that, I've also got some. I need to start doing some art for the collab I'm doing next Monday. Because yeah, I'm doing a collab, and that's gonna be fun. And I'm probably gonna be working on that over the next few days. So we are gonna sit down. We are gonna chill out. So all right. Anyway, let's settle in and let's relax. Let's put some. Oh, ads are starting. Okay. All right. I see the ads are going now. And is that not? I thought I updated this. Okay. Let's see. Uh, I'm just checking this here. Yeah, I just need to wait for the ad to finish. May as well. I guess we may as well just switch for the view. May as well switch the view back over to here. But yeah, I'm just checking something here while we are waiting. But it looks like the ads are still going right now, so I am just going to. There's nothing there for that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna wait for ads to finish. We're gonna wait for ads to finish up, and then I am going to just reload. And then yeah, once ads are done, we are going to. Yeah, we are gonna start arting once they are done. I guess I may as well start now. There's no huge hurry, but so let's put some music on. Let's pick something to put on for music. I'm gonna do like a soundtrack, I think. Mhm. So let's do. Let's pick a soundtrack here and just do this over here. All right. Let's see. Anyway, though, yeah, we got all this art to do. Yeah, I've redrawn some stuff here, so I need to just clear this here. Okay, let's see. I've got some art adjustments I see I already need to make. Mm, I've just got all this stuff. I've just got all the stuff colored out here just for the sake of guides. But yeah, we got all this art here to color in. I've got one panel here that's mostly inked. Actually, I need to make some adjustments here. This should be more down there. And over here. Should be more down over here. Okay, yeah, but I think we got this pretty much sorted for the actual art. I just need to, let's see. I'm gonna just put some, I'm just gonna pick a few more colors here. Just, let's grab this one. Oh, what did they do? There we go. Why is it doing that? Why is it closing that when I replace color? Weird. Anyway, I need to adjust the actual hair here because I think I need to put a bit more in here. Let's just see. Oh, we're still not back from ads. Okay. Oh, well, let's see. Hmm. Let's see, and then over here. Anyway, I am just, let's put a little bit here, and then, hmm. Okay, there we go. Maybe I should add a little bit, actually. Let's add a little bit here. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. Yeah, let's actually, like, let's reduce this a bit. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's looking all right. Okay. Should have stayed away. Well, he hid in radio. Oh. Hmm. Position that comes before that. Okay, let's see. So we're just gonna start by flatting everything. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Let's keep coloring. I need to decide what I'm doing the nails color-wise still. Anyway, let's see. Hmm. Oh, am I doing this on the wrong layer? I am. Damn it, I wanted to do this on the... I wanted to do it on this layer. Let's see. Hmm. Go. Because yeah, I want to try and get this thing mostly done tonight. Get like all the art done, leave it so that all I have left to do on the actual work is yeah, I want to get all the art done on this. That way I can just go turn all the dialogue layers back on and then be done. Foreshadowing. Season 2 foreshadowing, maybe. Because she is right. Actually, let's update my stream text here. Let's see. Oh, I already said arting in my text. Let's see. God, I love Stephanie Beatrice's singing voice. She's just so good. Understood. Very, very talented performer she is. I'll be your lover. Like, just incredibly talented performer. Whatever it takes. Actually, let's do this. There we go. Actually, I think I want to adjust this line here. What is up with this pin? Okay, let me just adjust this. It's just, I probably just need to realign the thing. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yes, Keith David. It's the wall. Existence seems hopeless. Let's see. Wrecked. You're correct. You're a baby. Just like me. Oh, I didn't put the freckles on her. I need to fix that too. Company could relate. Actually, I should... Why am I doing the bottom teeth? I should do it the other way. Let's adjust this. Oh, that looks good. All right, I need to give her her freckles because I forgot about that. I forgot about giving her her freckles. Okay, there you go. Let's see. Mm, mm. There we go. Do I want to give her lipstick, actually? I don't know. Let's see. I'm probably gonna just like with those, just trace over their lines. Let's see. More than anything, to adore you more than. More than anything, more than anything, I need to save my people more than anything. Let's see. Could ask for more than anything, more than anything. Anyway, there we go. Let's see. And right, I need to look up what the color of her phone case is to improve. Sarah, is this the right color? Actually, no, it's not. Then you don't know. Hmm. I'm just looking at this further and going, now, did I make Marcy too tall? Maybe I did. She's only supposed to be like a foot tall, so I'm gonna go. Uh, oh, wait, I've got tea right here. I need to warm this up again though. Yeah, let's warm this up. Warm you. And while I do that, I'm gonna just grab a tape measure and just measure this because she's only like meant to be a foot tall, which means that if she's standing there, she should be going. Actually, how tall am I relative to my OCs? Okay, so up to about here, so shorter. Okay. I'm just doing some rough measurements here. Yeah, so Marshy should only be like the size of the head, maybe a little bit more. Well, maybe down to the bottom of the neck a little bit. I'm just gonna double check that height is right, but let's see. She just looks a bit tall here, that's all. I might need to shrink her down. Hmm. All right. Let's see. Looking at where her. Oh, actually, no. Like her head actually looks. I don't need to adjust it by much. Yeah, I'm not going to need to adjust it by much. That's good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, because she should be a little bit shorter. Nope, I don't need to shrink her by that much. This is probably good. Mm, mm. Okay, there we go. That's a bit better. I think that's slightly better. Hmm. First time in my life, I can be ready for this. Leading the parade. Okay. Let's see. In our lives, we know that we are ready for this. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Mm, mhm, Okay, there we go. Am I making these lines too big? I don't know. Let's see. It's that dun, dun. Actually, where's the last stuff I drew with Marcy? Just so I can make sure I get the hair consistent. Oh, right. I forgot about that detail here for when I'm drawing her. Good to know. All right. That is not how this ends. I'm hungry for freedom like never before. We'll be pulling all the strings. Oh, I need to grab that color again. Ugh. May take a while with a smile. Be day in hair. Let's do this. Oh, this is done now. Okay, hold up. I need to adjust that. I am just bear with me a sec. I'm just tweaking some things. All right. I need to get the color swatch first of all. Color swatch I need is which color? We need color swatch. Let's just do this. Let's just enter this manually. B6B80. Oh, 8E. 8E. There we go. That's the color I want for this. Replace color. And there we go. That's the right shade. Good. Hmm. I'm just trying to get it darker, actually. I just don't really like this particular shade I gave myself for outlines. This might work, actually, this one here. Yeah, let's do this. Let's forget the shade layer for a sec. And let's go with this shade here. This actually works pretty well. I'm just looking over at my precedents for what I need to actually color in versus what I don't. Let's see. Okay, actually, this shade works really well. So let's just full on replace the color because I'm not going to use it anymore, and we'll just stick to this for the outlines. That looks a bit better there, I think. And what else? I need I'm just looking over at what I use for other colors for things. Let's see, snout. Let's see. let's see, there's that. Okay. And let's actually. All right. Let's put some different music on in a sec. All right, and actually, let's color this guy in. That. There we go. Okay, I need to do Marcy's outfit still, but the basic colors are done. Yeah, just shading next, but let's see. Let's do. And what do I want to do for shirt color? Yeah, I'm not happy with this. We're changing this. Let's go with, what about, no, let's do that. There we go, that actually looks okay. Let's see. All right. Um, hmm. I need to look up some reference art for like what the bar looks like for how I draw it, but I'll do that in a little bit. This one over here, I'm gonna have to pull up some refs as well. Let's jump to this one here. Okay, I'm gonna need to pull up a bunch of refs for different things. Okay, well, that'll be a later me problem. Right, music. Let's put something on. Where's that tab of reboot episodes? Hold up. Actually, no, let's just do some more music for now. Let's put on. What do I want to put on here? After I take a drink. Oh. Actually, let's do the Sonic playlist. I never do the Sonic playlist. Oh. Let's see. All right. I'm just setting this up. What else is anyone else I know going tonight? I'm just looking to see if they want to background any channels while I'm watching stuff. Let's see. All right, let's see. Oh, Might help if I did that. If I set it as a reference layer. Oh, we lost the connection. Let's fix this. As soon as it, there we go. Okay, we're reconnecting now. There we go. It's interesting drawing this stuff though, just I will say just from the standpoint of having to keep in mind that I'm drawing everything at cat scale. Like I'm drawing him using my tablet, but I'm drawing him using my tablet keeping in mind how much smaller Mew is. Let's see. Mm, mm, it's better. All right, let's see. That's a bit better. Let's see. I'm spotting a whole bunch of stuff I need to tweak as I do this, which is good. Like this, for instance. Why are you not deleting? Oh, right, that's why it's not deleting. Of course, duh. That's better. Okay, that's better now. All right, let's see. How close did I come on actually drawing my share? Because I didn't have reference when I was doing this Tuesday night. No, Monday night. I guess I was drawing this last on account of having computer issues that night. Or okay, look, whenever it was that I was working on this last, I was kind of just. Oh, okay, I don't have a logo on this chair. Sweet. That makes this easy. All right. Oh, actually, I made it the chair kind of oversized a little bit. Looking at this. Let's see. I'm just checking this again. Okay, wow. Okay, well, I'm inconsistent here. All right. I think overall, though, I need to. Let's do this. I think that's a little bit closer to the actual size. All right, well, let's fix this up, shall we? Hmm. Let's see, there's that, and then what else? Oh, there we go. That's better. I think that's a little better. That's better. All right, there we go. Hmm. All right. And I, shining star. Sword, I run into the heat of day. I fight as one. Okay, what color? Let's see. There's one, and I'm meant to rule by the sword, slashing through the every inch by the power in you. See, I stand. Hold up. I can. I can actually tell these tones apart a little bit better if I'm looking through my glasses, just because of the tint. I'm really looking under my glasses most of the time while I'm drawing. While I'm doing a lot of my drawing on my tablet anyway. But struck all the power. My armor stays unbreakable. Okay, let's see. That's looking good. I need to get some colors for the different things here, like the chair and stuff, but actually, it's probably this color that I use for the chair. Let's find out. Into the heat of day, I fight until the fight's won. Reach, I'll say. No, it's a different shade. Each and every one, till this war is won. Meant to rule by the sword, slashing through the every inch of the power. Power in you. Unless it's this one. Might be this shade actually. Let's see. Night of the Wind. Let's see. Oh, that's a different. This whole bit's a different color there too. Okay, let's see. I got to check these colors. They're probably wrong, honestly. I suspect I'm using the wrong colors here. Anyway. Okay, let's see. All right, we got come along well so far. Okay. Oh, ads came back in. Okay, and finished. All right. And oh, I thought I changed my ad message here from Touch Portal. This is annoying. I thought I changed this event. Yes, set value with. Yeah, this should be right. Yeah, okay, I don't know why this isn't taking effect. I did change the thing for like when it goes to ads just started to actually put a time in there. I don't know why that's not working. Let's see. Weird. Okay, well, let's just keep working away, I guess. What else? What else are we doing here? Okay, I've got that one to draw. A color, I've got this one here. Some of these I might. I'm just debating how I want to go about coloring, inking some of this stuff here because, frankly, let's see. Let's go here. Let's just color that there. Let's see. Okay. So this is the layer I want to work with. Let's color. Oh, I forgot to do the lines over here, right. I forgot to do that. Let's do that detail before I forget, where I color in all the lines. Hmm. All right, let's see. Okay, looking pretty good so far. Let's see. All right, that's looking pretty good. I need to do the actual desk, I guess. And I'm gonna have to dig up some references for that, just to make sure I get the colors right. Let's see. Let's go over here for now. Let's go over here. Let's do some coloring here. The sad part is that as I'm coloring this, here, I am. Oh, and I need the eye patch is this color. Okay. As I'm coloring this, I am realizing that there's some dialogue in here that I am going to be able to full on just update, keeping in mind more recent events, which is always kind of sad when you go, oh, I can actually make this more relevant. Let's see, there we go. Because yeah, Marcy's eye patch is the same color as Marcy has a lot of colors in common with Mew. I should probably consider doing the mice a different color. I don't know. I generally just do the same white for color on them, but let's see anyway. Hmm. Actually, do I want to? Let me see. No, let's just. So something like this. The color layer go. Yeah. That's better. There we go. Hmm. Here we go. There we go. That's better. I mean, they're so tiny little freckles, and actually they're kind of a bit big. I should make them smaller. Oh, what's this line here? Let's see. God, this was an amazing moment in the movie. The whole live and learn sequence. God, just the fact some of these musical cues they used, I still can't believe we got like the Sonic stuff from like Sonic Unleashed in here. Hmm. Yeah, then let's see. Oh, that's looking good. Hmm. Let's see. Oh, hey Strideways. Sorry, I just saw that you were talking there. Sorry about that. Junkie, I'll have more respect for Sonic music than Godzilla. Oh, actually, yeah. You're fine with that.
I know everything!
Yeah, you can join on. Just a sec there. Okay, Archie Sonic Fact. Okay, crap. Okay, Archie Sonic Fact. Okay. So, I need to do one of those. But yeah, you can join and call in a sec. Let me just grab a drink first and think of an Archie Sonic Fact to bring up. Um, let's see. So, oh right, I forgot to actually steep more tea. I just need to warm some stuff up. But okay, so Archie Sonic fact. I guess I'll ask, because you know this stuff a little bit. Is there anything that you want me to touch on specifically for Archie Sonic facts? I have an idea. I'll wait and see if you have a suggestion, but let me just finish putting this tea in the microwave and then get your thoughts on what you think. Because I've got an idea if you don't have one, but I have an idea. Let's see. Yeah, no. I'm fine if you're bothering. Sorry, I just didn't look up and see the chat was going, but it's fine. But yeah, okay. So anyway, we are going to touch on something from very, very early on in Archie Sonic, and I'm going to bring up some reference here. Hold up. I am bringing up reference of these characters here because there's a couple of visual aids I need to bring up for the sake of this, just to kind of show how comic books this is. Because yeah, the whole thing with these characters is, sorry, I'm just trying to get an image up here. Open in new tab. Because I need visual aids for this. Because the two characters we are going to talk about right now, we're going to be talking about these guys here. Let's hope it opens the right one. There we go. We are talking about Horizontal and Vertical. We are talking about, these are characters that go back to early Archies. This is like, I'm trying to think who was writing at the time. This was probably Dave Manek era Sonic, actually. These guys, because these are like early, this is early Archie Sonic stuff on these two. They're very much like, kind of your dimensional imp type characters there, where Sonic ends up in their dimension, and they basically control, they control the horizontal and the vertical, but it's essentially they're little gods in their own little dimension, just playing games and stuff like that. And Sonic ends up in there. It's a silly little side story. They're pretty much confined to their own world, sort of thing there. So they're not really meddling with Sonic's world or anything like that. I think they pop up a couple of times. But anyway, so stuff happens. I need to bring these guys up, and my tea's done. Good. I need to bring these guys up because there is stuff that happens, like capital H happens, in the events of, in the aftermath of issue 5 of the whole Endgame arc from 47 to 50. Like in issue 50, Eggman fires off the Ultimate Annihilator, and its effects are reversed for the most part because it was like sabotaged by Snively. But it's established over the intervening issues that the Ultimate Annihilator, even though it didn't actually do anything permanent, it mucked up a whole ton of alternate zones. It did a whole ton of damage, like across like different zones. It's why, for instance, Echidnapolis comes back into the main. It comes back into the main universe because the barriers between zones have been weakened enough that they're able to teleport it back in. But for Alan Cal, they get screwed over. Oh, Feist. That's another place, another time. But they get screwed over because the Ultimate Annihilator, a side effect of the Ultimate Annihilator, is it reduces their dimension to ash. Like their dimension is essentially completely eviscerated. Like everything is deconstructed. They're reduced more or less to like single-celled organisms essentially. Still got, and they slowly rebuild their power and stuff, but they're both messed up by this. And in what feels like a metaphor for the comics industry in general, they don't take it well. They don't take the stress of what happened to them very well. They get a lot more aggressive. They start, rather than just playing games, they start getting into more violent games, and they grow their forms more and more until the point where when they regenerate themselves, oh, this is zoomed in too much. Hold up. So this is what they look like after they regenerate themselves, after they regenerate their bodies. This is what they look like. They full on become these like just complete grim, like super grim dark monstrosities of WMDs that still have the same like insane power levels and stuff, but they, rather than actually hanging out as friends now, they are engaged in perpetual war with each other in their own dimension. No, this wasn't Penders. This was Ballers. Like this is Ballers, not Penders. Penders was busy writing Knuckles. Like, don't blame Penders for what Penders isn't responsible for. Penders was off writing the Knuckles book full time. No, this was all Carl Ballers here, or Bowlers there, however you pronounce it. But yeah, this was all him. But yeah, it's not. Honestly, it's not. It sounds like a messed up. It sounds like a cheesy story, but honestly, it's one of those stories that's actually kind of has a little bit of a bittersweet thing, because what happens is Sonic and Tails end up in their zone. Sorry, I'm just sipping some tea. Just a sec. Let me sip this tea. But anyway, so Sonic and Tails end up in their zone, and because of that, and they each get brainwashed and recruited by one and the other, and that, like, I forget which one does which, but like one of them grabs Sonic, one of them grabs Tails. They brainwash them, they armor them up, and they've basically decided that because we're an even match for each other, instead of fighting each other because we're too even of a match, we're just gonna grab a couple of pawns and just have them fight each other. So they basically take Sonic and Tails, they brainwash them, they have them just fight each other for their own personal sport. The brainwashing is broken when it turns into a point where like one of them is going to kill the other, and that kind of just breaks the brainwashing. And it just turns into a, oh god, we could never go that far. We're two good friends, and you guys could learn a thing or two. What happened to you guys? You guys used to be such good friends. And then you get a whole bit where they just hesitate for a minute there. It's like, friends again, like we used to be, followed by a nah as they proceed to just like unleash like lead on each other again. Um, it's honestly a little bit tragic what happens to them. Like, yeah, it is very much a little tragic, just their whole fates there of how they just become these mechanized monstrosities. Oh, this was a one issue thing. In fairness, this was like a one issue comic, but yeah, no, honestly, it wasn't a bad read. They did pop up again later on. Ian actually brought them back much later when he did the Zone Cop jail storyline where Scourge had gotten arrested by the Zone Cops and he was like in Zone Cop jail. And like it's a prison break arc because like Fiona and the Destructics break in and they break in and they get Scourge out and they go off and do their own stuff. But in the process there, we find out that Al and Cal are also other inmates in the jail, and they look like their old selves because the Zone Cop essentially their war spilled over into other zones. So the Zone Cops arrested them and stuck power dampeners on them, so they can't actually use any of their god tier powers. And like once the dampeners come off, like that's what they look like their like grimdark selves again once the power dampeners come off during the prison break, and they just serve as a distraction, like while Scourge and everyone else gets out. Oh yeah. The out there ideas. Like Return to Angel Island. Like I will give him credit for that because he basically went. We've had Sonic gone for a year. We're gonna do like a massive status quo shift, and we're gonna just shake up everything. And I will give him some credit for that. Some stuff didn't land, some stuff did, but anyway, that is your Archie Sonic fact for now. That is, yeah, that is your Archie Sonic fact for now. And yeah, let's see. Actually, the way I'm gonna do this, do you have access to? I don't advertise. I do have like a Discord. Do you have access to that? Let me check. Cause I'll just jump in audio there, and then you can join in on your leisure. Let's see. I forget if you have. I don't think you have access. Just a sec. Let me grab. Let me see if I can grab an invite to send you. Hold up. Okay, there we go. I just sent you a thing there. Yeah, I just sent you a thing here. I'll just give you permissions to see the private stream hangout there, and then I will add you. Just may as well use this just to make things easy. I never use this server, but There we go. Let me just give you a roll. Uh, okay, you should be able to see it now. You should be able to see the one that the chat there. I think you should. I think that's the right roll. Let me just double check that. Oh. I don't know if you can see the chat yet or not. Okay, yeah. If you can see the channel though, I hope. Okay, good, good. Yeah, just join in on your ledger there. I'm just gonna keep going with this arting. But yeah, let's see. Let's keep drawing Marcy. Yeah, I put a lot of detail into some of these panels, as you can see, because I have an entire like blue sky UI here. Anyway, I need to zoom in on my references, and I need to actually. Oh, good. That's her color. That's the color of her tablet. Okay. Actually, let me double check this. I am just all my references are on my desktop, so I'm kind of just going through and just grabbing references. 250, 155, and 152. Let's just see. Okay, it's not quite right. Hold up. 155 and what's the other color there? 152. Okay. All right, there. Tablet. Oh, looks like there's some extra lines here. There we go. Oh. Oh. Hey! Someone actually redeemed the first.
Now and forever.
How's it going? I really need to boost the audio levels on some of these redeems, but yeah, how's it going? I am a little shocked that you didn't grab that yourself, Strideways. That's just been sitting there for a bit. But yeah, we are just inking stuff. Actually, you're gonna like what I'm going. You're gonna like what I zoom to next here. You're gonna get a kick out of this, stupid monkey. Actually, let me just zoom. Let me just scroll down, because you are gonna get a kick of this next panel that I also have to ink. You're gonna get a kick out of this. Anyway, let's see. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, sorry, I just had to do the Pumpkin Hill thing.
No worries. Okay, now you're making me
Yeah.
want to put Pumpkin Hill on.
Nice.
Damn it. Where's Pumpkin Hill?
One of the things that really says a lot about Ballers is, like, he said, yeah, he could have sued for ownership of his characters, but he said he didn't really see a point because he never had any illusions that, because A, he never
Yeah,
had
he
any
didn't.
illusions that, like, he was creating these for a licensed comic, and also B, they're so intrinsically tied to that comic, he just felt they'd lose something if he took them out of it.
Yeah. I'll give him credit for that.
Generally,
okay,
he
where's
seems like a
Pumpkin Hill?
guy who generally seems like a guy who, even though he had no prior experience with Sonic, ended up actually loving Sonic enough
Yeah.
that, you know.
And yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I got the exact reaction I thought it would. For context for your Stridays, for context, like Stupid Monkey, like friend of mine, like offline and stuff. Him and another friend of mine have been making remarks for years about how they're gonna steal my Unicron.
All right, I'm opening up the stream on my computer now.
Okay,
So,
let's see. Anyway, I'm just looking. Where's Pumpkin Hill? That was Adventure 2, right? So,
yeah.
uh, where is that? Okay. I'm a spy. Trespasser. Remember me. Still invincible. I still remember the time that you guys like almost walked out with Cosmos. That was like the funny. You could have. That was the funniest thing.
Well,
That was the for. Oh, here we go. Ghost Pumpkin Soup. Like this is for context. This was like a few weeks before my TFCon trip. Like I had them over. Like I was showing them the Cosmos custom that I did there, the Titan class Cosmos. And there was a point that day when like they just picked up Cosmos off the table and started and left the room with it, and I did not register that Cosmos had been picked up. Cosmos off the table and started. Oh, I'm getting stream audio through your end.
sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, there we go. I muted the stream. I was trying to hear.
Now I'm realizing I need to put the Penny Parker cover of this on my thing because I really like I genuinely really like the Penny Parker cover.
Yeah, she did a really good cover of "I Am All of Me."
Oh, her covers are fantastic. Like, the Die Young cover is also amazing.
Yeah.
Like I haven't listened to that in an age. I need to fix that. Like that is legitimately like a good cover. But let's see. Anyway, there's the Unicron box. And let's start doing all the colors. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, wrong layout thing. But yeah, my plan for tonight, I want to like at least get this all flatted because I want to try and I really want to get this comic to a point where I am able to post it like once I like not long after I end stream. So
Oh yeah, a monkey. I said this in the stream yesterday, but your character kind of looks like a Kong, like he's related to Donkey Kong or
and that
something.
was probably deliberate because I was just going for yes, that's right. It was picked up and walked out while talking to me. Yes, that's what
Yeah.
made it like so funny. I was like I was genuinely laughing after you guys pointed that out. I was just like, oh my god. And then you tried sneaking out the Rodimus with Sharkticon too. Like I like that just like the Rodimus slowly what got closer to the door.
Which Rodimus?
Oh, this is the like the what you call it, the kindergarten series, the little chibi one with the Sharkticon on a fishing rod.
Feed me to the shark. Feed him to the Sharkticons.
No, hold up. Where is Clip Studio? I'm just making sure that I got that synced. Because I may as well just grab the colors straight from the source for this. Oh, I haven't synced this. Oh, did they not sync this doc? Okay. Uh, oh, that's because I. Yeah, why is it not synced? Huh. Okay, I'm actually a little shocked I didn't sync this document. Okay, let's see. All right, I just need to. Actually, let's just do it this way. I'm just gonna do the classic, just send. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna do the classic send images to myself on Discord method. Because why not?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Uh, where is? Discord. Where's that Discord chat? My chat history is all just like completely messed up for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
Stupid,
I figured.
freaking hacks.
Yeah,
Let's see. So let's drag these over
that's why I
here.
have two-factor authentication.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I do have that on. I do have like 2FA on Discord. I think the issue was that they got valid tokens,
Oh,
like off my machine. Probably that was probably the issue. Um, okay, so let's see. Let's send those there, and I'm gonna just where are those comics? I'm just gonna send a. I'm gonna send one of the bar setting strips to, just so that I get all the accurate colors for the bar. Oh, do I need to go through and? Yeah, that's Valentine's Day. Oh, the Halloween ones must all be in that one. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Oh God, oh right, I forgot I had some of these backgrounds. I might have to reuse some of this stuff, but we'll see. Let's do this. Just send this there, and now I got my refs. Let's just start copying refs. I'm just gonna switch my screens for a sec here while I just go into my Discord stuff. Hold up. Let's just swap this screen for a sec, and while I copy paste things, or at the very least while I go in here and copy image, paste, and then where's the other thing here? And then copy image. Let's see. Copy image, paste. That is one thing that's a little bit easier about color when I'm doing coloring on my desktop.
yeah.
Just because then I have the second monitor for doing stuff. Whereas here, let's just switch back. Yeah, I'm just. There we go. God, that was such a fun art thing for me to draw when I did this. I had so much fun working on that art. But yeah, we're probably gonna do some Genshin later tonight too. There's a lot of stuff that it'll probably be mostly like just chest getting chests and doing some unvoiced quests and stuff. But
Yeah.
oh, actually, why not just let's do this instead. Give myself some base colors to work with. Yeah, like I did up these designs for them for oh. Okay, who else has the I'm just trying to think who else has like big Sharkticon swarms. Is that I'm just trying to think who that would be. It's probably someone I know. Is that like I'm just but now you got me wondering who has this other
I
big Sharkticon thing.
I don't think I have a shark. I have like one Sharkticon, I think.
Okay, Dogcades, okay. Like when I think of Sharkticons, like I think I do also think of like Ryan Sheehy there, but partly because like he did a like little Sharkticon representations of himself and his wife like years ago, like when they
Gotcha.
like I think it was before they got married actually that they did that. So
Cute.
that nice guy. He's the guy who runs. He's the guy who coordinates a lot of the third party panel stuff there for TFCon. Nice guy.
Nice. Hear about that rogue planet that ate like a bunch of gas around it? Like that rogue planet that's like eating a lot of matter around it
Sorry,
that they
what Rogue
discovered.
Planet?
A
We
rogue
talked.
planet like somewhere.
I was just going. It's like Rogue Planet. Am I gonna have to do some Star Wars facts now?
No, it's like
We gonna have to talk about when Chewbacca died?
no, not that.
Because I can talk about when Chewbacca died.
I was leading into a Unicron joke.
I mean that works too, but God, I did see like a while back that someone had done a video on like online, which like I was really glad to see that because they did one on how like just the Star Wars EU had been doing a lot of impure Empire apologism
Yeah.
and just how bad it kind of was. Because just to put in perspective, there was a whole point in time in the novels there where like they got like a little too chummy with the Imperials, honestly.
Yeah. The old EU was kind of a mess, honestly, for the most part.
Yeah,
Like, aside from Rise of Skywalker, I will say the current stuff is a little more consistent for the most part.
right.
Just kind of sucks that the sequel trilogy had to end with such a wet fart.
Yeah. But just to put in perspective there, like how familiar were you with the what's now the Legends continuity?
I have a lot of books that are info books on like the droids and aliens and stuff from
Oh
them.
yeah, they
And
did
some of
some really good guidebooks, honestly. Yeah, there were some really good guidebooks that they did for that. But I bring it up because of the whole fact that there was that whole point in time when they hold up, I've got a reference for this too. Yeah, I bring it up because there's a whole point in time when when they got into a lot of imperial apologism,
gross.
like in the sense that I think it stemmed from the fact that people really liked like Empire was always like entertaining, and and you had characters like Thrawn,
Yeah.
and Thrawn was kind of like a victim of his own success in the sense that you had people who like really liked him and like as a character,
Yeah.
and don't want their favorite character to be like a bad guy sort of thing. And then you get like Timothy Zahn
Yeah.
kind of writing him in a way where he's comes across as more protagonistic-ish. But I think the
Yeah.
real thing that really set it off was New Jedi, some stuff in New Jedi Order era,
Yeah.
because you know how they did the whole thing with the Yuuzhan Vong.
Yeah.
So Yuuzhan Vong there, like they were very uncomfortable. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Like the cover art with the shark keys, nice. Um,
Yeah. These in long were.
they were very post 9/11.
Yeah. You
That's
said
the
it better
kind
than I
way to
could.
put them. That they were very post 9/11.
You said it better than I could.
Like there's some don't get me wrong, there's actually some really interesting stuff in their concept. I don't want to write them off entirely because I genuinely do think there is some interesting stuff to be had with the Vong as a concept. But not that much.
Yeah.
Like the problem with the Vong really comes down to the fact that they were that they were kind of like, that evil, like just godless enemy, that evil godless enemy vibes.
Yep.
And you had a whole thing with them though where there was a whole bit there that what set this off actually was one of the prequel novels, which was specifically Rogue Planet. because Rogue Planet had at the very end of it, it had a tie-in. Like this was set like in the not long after Phantom Menace. Like it came out before Attack of the Clones came out.
Mm.
Like some years before that, this was like the first like prequel era novel, like set in the EU. But the thing that happened though was that at the end of the book there was a bit there where they came across like the plot revolved around them finding this like living world where people made living ships and stuff like that. And there was a reveal at a certain point that this living world had some ties that there was an element of it that tied into the Yuuzhan Vong and that they had been there before and that like another Jedi had been there too and had like gone away with them and stuff like that. And the thing is that this intel all reaches Palpatine.
Uh-oh.
So it then became, you can see how quickly people jumped on that from the standpoint of Palpatine was aware of this extragalactic threat the whole time, and that's why he built all his super weapons.
Yeah.
Like you can see how that went south very, very quickly.
Yeah. He totally had good intentions, guys. Just ugh.
That's like, yeah, there was the whole thing of it's like, oh, if he was really building these super weapons to deal with this threat that he knew about. Like I saw someone do a really good takedown of that whole line of thought, where they were like, yeah, screw that. That's not how it works. That's not how it actually works with dictators and stuff. It's like they are usually, yeah, they have their whole like excuses for doing stuff, but that's never the actual reason that they're, yeah,
Yeah.
bit of a mess. Let's see. Yeah, so ads are starting again soon. Let me see where he is. I think it's like 5 minutes after it sends that notification that ads start, but where is that? I need one color here on my references. And it's just gonna be faster to just find the original art and just copy it. Oh no, I've got the right shade already, I think. Good. Okay, so oh right. The actual fur is a different color here on the body, right. His world is a good one.
Yeah. Too bad it's from that game.
Sorry, I don't know what you mean by that band. I feel I'm
Uh,
going to get a lesson now.
His world is from Sonic 2006.
Oh, that game. Okay, sorry. You said that band. I thought it was like, oh no, is there something about this? Did this band Milkshake duck themselves?
No, I said game.
Okay, I heard band, which is why I was like, oh. Because like we've had a lot of that sort of thing happen over the years.
Yeah.
It's like look at all those comedians who are like over in Saudi Arabia doing that comedy show.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm coloring the mouth because there's too much lack of color here. Okay, and I just need to blur some bits. Oh, no, I need to expand this a little bit. Hmm. Okay, I guess I don't need to do the other bow there. But I do need to color in the claws. Never fear the fall. Hmm. Yeah, and then... Oh. There we go. Paint over some of these. Okay, there we go. That looks good. That looks good. Well, no, actually, let's do this one too. There we go. That looks good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did these designs up a few years ago for them for just
Yeah.
the toy show that we were tabling at,
Yeah.
just to have like for like just booth art. I like having an excuse to draw things like this. Let's see. Yeah, there was definitely some heavy DK inspiration in this design. I will
Yeah.
not lie about that. Let's see. Uh, Let's see. Yeah, and in terms of things I'm going to be picking up at some point down the line, I did get my Alpha Trion today. Though I might have to go get a different one because like honestly the paint on the face is kind of bad.
Which Alphatron? The new one?
The new one, yeah. No, the paint on the eyes is not very good.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Transformers 1 version of him.
Mm. Yeah, that one will be good. That'll be a good toy. Oh, let's see. Oh, nice, nice. How's the paint on your eyes? It's a little bit misaligned on mine.
Weird question, but I don't have paint on. Oh, you're talking about.
Alpha Trion, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to be funny about it. I looked up and saw which comedians are going, and I'm glad Colbert, John Oliver, and no one on the Daily Show is going there.
Well,
I mean,
no,
I'm
no,
not surprised.
they would not go, but that
Yeah,
they have definitely have a lot more scruples. I mean like I mean like let's be honest. Like Dave Chappelle was like a complete non-surprise there,
yeah,
and that's I mean like it's like he has been to Saudi Arabia before. I'm not shocked. If you remember, like back when he quit Chappelle's show, he like pieced out to Saudi Arabia, disappeared and went to Saudi Arabia.
I don't remember him piecing
Yeah,
out and going to
no, no,
Saudi.
no. This was at the height of his success when he had Chappelle's show. If you remember like how big that show was.
Jeez.
Yeah, no, hold up. I need to refill my drink, but yeah, no, Chappelle's show was huge, and it was kind of getting to him just how successful he was. Like I think the fame was getting to him in terms of like just he was worried he was worried that his he was losing his edge because just how well it was doing. The whole everyone is telling you the whole everyone thinks you're a genius now, so it's like so can I actually trust anyone? Type of breakdown.
Yeah.
And he just disappeared in the middle. I think it was on season 3. Like he disappeared like mid filming, and then like and like no one knew where he went, and he'd just gone off to Saudi Arabia. Like just to like
Yeah.
because he's and like I'm not judging it. I'm not judging him on that. I'm not saying it's like he's a bad person. That like I will point out that Chappelle is Muslim. He went on a pilgrimage to
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia because all the holy sites are there.
Okay, that's fair.
So fair enough. Like I'm not judging him for that. I just mean like he has been to Saudi Arabia before.
Yeah.
Oh, the ads are going now too. But yeah,
Yeah.
we have ads now. But yeah, Yeah, so that's what that whole thing was about.
Yeah.
But
Oh, and guess
yeah,
what? I have enough
it's
points saved up for some nonsense.
sorry.
I have enough Midori bucks saved up for some
Okay.
more nonsense.
Yeah. Maybe I should just rename them to that. I think I went with what did I go for the whole I'm just trying to remember what the whole term I used for that was.
Archie
Was it
Sonic.
I know I was doing like some wordplay, yeah, with that. Oh yes, of course, yes. I was going for some wordplay on that. Sorry, we didn't say that much. Sorry. Like I saw the ad notice go up, and it's like ads read started, and I kind of just didn't say much, but you didn't miss a
Oh, I know.
lot. No, I
I'm
was
just
responding
watching.
to Stupid Monkey there
Oh,
because I guess his ads finished already. But let's see.
right until my ad's finished, and then I'll do
Okay.
and then I'll inflict psychic
Yeah,
damage
it
on
says they
everyone.
finished on my end, like while I'm reading this. So let's see. Oh yeah, that's why I went with this color here because I was going to like for with some Sharktagon colors for the outfit. God, this is my favorite cover of
Ew,
City
Call of
Escape.
Duty ad. Just like ew, Call of Duty ad, really?
Ugh. God. I'm just listening to this here because it's like it's. Let me know when you're off ads. I'm gonna restart this song once you're off ads.
Yeah, I'm off ads now.
Okay. I'm restarting this because
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
this is my favorite version of City Escape.
Yeah, it's a good version.
Like the Generations version is kind of like the definitive City Escape
Yeah.
because they took
Not as
they took
fun.
everything that was good about the original and they just added to it, complete with like guitar solo.
Yeah.
Like that guitar solo is great. And then you got Act One where they do the whole thing of tying into the fact that it's like it's very close the melody to the that one zone from Sonic 3,
Yeah.
and they just leaned into that for one of the tracks. Like
Nice.
for yeah, like there's a break there in Act. Yeah, there's they like after the first chorus, like the melody changes and just changes into like a distorted version of that where they auto tune it into the mine cart into like the mine zone or whatever there
Well,
because
that sounds sick.
because someone realized that it's almost the same melody.
Yeah, I know, but it sounds sick in a good way, you know?
Yes, it's amazing. It's an amazing musical trick.
It's just we're talking about Sonic, and now I just feel like doing a Roger Craig Smith impression.
I see. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, sorry.
Roger,
Just felt like
Roger.
it had to be done.
God, now you're
Anyway,
making me want to do a redeem that's just like there's another streamer I follow who has like a Roger redeem that is like the but the battle droids.
Roger,
And now I'm
Roger.
kind of wanting to see you do Roger, but then add in that Sonic Boom clip with the Rogers. Yeah, it's like I think he's talking about me. I think he's talking to me that bit there.
Anyway, are you people ready for some more psychic damage?
Oh, oh my God.
Know everything!
All right, so okay, so we have another Archie Sonic fact I need to brainstorm up. What was? Oh, right, you were asking about Feist. Like that was actually one of
Yeah.
those things that came to mind. I wasn't sure how much to bring up about Feist. So let me just bring up some image here. Let me give you an image for Feist here. I'm gonna just
The
see if I
balls,
can
right?
find. Here. This is what I'm looking for. I want to find this, but I'll find the Tracy Yardley redesign too.
He was created by Ballers, right?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. That was 43. Was that Penders or was that Ballers? That was Penders. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it might have
Well,
been Penders. Yeah, because he first shows up, and I will go into that. Yes, because Ballers I don't think touched Feist.
hmm,
I don't think Ballers did anything with him. But let me just open up these images. Open image in new tab. And we are okay. This is a tiny image here. Let's just do this here. because we are going to talk about Feist now as from his first appearance. This was a flashback issue there where they managed to get like a record of what had happened there when I'm trying to remember. I think they went. It wasn't that they went back in time. I'm trying to remember if they went back in time. No, it wasn't that. I think they somehow got a record of the stuff that had happened in the Zone of Silence, like after King Acorn had been sent there. So Sonic was there, but he kind of wasn't. Like it was kind of like an interactive replay, I think, if I'm remembering right. And at the end of the whole thing, like King Acorn got into it with Warlord Kodos, who had been earlier banished to the zone by Robotnik back during the war. And like it was very strongly implied, and by very strongly implied, I mean it was essentially text, and they made it text even more later that Robotnik got his job as being like the chief advisor because he took the previous war advisor, who was a piece of work himself, and he threw him into the Zone of Silence.
Yeah. Yeah, Kodos is like a real warmonger, wasn't he?
Oh, he was. Kodos is the guy who exploited the whole thing with the like that whole like. Okay, that's going to be a future Archie Sonic fact when I talk about the origins of the Moby and Overlander War. That's going to be a whole different Sonic fact because that is certainly a story thing. But anyway, though, we're here to talk about Feist. This is Feist's first appearance. We don't really. This is like basically like all the real like all we find out about him really. It's like we just see the whole who dares to disturb Feist in his den. Like it's very vague. Like he's clearly some sort of a badger. You know, like going off the design there.
Yeah.
Like very clearly badger influenced in terms of the design, especially with talking about a den and stuff like that. It's just the whole idea of like, oh hey, there's a powerful being that already lives in this zone. That whole concept. But we never really see Feist again until much later. And I've got the page open here. His next appearance was in. Oh no, he did show up a couple of times. It looks like.
And he turned into a panda, but I guess he's a divine.
But anyway,
being,
his next major appearance though was in issue 169. And that is after, and what happened there was, in the previous storyline, we got the whole gathering of the gathering there, which was essentially Ian soft retconning the Great Harmony that had been alluded to that Penders had paid off in a really bad way with Titan Tales, and again, future Sonic fact there. But anyway, so they'd sent all the emeralds into the special zone. Like, and that's how like all the emeralds in the universe essentially all got sent into the special zone, except the Master Emerald. And that was because like Finitevis and Locke were actively like using magics to keep it from going in. But anyway, all the emeralds got sucked in, and once that happened, so Feist was still living. They went into the special zone to go into the Zone of Silence. They were like, okay, what the hell happened in here anyway? And, like, let's get an emerald. And then they found out that, oh, hey, all the emeralds got sent in, and Feist was living there. So they basically empowered, and Feist showed up with a new Tracy Yardley redesign.
He's a panda now. Don't ask.
Yeah, he's a panda now. He's a cooler design. He's a panda now. And he had taken all that power that they sent, like all those emeralds. He was very much a Dormammu type element in terms of the fact that the dimension was like his domain and he had mastery over it.
So you're saying he's the master of his domain?
Yes, I am saying that, Jerry.
Good, you caught the impression.
Yes. No, I got the reference there, yes. But anyway though, so he took all those like that 10, probably millions of emeralds and reshaped them into the 7-color emeralds that we all know and love. So it got down to 7, and the zone became the special zone, aka the place in the comics in the video games where Sonic goes to get the emeralds in the old Genesis games.
Because and Ian it just turned a huge nerd. He just wanted to make it like,
This is from the 160 to 200 era of Ian's run, which is very much defined by Ian cleaning up continuity.
And basically Ian doing damage control. Well,
less damage control, more a lifelong fan of the comic going, there are so many loose threads going around that have never been resolved. Let's just clip them all and just be done with it. and then just move on. Like, he brought back some pretty obscure characters, like, within his first 10 issues. I mean, we got Sir Connery back, which I don't think anyone saw coming.
I say thee nay.
Yeah. I mean, and of course, like 160 really, 160, 161 really set the pace for Ian's stuff, though, because of Croctobot.
Yeah. Croctobot.
Where it was like, oh god, they took like these two classic minions, and then just like, it's like, I love how it's an issue cliffhanger, and then at the very beginning of the next issue is Sonic losing it because of how ridiculous this is, because look, we beat both of you guys individually without a problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Feist the Panda rules the special zone, and from then on, if anyone needs an emerald, they have to go to Feist, and they have to actually like play in his games in order to get an emerald. I think Feist for Sonic, like the first time Sonic shows up there, he's like, "Yo, as thanks for like the fact that you just did all this stuff and empowered me, here, have an emerald on me, but next time you're gonna have to like play my games."
Yeah, Feist is a pretty decent guy. As far
Yeah.
as
He was pretty fair. And I think the next time that he turned up, the next time they went there was to they had to get another emerald for Naugus, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Sorry, not for Naugus, for Mammoth Mogul, but
Mammoth Mogul is basically Vandal Savage if he was a mammoth. For people who
he's Vandal
don't know.
Savage and Kingpin combined, essentially.
Yeah. Except he's also a mammoth, so there's a bit of big convoy or
Yeah, but I mean
manufacturing.
but his design owes a lot more to Kingpin.
Oh yeah, he's got a nice suit and everything.
Like, especially in his
vibes.
early appearances when he full on has the white suit. He's just straight up Kingpin.
Yeah. He was honestly probably one of the coolest like comic original villains in Archie Sonic.
There's a reason he is one of my favorite Archie Sonic characters.
The guy just plays the long game. He realizes, well, I can't beat you guys now, so
Yes.
I'll just wait until you all die because I'm
No,
immortal.
that was the best thing where they had Mogul go, you know what? I don't know why, but I keep like Mogul going, you know what? I don't quite understand it, but for some reason, I keep losing to you, even though that makes no sense. So you know what? I don't understand it, so you know what? I'm just gonna go with it, and I'm just gonna wait for you to die of old age. But that doesn't mean I can't troll you in the meantime. It's like I'm absolutely gonna use all my wealth and power in order to just keep trolling you. Because I can.
You magnificent bastard.
Yes, I'm just gonna do things to you and be untouchable, and I'm not actually gonna try and take over the world until after you die. So credit there.
He really is basically the magnificent bastard of Archie Sonic.
He is, yes. And then I remember how big of a deal it was too when we got the like again. I'm sad that this is all stuff that got cut off there because of the license stuff. But when we got the reveal of Silver's Master. Because spoilers, we got the reveal that Silver's Master in the far future is Mammoth Mogul. Like a Mammoth Mogul without his emerald, who is like a very aged Mogul. And that really raised a lot of questions. Like, as in, did Mogul reform, or is this an angle?
Yeah. Who knows, right?
And it's Mogul, so it could go either way.
Yeah.
And that's what's great about
Sonic villains, like out of all the Archie Sonic villains, I think Mogul, like, he could reform because he just realizes I've had enough of being the bad guy. It's been fun, but I might.
I don't know, because Mogul was always a guy who thought that he was the one who should rule the world. That was his whole thing.
Yeah, true. Like Dr. Doom.
I mean, like, keep in mind that Mogul was someone who actively did make a shot at taking over the world when he was in his youth. He full on waged a war to take over the world and lost, and then went and then because he lost. Actually, no, he tried more than once. Because the first time they were all cavemen when he first took over, and then the others rebelled against him, and at that point he hadn't learned how to use the emeralds. Then he spent like the next several millennia learning how to actually use chaos energies. So he's easily the most powerful. Sorry.
And he founded the Order of Ixis at some point.
Yes. And that was a genius retcon there too, because it made perfect sense with everything. It was like that was one of those retcons where as soon as they made it, it was no, of course this tracks. Because it fit perfectly with like that one panel we got of like Mogul flashbacks. With the idea that he had gone through all these different roles and names and personas and done different things. And that we had the order of Ixis there, or Ixis or whatever it is that you had the three wizards there who you got merged in August. Like it just fit perfect. Oh right, I didn't draw the Sharkticon on the hat. I need to fix that.
Ian Flynn, the guy who makes John Barber look like he's an amateur at making Tangled continuity work.
Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
John
you
Barber,
say
but
makes
Ian
Barber
Flynn is-
look like an amateur, and I would point out that Barber drew the movie, did the Dark of the Moon comic,
Oh, yeah, fair.
because the Dark of the Moon comic does so much heavy lifting in order to actually make like the movie comics actually line up with the movies, despite all of the contradictions.
Yeah. I keep forgetting he did stuff for like the Bayverse before he worked on G1.
Yeah, that was the reason I was excited when he got announced for G1 because I read the Bayverse stuff and the text stories. I full and got Barber to sign those with the year he was at TFCon.
Imagine if he wrote the actual movies. Like maybe the movies would have actually been decent.
And then with the Bumblebee movie, once it became clear to them that, oh hey, we're not sure where this is fitting in continuity, they just did a fun spy story with it.
Yep. I remember the days when I felt like I could be optimistic about Transformers movies again, because Bumblebee, Rise of Beast, TF1, good stuff, and now it looks like we're getting another Michael Bay film, and I'm just like, kill this part of the franchise already. End it. Let the Bayverse die. Let it end. Sorry.
You miss it more than that movie missed the point, and that's an awful lot, girl. But now you've gone away, and I guess I'm trying to say that Pearl Harbor sucks, and so do you.
Yeah.
That's still one of my favorite like Trey Parker ditties. Like the whole like end of an act from Team America.
Yeah.
It just goes so hard. I mean, the whole considering that whole movie is them doing a parody of Jerry Bruckheimer films.
Yeah. And what is
Like
Michael
the
Bay but
original
the poor
the original
Bruck?
plan I think was to like remake Armageddon with puppets, I think.
And what is Jerry Bruckheimer? What is Michael Bay but the poor man's Jerry Bruckheimer? Hey, at least Jerry Bruckheimer gave us the first three Pirates of the Caribbean movies, even though I
hmm
don't think he directed them.
I thought he did. Yeah, those were
Yeah.
Bruckheimer films.
Oh yeah. I thought it was Gore Verbinski who directed them.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you're right. It
Yeah.
was Gore Verbinski. What am I thinking? He produced them. That's all. But
Yeah.
yeah, Verbinski definitely like left his mark on those films.
Da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun.
And of course they had that amazing soundtrack.
Yep. And the casting, they got a really good cast. Like even though Michael Eisner didn't think Jack Sparrow would be a hit with audiences, he ended up being. Too bad his actor is
Look,
kind of a
it's pretty easy to see why you would think that when you look at how method Johnny Depp went.
yeah.
He kind of went crazy method. And like he even did have to like pare it back a little too from what I remember. Cuz he was like full on freaking out the executives cuz they were like what the hell is going on? But I mean, yeah, that was like one of Eisner's last productions there, wasn't it? Pirates.
Yeah.
Cuz he got forced out not long after that.
Yeah, like honestly, we all used to hate him back in the day, but I miss him because he actually took risks and stuff. He was not a let's just keep things safe and do things the way we always have, but
Mhm.
and let's face it, the way he was with feature animation was basically you guys do what you want as long as it doesn't like get too edgy or something. And
I
that's
mean,
what
from
got us Hunchback
sorry.
and that's what got us Hunchback of Notre Dame because that apparently wasn't too edgy for Eisner.
Well, I mean that's the thing.
Like
Eisner like genuinely had a respect for like 2D animation.
animation.
I look back on it and it's like it's very you look back and especially when you look at like the actual stories that people have to tell about Eisner who worked under him. Like
Yeah. He seems like
the people who actually worked at Disney during the Eisner era like are generally speak pretty well of him.
Yeah.
Like it's like I think he could be a tough boss, absolutely, but I think he was overall a fair boss.
Yeah, like a lot of people's beefs back when he was at Disney were with, Katzenberg.
God, Katzenberg.
Katzenberg.
God, that
Katzenberg.
guy. Oh my God,
Yeah.
that friggin' guy. It's very clear where the talent was when you actually look back.
Yeah. I mean, one of the funniest Disney villains of all time, Hades, like his performance was inspired by like Katzenberg's demeanor. Like the animators kind of based him off of Katzenberg, like
Right.
his design, his mannerisms.
Hmm. I mean, like, there's still a lot of James Woods in the performance. I know
Yeah.
there's for good and ill. Like, it's one of those things. Woods is very much like a bit of a POS, but like, I can't deny that that Hades would not have been the same without James Woods.
Hades is hilarious. Like Disney's
Yeah.
Hercules is kind of an underrated gem in general, but I think Hades is the best part. Is the
No, but I mean,
reason the
like,
thing.
it's like credit to Woods from the standpoint of like, I do not like the guy, but I will give him some credit because he loves that part so much he will come back and play it. Like if they need someone to voice Hades, like I
Yeah,
think he does that for scale.
yeah.
He just loves the part.
It's kind of like how Vincent Price really loved Radigan, and if he had lived long enough, would probably have been more than happy to reprise the role.
Oh yeah, yeah, that was one of his favorites. Yes.
To be fair, I think a lot of actors who played Disney villains like just really enjoy playing Disney villains. Like
A lot of them want to do the part. Yes, people forget
it's
that a
obvious,
lot.
it's obvious
Oh,
Pat Carroll really enjoyed being Ursula since she kept coming back as her, and also since she wasn't like a super big Hollywood star, she could come back.
yeah, that's
On a
true.
constant basis.
But I mean, James Woods is,
Jonathan,
has decent acting credits to his name, and it's like he's a bit of an awful heel of a person, but he
yeah,
genuinely loved voicing Hades though.
Jonathan Freeman loved playing Jafar so much that he came back for the Broadway version. I don't think Richard White's ever come back to voice Gaston, but I think that's because Gaston hasn't. No, wait, I think he voiced him in House of Mouse when Gaston
I was gonna
appeared.
say like didn't a lot of those guys reprise the roles for House of Mouse?
Yeah, that's kind of the show that turned no one does everything like Gaston into a meme
Yeah.
because, like,
People forget how House of Mouse was straight up doing memes.
that was kind of.
House of Mouse was like doing memes before memes were a thing.
Yeah, like it made
It's
the
like
no
how
one does act like
Yeah, it's like how
Gaston.
Harvey Birdman was also a meme show.
So, came back.
Like God,
I think
Harvey
Jeremy.
Birdman was amazing.
I think Jeremy Irons was just too expensive to come back as Scar, unfortunately, and probably had a lot of scheduling conflicts. But
Well, last time they brought back Scar though, like they didn't exactly get like a small time actor last time they did Scar.
yeah.
I think I could see it being a case of with Scar that they were trying to lean more into that they were trying to go in a different direction with the casting. That's the impression I got.
Yeah.
Cause
In the
they
remake,
No, I don't mean the remake. No. I mean for what you call it for what was that series called? The one with Simba's other kid.
Lion Guard.
Lion
Never
Guard, yes,
watched it.
when they did Scar in that because they recast Scar for that one.
I'm just kind of sad that we'll never hear
But
James Earl Jones as Mufasa again.
it's one of those things where it's like they recast Scar, but they like recast him with like of all the people you could cast for Scar, they did really good casting.
Yeah.
Like I'm just double checking this. They got what's his I'm just trying to remember this. I know the actor. I'm just trying to refresh my memory. Yes, it was David Oyelowo. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation,
Yeah.
but who played Scar?
I'm pretty
Um,
sure I remember him,
you would
like,
know the name as he's been in a bunch of stuff, but like he's done stage work, he's done stuff work, voice work. One of his other roles was Agent Callus in Star Wars Rebels,
oh, nice.
and he's also an actor who would not be able to play Callus in live action.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the wrong skin tone.
Huh. Yeah, he's black and Callus is white, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, black actor. Yes, but yeah, I think they probably went in that direction deliberately, like for castings for Scar,
Yeah.
but which wouldn't surprise me. And you know what? Fair enough. Like I get it.
I just felt there was kind of a contrast between like him being voiced by a white guy and Mufasa being voiced by a black guy. So
Hmm.
I always kind of
Well,
like
it's
that
just no one
contrast.
thought about that stuff at the time. That's all. But I'm just saying, in terms of casting for Scar, though, that actually is like really good celebrity casting for Scar.
Yeah.
Like, and I guess it's less celebrity casting and more like they cast just a really talented actor.
Yeah. But you get what I'm saying. Like Scar
Yeah.
being the villain, he's like British, voiced by a white guy,
Hmm.
and Britain colonized Africa, and like the king that he killed was, voiced by an African American guy. So
Hmm.
it's
I
probably not
guess.
something they were thinking about, but it's like something I was
Probably
kind
not.
of
No, I think they were just like James Earl Jones is like a very like wise, commanding voice.
yeah. God, when he died, I was just that devastated me. When I found out he died, I was just
Yeah, but then they brought him back in Fortnite.
yeah. Don't remind me.
Too late. God, that was a fiasco. Did you see the fiasco there over Peacemaker season 2 with regards to Fortnite?
No, I don't keep up with
S-
Fortnite.
So I don't either, but I saw this come up and stuff, and it was just kind of funny. So for Fortnite, you know how they do like how Fortnite will often do the thing of where they will just take like dances that are from like pop culture, and they will like give them the characters, and they will make them like
Yeah,
as redeemables and stuff.
yeah.
So anyway, they did that for they did that for Peacemaker. They have Peacemaker in the game. Like they've got promotional stuff. They brought him back, because season 2 is airing.
And because John Cena is popular, even if you can't see him anywhere because he's invisible.
Yeah, I don't know why they'd give a character a cloaking device. That feels like it would break game balance. But anyway,
Yeah.
point aside though, yeah, so they did all that stuff there. And hold up, let me just go refill my hold up.
How did
I'm
I
gonna
not
top up
notice
my
until
tea.
now that that cat is colored like a Sylveon? That
Hmm?
the little cat is colored like a Sylveon. Even has a
Well, yes,
Sylveon
yes.
ribbon.
Oh yeah, no, that is very deliberate because like the person that is a representation of it's like her screen name is full on taken from Sylveon, so yes, and that is her favorite
Nice.
Pokemon. So yeah,
Sylveon's a good Pokemon.
like she gets a lot of Sylveon merch. She gets upset whenever there's new Sylveon merch to buy
Yeah.
because it's like no money. But anyway, yeah, where was I going though with what was I on about before I got off track? I was talking about something.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember where I was for the point I was making. You don't happen to remember at all, do you?
No.
What were we on about before the Sylveon thing?
I am completely blanking. Sorry.
God.
I think it was about Disney, like
Oh
Michael
yes,
Eisner or
Disney
something.
stuff. Eisner. We were talking Disney villains. We got in Scar for a little bit there, and casting and stuff. And yeah, where were we going with that? I can't remember, but whatever the case. I mean, yeah, like Scar. It's iconic character. God, that is a. Hmm.
David Ogden Stiers, like even though like his best Disney villain role was technically not even a villain, at least not by the end of the movie.
God, he did so many characters in the '90s for them.
I'm talking about a character he did in the
No,
2000s.
no, yes, you're right. You're right. I know which character you're talking about, but he did so many characters for Disney. He did what? Sorry, I'm doing a mental
Cogsworth.
count. I'm doing a mental count. I've got at least four. Sorry, five if we include Jumba.
Yeah.
I think
There's
it's five.
Cogsworth. There's Governor Radcliffe and like his butler from
Yeah, he did
Pocahontas.
Percy
There's
as well too.
Parsnip
Yes.
from Hunchback of Notre Dame. Hey, you have a
Yes.
dog too. Huh.
No, no. Oh, no, no. Oh, sorry. Percy was the name of the dog. Right, right. No, I was thinking
Yeah.
of the butler. Yeah.
Wiggins. Wiggins is
Wiggins.
his
Okay.
name. Yeah. But yeah, and he was the Archdeacon in Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Hmm.
Yeah. I think he was like a bit character in Treasure Planet as well. So that's like 6.
I'm trying to think there. Yeah, it wouldn't have been a big one because like David Hyde Pierce is like one of the main ones in that one.
Yeah. Go Delbert, go Delbert, go Delbert. By the way, if any of you haven't seen Treasure Planet, you absolutely should because it is one of the biggest underrated gems in animated movie history.
Look, that whole era of Disney is really interesting from from a standpoint of how underrated a lot of the stuff is that came out in that era because Disney was really not putting resources into a lot of their animated fare and because they weren't really sure they weren't underperforming. Well, no, I say they weren't putting resources. I'm sorry, they put resources into Treasure Planet and it bombed.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because
I
Treasure
mean,
Planet is really good.
they released it alongside Star Wars Episode 2 and the second Turf Wizard movie, and those both creamed it at the box office, unfortunately.
Hmm. But yeah, it was yeah. I feel bad for for that because Musker and Clements, that was like the movie that they had been trying to get made at Disney for years and years.
Yeah.
That was
Didn't
like
help
their.
that the marketing was so bad.
Hmm.
Marketing for the movie was not great. Like, Disney didn't know what to do with a movie that was, like, definitely had an older target audience than, like, their
Hmm.
typical, fare. And granted, Hunchback had an older target audience given the themes it dealt with, but like they were able to pass it off as a kids movie,
Right.
which is just amazing that they managed to get a movie where an evil old Catholic guy sings about how he wants a Romanite woman to be his, and if she doesn't submit to him, he'll kill her. And he thinks he's a good guy in all this. He's the villain. He gets a whole song about how he's lusting after this woman.
And how it's
This
morally
movie,
right for him
and
to
he
lust
also,
after her.
yeah, and he like killed another Romanite woman, reluctantly adopted her child after he was shamed out of killing said baby for being ugly, proceeded to verbally and emotionally and possibly physically abuse said child for like his entire life, and told him he was a monster and a freak, and just yeah,
Hmm.
Frollo is a monster. He's the most realistic monster in Disney history.
Yep.
And
I
this movie
think it
got by with a G
was.
rating
Hmm.
in the 90s.
Yeah. I think it was Lindsay Ellis who did a whole video talking about like the history of Hunchback adaptations, which was really interesting because
Yeah, like
she went into the whole history of like how the story has evolved, like even in Dumas' time, like how the story evolved like across different adaptations in terms of like how people were characterized and stuff.
yeah, and she was also going into why she thinks like the Disney adaptation is actually really good adaptation because it was, the lesson of the original was we need to take better care of our historic architecture, which was
Hmm.
not really a concern back in the 90s. Like
Yep.
Notre Dame hadn't gotten on fire again.
Yep.
So, they updated it so that it dealt with, you know, actual religious extremism and bigotry in ways that it didn't do a perfect job, but it did a mostly good
Yep.
job with it. And that's why Lindsay likes it.
Yep.
Because, yeah, it's a movie that has surprisingly heavy themes that I feel like kids need to see it just because they need to know that there are people out there like Frollo in the world, and, you don't want to
Yep.
be like him. It's
Frollo
the
is
same
like one
reason
of
the
the
Owl
great
House
Disney
is.
villains.
It's the same reason the Owl House is a great cartoon because Bellos is very much a similar kind of villain.
Hmm.
Except
Yeah.
he's actually even more fleshed out than Frollo. But Bellos is great because, like, even though he's humanized, it's not in a way that makes him sympathetic or tragic.
Yeah.
Like, he's a
Which
monster. Like,
reminds
he's a
me.
total...
Which reminds me. Did you watch Knights of Guinevere yet?
Not yet. I need to.
Yes, you absolutely do.
Or it doesn't have as much of the comedy aspects that, like, there's
No,
no
no,
Hootie, like,
it really does not, but it very much is. You can tell that it was made by somebody who was part of the Disney machine for some time.
yeah. Yeah, and, like, the whole thing is that it's, like, people saying Disney sucks is a dime a dozen because, like, Disney is a shitty company, but, like, usually it's like, oh, the stuff they make is crap too. Like, nothing they make ever has any value. But that's not where Knights of Guinevere is coming from. Knights of Guinevere is
No.
coming from someone who clearly has a lot of love for the artists who work at the company,
Hmm.
and like even the Walt analog, it's kind of ambiguous as to whether he's evil or not, but he's probably not the main antagonist because he's dead. I actually have a theory that the main antagonist isn't even going to be Olive, like she's kind of on life
I
support.
thought you said
So
you hadn't even watched this yet.
I know of some of the, but yeah, like
Okay, to which I'm just gonna say, look, I think it's very clear that you need to watch this.
I know I do. I'll watch it after the stream. But yeah,
That's good.
like I think the reveal is going to be that the actual big bads are whoever took over the company after her Orville died. And I don't think it's Olive because she's kind of on her sick bed.
No, I think she could be the one in charge.
She could be. Or on life support. But it's an interesting angle since, like, for all the myths about Walt being like a raging anti-Semite, like he wasn't a perfect guy, but he was pretty okay for the time period he was in, aside from his like
Yeah,
anti-communist
I've heard dubious. I've heard the anti-Semite stuff called into question. And you
yeah.
know what? I'm willing to give it all benefit of the doubt because you know who doesn't? You know who absolutely does deserve to have a blacker reputation?
Oh,
Friggin' Henry Ford.
oh yeah, that guy.
That guy, yes.
Yeah.
The, I mean, yeah, it's
Oh
oh
boy, we got
stupid spam bot. Hold up, where's my chat? Let me kill that. I think you do have. I think
kill
you have
that.
mod powers too.
Kill that
But
monstrosity. Yeah, I need to figure out how to use them.
there, killed it.
Okay, you got it.
Killed it with fire. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, I think though that yeah, it's a case of. Let's see. I think that there is not enough credit. Like I don't know. It's Ford did a lot more awful stuff in general. I think in terms of. I think for his employees he was okay and stuff. I mean, like as an anti-Semite, he is definitely worse.
Yeah.
He is.
Meanwhile, we have like Walt like yelling at a guy because he said anti-Semitic stuff in front of like Walt got in an argument with the lawyer because the lawyer said anti-Semitic stuff in front of the Sherman brothers who were Jewish.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that I think it's anecdotes like that that are like why I give Walt a little bit more respect in that regard. Because like
I think he was probably racist in his
Walt
younger
actually
days,
did
but
stick up for his friends.
yeah, I think he might have been a little more racist in his younger days, like pretty much everyone was back then. Not everyone, but most people in the entertainment industry,
Yeah,
and
people don't realize people forget how common that actually was.
it does seem like he grew a lot as a person, like as he got older.
Walt is also like one of the one of those original like just nostalgia people there from the standpoint of Walt was all about like nostalgia. Walt was all about like the nostalgia of the America that he remembered in his own half rememberings from his
Yeah.
own childhood.
Yep.
And that's both for good and ill.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
let's
will
see.
say the guy's favorite president was Abe Lincoln, so
Hmm. Okay, let's see. Mm,
I mean, my favorite figure from the Civil War is John Brown, but that's just me talking. I'm a John Brown fan.
okay, I don't know that guy. So
He's the guy who led a slave rebellion.
okay, yeah, I don't know my American history, so why would I?
Yeah, he's like the Union fight song, uh, the Civil War song sung by the Union, like the Battle Hymn of the Republic, was originally written as John Brown's body because he was kind of elevated to be a martyr after he got killed by
Okay.
the state of Virginia for fomenting
Hmm.
a slave rebellion.
Okay.
And the guy was a badass. Like even before like he fought against slavery, like some of his white neighbors told him to try and drive off some Native Americans from their land, and he said, "I'd rather drive you people off of their land. He'd rather drive the white settlers off of the Native Americans' land."
Nice. I remember
Yeah,
seeing an
he's
anecdote
awesome.
that I think was like during the I think it was during the potato famine. There was actually like the indigenous peoples there, like in North America, that actually
Yeah,
like
yeah,
sent
yeah.
aid to the Irish.
Yeah, I'm Irish American, so I know about this too. So
I was just watching a video like about like a video clip there from a Sniper Wolf stream there. He was talking about just the. I was aware of some of this stuff, but there's a lot I wasn't aware of. So it was like a good God type thing. Because a
yeah.
lot of like I know some of that history because the British did like people do not necessarily realize just how racist the British were towards the Irish. But
Oh God, do not get me started. Just don't.
look,
Do not get me
there's a lot of stuff I can put at the feet of Cromwell.
started. Oh, don't get me started on that bastard. Do not get me started on him.
No, I have nothing but the least respect for him. Don't worry.
I'm just saying, like, I could go on about what a piece of shit he was for a
And
while.
you would be
So,
right to because he was.
They tried to wipe out my ancestors.
Yeah, you would absolutely be right to go off on Cromwell because Cromwell was horrible.
Yep.
Like even before you get into the racism stuff, like from the religious standpoint stuff.
Yeah.
Cromwell's the root of a lot of our problems.
Yep. He's the kind of guy who'd look at Emperor Bellos and say, "There's a good British citizen."
Mm-hmm. Well, he absolutely would. You'd probably give him a medal.
Yeah. Actually make him witch hunter general or something.
Let's see. So in case anyone's wondering, in terms of just for like the reason I'm doing the hair like this is entirely due to my own like off-panel like narrative concepts. So because I've not used her very much in any of my comic stuff, and it's just one of those things. In the intervening time, and when I first brought her back into like just for the comic stuff there for the BT Toons version of Shields, when I first brought her back, I basically also in the same breath had gone, okay, also in the intervening 10 years, like of time skip stuff, it's like, oh yeah, so all her assets are gone now as a result of time skip stuff, and she is basically in survival mode of I am putting all my money into just having more money
Yeah.
as opposed to self. So I've kept the whole thing of yeah, like just her hair has been growing out and she has not been redying it. So and thus we have this whole two-tone look, which
Yeah.
funnily enough
That's some-
resembles and and it's also not been getting straightened and stuff too. So it's just a case of
Yeah.
so it's curling out and yeah. I'm not decided yet if when I'm drawing her if she is going to be having I've debated whether or not I want her to have whether or not in this can I guess I never established in this canon whether or not she wears contacts. I guess I never got that far in stuff when I
Yeah.
in this continuity, but it's just a case of I've
I was
not
gonna say
decided.
that hair color kind of seemed familiar.
Yes, yes, it's the same character. It's a different version of the same character. Yes, and that's why I'm doing all the blending there because it's like that you just got like faded like what like you like bright green like 2-year-old dye or whatever.
Yeah.
Uh, and plus it makes for a good visual and just differentiating the versions of the character
Yeah.
in terms of just like oh yeah this is this continuity's version of her. And it's also a case of it's like, oh yeah, this is also the version of the character who went through a lot, who had a lot less trauma in terms of that she dealt with because that was before I revised a lot of backstory. So it's like, oh yeah, yeah. So she's got way less trauma as a character too.
Yeah.
So she's a bit more well adjusted. Let's see. I need to adjust this here. I didn't put the zipper on this panel here. Let's go add that in.
Anyway, you know who my favorite Owl House character is?
I can make a guess. I'm guessing the first
Woohoo!
two guesses aren't going to count.
All I know is you taught me, and I turned out just fine.
I love how he's like a bug. I love how he's a bug type demon.
Yeah.
Honestly.
As a type of worm myself. Trying to do a king impression. Yeah, I think that was like one of the first episodes of the series I was able to watch, like, because like I'm not good at recording stuff, but yeah, I think the thing that sold me was the king doing the little dance and then Hootie's response. Don't you talk about my mother!
God, I still remember when Gravity Falls premiered.
Yeah, same.
Like a friend of mine was visiting from out of town that year, that summer there, like for like a couple of days, and it was just like, oh hey, there's like new like animated series Gravity Falls, and we just like sat down and checked it out when while he was visiting. So I
You
also
know,
like had my first dose of trying Dark Souls, and it didn't really agree with me.
yeah, I've tried to get into Dark Souls, but I never got very far into it. But I love the lore and the
Yeah, I
aesthetic,
don't
so
think I got back past the first guy that you can't actually beat.
yeah,
Like the first boss in Dark Souls is one where you can't actually beat the guy.
yeah. Oh yeah, another thing is like Gravity Falls, the best character. It's Grunkle Stan, you know? It's definitely Grunkle Stan.
Well, yes, I mean that's a no-brainer.
It all starts with this little fella, the pituitary gland. He may be little, but he's got big plans.
That's actually a decent Grunkle Stan. It's a decent Alex
Yeah, yeah.
Grunkle Stan.
You gotta pay me for it, pal. I don't do this for cheap.
I still love the ending to Seuss's storyline with him being getting put in charge of the museum.
I mean, Source is a good guy, you know?
It's just the most fitting end for the character.
Yeah. I mean, he was always the only employee at the Mystery Shack, so, you know.
Well, no, there's Wendy too.
Yeah, that's true. He was a handyman at the shop. He was a handyman at Shop Seuss. Like, he may be a goofball, but you can always rely on him.
Hmm. And handyman characters are great. I mean, look at like, oh yeah, like the season premiere for Bob's Burgers. There, they full on did like They did a full on did a flashback episode.
Nice.
Like just they were flat. Yeah, they flashed back to like when they opened the restaurant.
Yeah.
It's like so it's like like them first encountering Teddy and stuff like that there. And there's a brief bit there where Mort isn't wearing his toupee
Uh-oh.
because he hasn't gotten a toupee yet.
That's not good.
Mm, yeah.
That he doesn't have his toupee, I mean, you know.
Oh well, I mean he just hadn't got a toupee yet at that point in the story. And
Makes
then he
sense.
shows up later, and then it's like has the toupee on, and then it's like oh wow, it's actually like because there's some trash talking when he first shows up, and he's not wearing it properly and stuff, and they're like really a toupee sort of thing, and the next thing you see him, he's like outside, it's like oh my god, it actually works because he's like with some women. But let's see, so I got a couple more things to do panel wise. I need to do the background for this panel. I need to do backgrounds for a lot of these panels actually. Oh my god, we're at 11 already. You know what? I think we're gonna do a quick Genshin break here. We're gonna
Alright.
go do some Genshin. So let's stop the music. Let's let's start up Genshin. Let's switch our scenes. Um, it's basically gonna be a lot of wandering around, and just adventuring. But yeah, this is coming along well so far, though. Yeah, I just need to. I guess for the bar, I've got some stock backgrounds I can probably use. Hmm. I'm just looking to see what else I need to do for backgrounds. Probably not a huge amount of detail. But yeah, let's do some Genshin. Let's switch the view. There we go. What I am thinking of doing at some point there is I do need to figure out when I'm starting it. I do want to start in on StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm again at some point. Because I've been
Nice.
meaning to start that for like since I beat Wings of Liberty again earlier this year.
Yeah.
Like the StarCraft franchise is still like one of my favorite game franchises of all time. So
Yeah. I never got into it, but I'm just not into most Blizzards. Into pretty
that's
much
fair.
anything Blizzard.
That's fair. And it's very much I do like too how it's like like the Zerg campaign is where we really start to get a whole bunch of lore dumps because we get so much expansion on a lot of lore from like the original games.
The Zergs are the Tyrannid knockoffs, right?
Yes, yes. But like we get a whole bunch of new Zerg lore over the course of that it's what I will give them credit for is it's not that they retcon the novel. Sorry, it's not the novel. It's not that they retcon the game manual. It's that the game manual then becomes a biased source.
Uh-oh.
Like, you know, like to give an analogy, you know, like The Hobbit versus Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
In terms of the fact that with how like riddles in the, like the whole riddles in the dark chapter, like the original
Mhm.
version versus the revised version,
Yeah.
where you know like you know that whole anecdote, right?
Uh, yeah, like he revised it after publishing The Lord of the Rings.
Well, it didn't line up with Lord of the Rings at all, so he retconned it as well. Bilbo just lied in the first version of the chapter.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a Bilbo moment.
Well, it was a case of that was a thing of that was the One Ring in action. That was the whole idea.
Yeah.
That he was corrupted by the One Ring, and as such, it was very much compelled to do that stuff. All right, so you got a quest over here. But anyway, so what they did with StarCraft 2 though for the and this goes back to the spirit of the original game, because for the Terran campaign, and actually I'm just gonna grab chests while I'm talking because that's gonna be less focus, but I'll just do chests. But yeah, so what they did in the original game there for the manual, like the manual itself kind of does a lot of just gaslighting itself there, because they straight up tell you when in the game manual, like when they give you all the history, they do everything they can to make you like sympathetic to Arcturus Mengsk and the Sons of Korhal, which is like the main faction that you're working with through like a good chunk of the Terran campaign. Like, you know, they're the rebels against like the evil Confederacy, and to be clear, the Confederacy is absolute. Oh, hold up, I didn't change my. I didn't change my tags here. Hold up. Let's change the tags. Yeah, to be clear, like, the Confederacy is absolutely established to be like a piece of work as a government. Like, they are like full on evil. They are full on evil. There's no question about that.
I mean, they're called a Confederacy, so I just kind of assumed they were evil.
Oh, I mean, like, none of the Terran governments are all kind of like horrible. Like, all the Terran governments are all for the most part pretty horrible. It's all very 40k in the sense that none of the governments are. They're all kind of awful people.
Human governments in general are like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, they're all like former convicts or whatever there. But okay.
Oh, so Space Australia.
No, it straight up is like Space Australia. Like they straight up was like a Project Purification where like they on Earth where they rounded up all the undesirables in camps. And like this is all in StarCraft lore. And then one scientist who was doing like a deep space exploration thing, he rounded up a whole bunch. He basically was like used his political capital, just got a whole bunch of convicts because he could get them super easily because convicts don't have rights. And just put them in cold sleep on his ships and then like sent them into nowhere. And
what
then
did the Penguins do to you, man?
And then that's where the Terrans came from, but in StarCraft. But anyway, so the Sons of Korhal were like a resistance. They're established as a resistance group against the Confederacy. Like in the manual, they give the backstory. They were founded by Arcturus. Like his father was a prominent politician on Korhal. So it was a fairly well-off family and stuff there, and he spoke out against the Confederacy. And the Confederacy's response, and he full-on led a rebellion against the Confederacy on Korhal, and they won. And the Confederacy's response to this was sending in assassins and murdering him and his family in their sleep. Because that's what the Confederacy does. They sent in ghosts. And oh, no. They murdered them in the sleep. And then the people rose up even more because they were pretty upset about that. So then the Confederacy took it a step further and they glassed the planet.
Insulation chamber deployed.
Like with a fairly major planet, and they like glassed the planet because of the fact that they were like, because they went into open revolt.
That's horrible.
And they kicked out the Confederacy. Yeah, they nuked the planet, glassed it all. Anyway, and then Arcturus founded like the Sons of Korhal. Like he was fairly independently wealthy on his own, and like he founded and he'd been the type of person who's like, I've got no interest in the war, and then all that crap happened, and then but it's like the manual paints him as like like a revolutionary who like has like a righteous cause sort of thing there.
And that's a lie.
Well, the thing is though, is that once he actually hold up, let's grab this target here. I need to destroy some flying targets. Oh,
You know, as nice as the combat in this game looks, I don't think anything in this would be as satisfying as like pulling off a perfect dodge in like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, at least for me.
Hmm.
A perfect dodge or a perfect block, you know?
ah,
There's something satisfyingly simple about it.
yeah, no, I get what
Breath
you
of
mean.
the Wild is a simple combat system, but it's like satisfying.
I get what you mean. Okay, and then we got one more over there.
69 seconds. I'm probably a little behind you, so you know.
Oh yeah,
I'll
you're
say
like
60.
20. You're like 20 seconds behind, I think. So.
Yeah.
All right, I need more rocks to throw at these guys. And then one last rock.
It was a big rock.
There we go. Anyway, though, yeah. So anyway, so he leads the Sons of Korhal there, resistance group. You join up with them. Like it's basically they're classified as terrorists, but it's like they show up in your time of need to offer aid, like because the Confederacy is full on at that point. Like there's Zerg invasions that have been happening on some of the border worlds, and as you find out later, the Confederacy's kind of just letting this stuff happen because they're doing all this research. They're doing their own research on trying to figure out how to control the Zerg and use them as bioweapon. So like they built machines that can like attract the Zerg and stuff like that. And so they are fine with letting some of the border worlds just die, and the Sons of Korhal, rescue everyone. And then so everyone signs up with the Sons of Korhal and stuff. And then what happens though is you get to the point where you're using like the you're leading worlds in revolt because you're helping them against the Zerg and stuff. And then comes a point where what's this here? Workshop conch pattern pages. Okay. Oh, him again. Where'd he come from this time? Oh, let's take these guys out. But anyway, what happens though is there is a point where you find out about the psi emitters there, and it turns into okay, we're going to use we're going to use these weapons against them. We're going to plant a psi emitter on the capital planet for the Confederacy, and we are going to just lure the Zerg there, and they are just going to kill everything on the planet. And then once we do that, we're going to be able to, it's one of those things like, oh yeah, once we do that, then they're going to lose, and we're going to be able to fill the void. And so you do that, you wipe out the you cut the head off the snake essentially with the Confederacy, and then as soon as you do that, Arcturus right, you do that, but then it's also a case of this was lore that was not like actually in the original game. It's highlighted in the original game itself, but the idea was brought up in other ancillary lore, like novelty stuff, that Kerrigan was one of the ghosts that killed Minx's family. And she obviously defected and was fighting for them and stuff, but he essentially got revenge by leaving her to die on Perseus. And just pulling the fleet out. It's like, you're supposed to do pickup and stuff, and then it was like, oh yeah, what we're going to do is we're just going to leave the fleet there, and they are all going to...
Treasure buried in time.
Sweet, we can get another vault open, nice. But yeah, what's going to happen... Oh, we're on ads? Okay.
Ad break. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll be right back. I'm going to switch over to my phone.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Charge.
No worries, I'll stop my story for now, so... So we are on ad break, and I'm just going to level things. We are on ad break.
I like the rain.
And we're back.
Oh, we're back from ads? Cool. I don't think all the ads have finished for everyone probably, but yeah, I may as well. I may as well start on story stuff, I guess, for a sec. So yes, I was recapping the stuff with the Terran Dominion there, with regards to how it's like, oh yeah, they were evil and they did all their, and sorry, it's like, yeah, the Confederacy. But anyway, so yeah, so Minx pulls the fleet out of orbit from Tarsonis, leaves it to the Zerg, leaves Kerrigan behind, and he also goes, oh hey, they're dead now. It's like, yeah, now it's gonna be, now like someone's gonna have to pick up the pieces here, and who better to do that than me with my new Terran Dominion? And it's suddenly, oh yeah, no, he is just setting himself up as Emperor.
Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it was, more or less. It was pretty much that. Or, yeah, like that is it in a nutshell. So yeah, it was a bit of a thing when that happened. Okay, let's power. There we go. That guy got powered up.
I tell you, man, you can't trust Terrans.
Yeah, it was not a very. It was a bit of a thing though. The way all that happens.
Well, that happened.
Pretty much. Yes. Anyway, Terran Dominion stuff. So anyway, so it's like, so then Raynor ditches them, but yeah, like Emperor Minx becomes like the leader of the Terrans. But anyway, my point was that they did a fairly elaborate like just gaslighting of the player in the process there, because the whole idea that's like that they had sold you the idea that Minx was like a good guy, and then you find out at the end of the campaign that, oh no, he is actually like just as bad. Like he's not any better than all these people.
Yep. It sounds like a piece of work.
Yeah, no, that's Minsk. Okay, so what do I do for this?
I can't get out of this Sonic impression mode. Someone help me. Can't stop doing a Roger Craig Smith impression. Someone help me.
Trying to figure out what the heck I'm supposed to do for this particular challenge. Anything that's... let's see. I got these guys here. There's a bunch of these guys just sitting around.
Do a decent Eggman impression, because like, I don't think I have as raspy enough to do a long John Baldry impression.
I mean, I can certainly try it. Nincobots, slabs of salubrious circuitry.
He is the best Eggman.
Oh, he is a great Eggman, yes. Let's see. Oh, let's just go this way. I can't figure out this puzzle, so let's just go do a different one. And let's watch me crash out very shortly, like this. Because guess who didn't look at his stamina?
Uh-oh.
Do we have a chest down here? Or do I need to go up above? Oh, we got something in here. Yeah, I found a pathway anyhow, but that leads to treasure. And more notes.
You've earned yourself a reward.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is from that other thing there. Okay, cool. Alright, anyway, we did that. We got more things here. Okay. But anyway, so yeah, so like with the Zerg though, they do a bunch of retcons with regards to the Zerg and Protoss and the Xel'Naga, their creators. Because they bring up the idea that like the Xel'Naga created the Protoss and then they created the Zerg, and the Zerg wiped out the Xel'Naga. And they do some retcons with the notion of that there are good Xel'Naga and bad Xel'Naga. And that there's essentially was like a rogue one that, like the Xel'Naga have a whole kind of infinite cycle thing going on with regards to their own creation. In that they would engineer species that would then come together and then create themselves and then create new Xel'Naga and keep the infinite cycle of like their reproductive cycle was essentially the universe itself, which is a cool concept. It's a neat concept, honestly. The idea that they're using the universe itself as like a cradle and creating new species so that the species can eventually merge and form like new generations and then reset the whole life cycle again.
I like the Reapers with love off.
Leave
Sorry?
this place for the everlasting. Cleanup sequence initiated.
It sounds like the Reapers from Mass Effect, but a little less smoky.
Yeah, it's less evil than the Reapers though, because like the Xel'Naga were fairly benevolent. Like they weren't trying to force anything. It was very much they were just essentially making, directing life down a certain pathway, not really like directly taking action in the galaxy and stuff like that, and just but making sure that life went a certain way. And there was a rogue one that essentially decided that, you know what, I don't like this whole infinite cycle thing here, and he had his own faction and just decided, you know what, let's just like wipe out all life.
Your hard work is paying off.
Wouldn't it be nice if we just broke the cycle entirely? And so that was his whole scheme. And that he is the one that, as a result, created the Zerg, and got involved in the creation of the Protoss and Zerg, and like getting more active than the Xel'Naga ever did.
Yeah.
And yeah, and it was a case
Sounds
of, yep. But it was it was an interesting retcon though. Just the idea that the Xel'Naga were actually like not this benevolent in the actual backstory. Were not very
I
benevolent.
like the rain.
Oh right, we still need to figure out this thing. I have not figured out what the secret to this puzzle is. I think it has something to do with these guys over here.
Doesn't seem like aside from his fact and the Xel'Naga are like benevolent, just they're so far above like everyone else that they kind of see everyone else's potential Xel'Naga.
Yeah, they're pretty far above everyone. Yes, that's kind of their whole thing. That's like they're just like a whole other level of life almost. So.
Yeah.
But it's and then the Protoss stuff, like you get more revelations and stuff there. I still love the one Protoss faction that we get eventually, the Tal'Darim, where we get like a more aggressive faction of Protoss that are very like they're their own remote warlike faction. And and John Delancey voices like the main one. And it's honestly one of my favorite John Delancey roles, because he is just such a magnificent bastard of a character.
I mean, he's great at playing magnificent bastards.
Yeah, like he is very much the guy who is like, I am going to use you to further my ends. I'm going to be completely upfront about the fact that this is entirely transactional, and I'm getting something out of you. And it's like he is very blunt. He is very blunt in his aims, and he is very upfront. Like he is the type who will be like, "This is what I'm planning to do. If you don't like it, get out of my way." It's like, if you want to help me out, sure, I will. I will be an ally. I will be an ally for now, sort of thing. There, like, he is just like he is just very much all about his own personal power and glory.
Kind of typical John Delancey role where he plays like a morally ambiguous and like evil, but
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, I would consider him like I would probably say he probably does qualify as like evil more so as a character, but let's see.
As opposed to Q and Discord, who, you know...
A treasure buried in time.
Oh yeah. No, he is not. He is definitely not a good guy.
Yeah. Like, I don't really follow My Little Pony. I know a lot of people do, but I haven't gotten into it.
I haven't for a
I
while
do know
now.
that, like,
Clean up sequence
I do
in.
know that, like, Discord was originally evil, but, you know, always a bit more chaotic than outright evil.
Yeah, he is more. He was a more chaotic character. Yes.
Like, the main thing I know about him is that he, like, even though he technically got killed by Bill Cipher in Death Battle, he still wanted to be tricked Bill into being trapped into the Nightmare Realm again.
Well, I mean, he's
Which is
essentially
pretty
Q.
awesome one. Yeah. I mean, isn't that why Lauren Faust like cast on Delancey?
I mean, yeah, it feels like that's probably the case that he got cast because of the Q connection. But let's see.
He's also
Okay, there's.
apparently really fun. Apparently, he's also done some really funny stuff at Brony. Like, he's
Yep.
been a real fun guest with them. They've done some very goofy stuff that feels like in character Discord, like chaotic, wacky. But
Right. I mean, he's a very talented actor. I mean, he was great in Breaking Bad as well.
he's in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, he's in season 2 of Breaking Bad.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he plays the father of what's her name? Like like Kristen Ritter, who did Jessica Jones. She's a recurring character in that series there. Like in season 2, and he plays her father. And it's a small role. He's only in a few episodes, but it's a very significant one, narratively speaking.
Was he in Gargoyles at some point? I know a lot of next generation actors.
I don't think he did Gargoyles.
Yeah, like if he was anyone Gargoyles, it wasn't Puck, but like Brent Spiner's Puck. I feel like Brent Spiner could have been a great Joker if like voice directing for like how they were trying to do the Joker in Young Justice wasn't such a weird mix of like classic.
Yeah, that was just a bit of a weird
really
voice
was, like,
direction.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. That roof is down.
I don't know, like, Brent Spiner's a good voice. He's a great actor. He's a good voice. He's a great voice actor. Like, I don't even feel like it probably wasn't Andrea Romano. Like, well, I mean, she was basically just giving the direction that she was told to, because that's what like DC probably wanted him to be, kind of like a Dark Knight Joker, cashing how that guy had become the Joker at the time. You know, after his death, Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, Heath Ledger's Joker, like, you can do an impression of him, but it's hard to really replicate what made him so damn good. He was just lightning in a bottle.
Well, he was, yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are tonight's entertainers.
It was a very unique take on Joker, yes.
Yeah. I think a lot of the comics have tried to copy his take and just never really been able to pull it off. He worked in The Dark Knight because it was more realistic and grounded than other Batman stuff. When you have like a more realistic and grounded Joker and like other Batman stuff, it just comes off as a serial killer and clown.
Right.
It worked. And of course there's the fact that he was still funny in The Dark Knight. A lot of these serial killer and clown makeup Jokers I complain about aren't really funny. Yet the Joker's supposed to be funny. Heath Ledger's Joker, he was darker than usual, but he was still funny.
He was still funny, yes.
And a lot of hackneyed comic writers just think, I'm going to make the Joker dark and edgy and serial killer and forget that Joker has to be funny to be
The Joker is also like one of the pettiest villains out there.
Yeah.
And that's one of the best parts about Joker, when Joker gets petty.
Like, there were a few episodes from GTA and he got real petty from the best Joker. Like, one where a guy cuts him off and traps him.
Yeah, exactly. And then
Joker,
I love that for this fact that as soon as the guy realizes that it's the Joker, he is like, "Oh, good God, I am dead."
yeah. Like,
Yeah, it's not a matter of if he's gonna. I mean, in the end, he may get one of them.
Yep.
Just pretty amazing when you do that. With as compassionate and saying as he is, he's also pretty much like,
These particles.
he is smart, you know.
Yeah.
He's the guy called the mastermind. Just happens to be completely insane. But honestly, kind of like how Paul Dini says the Joker is insane.
I mean, the idea of the Joker being crazy, I honestly, I do find that, I do kind of find that a little bit of a, like, there's not that much truth to that, honestly. The Joker's generally a lot senior than people he lets on.
Yeah, it's not that he doesn't know the difference between what you said, he's able to actually like that's the function.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing.
I mean, Deadpool, he's insane, but he tries to think about it. And Deadpool's like, that's Deadpool. He's legitimately insane.
Mhm.
And he does try to be, he's just not.
You've earned yourself a reward.
Insane.
Yeah.
He can be pretty good sometimes, but, you know, he tends to screw up. And he means well. Deadpool means well, but he's so wacky and part of the funny character, really. He's crazy, but he's funny. It's endearing.
Right.
I feel like World from Transformers IDW is kind of like that, even if he's not as insane as Deadpool. The World definitely, the more than the I had Deadpool about it, yeah. A lot of people have kind of compared the two. Like in fan art, they've had the World even not anybody's.
Your hard work is
Thank
paying
God we
off,
got that chest.
as it should.
Yeah, IDW World's a good character.
Probably my single favorite Transformers character. He's one of my favorite Transformers characters.
Yeah. I mean, that whole book is like great.
He's honestly, I really like the direction of Megatron, but that's, me, like, I feel like Megatron's gone too far to be redeemed in that timeline, but, you know,
And honestly, that's one of the things I think that I really like about that, just the nature of the question is Megatron beyond redemption? Because Megatron himself would also say yes to that. And I think that's an interesting angle that even Megatron would probably agree that he's beyond redemption once he kind of has to deal with the whole weight of everything he's done.
I just think they made it too much about, like, Megatron himself, not the people he hurt, you know, the Megatron dick vortex, as people call it, as people in the group call it.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like Getaway was right, but Getaway was also like horrible.
Yeah.
By the grace of Her Majesty the Star. Okay. I just find that fascinating as a concept though. That it's like, yeah, Getaway was actually like he was right, but he was also like the wrong person.
Yeah.
It's a interesting concept though.
He was right, but he was doing it for the wrong reasons.
Yes, he was entirely selfish about it, but he was absolutely correct. Alright, nice. We're at 94% on that island. Sweet.
Ultimately, Getaway just wanted to be the hero and get all the glory from like that, but
yeah. Mm-hmm. No, that's exactly what he wanted, yeah. Alright, we got another chest here. Let's see.
True favorite character. Aside from Marvel, I think my favorite is Swerve. I just can't not imagine this from where she stands. Like, just look at IDW and tell me he wouldn't sound like Jason. He wouldn't be voiced by Jason Allen.
So who wouldn't be voiced by him?
IDW Swerve. Oh no, I'm here for the quest. Love a good quest.
Yeah. Swerve is a fairly tragic character, honestly, especially once he comes across that he is very much like only like he's only like a jokester like on the outside.
Yeah.
Like it is very much an act that he puts on. He's actually like a very depressed individual.
Yeah, this is why Jason Jason Alexander would be a good pick for him because he's like, yeah, he's really funny, but I said, impressed with their person, of course.
Yeah.
Billy George, like, he's so damn pathetic that, you know, the whole thing with Seinfeld is that you weren't supposed to feel bad for him, but everyone around him was just a bit intimidating, so.
Yep. Okay, let's see.
They seriously left the key right by the door? The Fatui here aren't exactly the brightest, huh?
Well, since they're the enemy, I'm fine with them being a little stupid.
Right. If they were clever and actually tried, we'd never have found that key so easily. Then that jellyfish. How about we call it Valberry Jelly? It might not have made it out in time. Anyway, the barrier's open, so why is it still lying there?
The rescued jellyfish tries to move, but its body gives out, and it collapses back onto the ground.
It still looks like it's in pain. Paimon thought it was because of the barrier.
Or maybe it's just too weak.
Are you not sensing much Kuvaki? You've been sensing it just fine since we arrived in Outcry. Could it be it's feeling this way because the environment suddenly changed?
Oh.
Hang in there. We'll find a way to get you out of here. Come on, think of something.
Alright, well if you can't do it, that just leaves me.
It must be because those nasty machines the Fatui set up are totally messing up the environment. Let's shut them all down.
Alright. Let's shut down these machines. Oh.
Boy, I hate machines.
Oh, it's doing better now.
It's floating! This must be what your friend like, huh? Paimon knew these nasty machines had something to do with it. Is it trying to lead us somewhere? Let's follow and see.
Alright. Let's follow the jellyfish. Where are you taking us?
Firmly grasping that in your hand.
Valberry jelly slipped into that big shell and... Ooh, is that something buried under the sand? A thank you gift, maybe?
Oh.
It really was a gift. Valberry jelly does have good manners.
It's like, how do you communicate without talking?
You always overthink everything. Paimon and Valberry jelly are just good kids with simple hearts. We don't need words to understand each other. It must want to say,
Thank you for saving me. This beach is full of hidden treasures. Go ahead, please take them all.
Well, Valberry Jelly
Hopefully.
insists.
then Valberry jelly can rest here while we check out what treasures are hiding under the sand.
Alright. Oh, sweet. Treasure.
Your hard work is paying off, as it should.
Alright, so I need to check all these sand piles. Sweet. That's another chest open. Nice. And we got another sand pile over here.
There's a jellyfish buried here, and it's still alive. So it wanted us to save its friends? Paimon completely misunderstood what Valberry jelly was trying to say.
Alright, sweet. Oh! Oh crap, it's another machine. Oh no.
It's one of the Fatui's nasty machines. Shoot! Paimon's not going to let you hurt Valberry jelly.
Alright, let's take this thing out. Where is that machine? Destroy the recon bots. Okay, let's take this guy out. Thankfully, I already know what I need to do to destroy them, so I just need to get into the sky and destroy it. There we go. Sweet.
We didn't make it in time. Is Valberry jelly warning its friends? Do jellyfish really not have the ability to think? It sure looks sad to Paimon. You're right. You just can't think your way out of feeling sad. Maybe feelings like that just rise up on their own, from somewhere deep inside us. You look so sad. No tears, no words, not even a sound. Poor thing. What can we do to make you feel better?
There might still be other jellyfish in the air help. Okay, let's see.
You're right. So many of them have already met their jelly molds. The Fatui really don't care at all what happens to them. This place is huge. There's got to be tons of those nasty machines around. We can't let the jellyfish be abandoned on a beach like this. I'm certain Valberry Jelly can't be the only jellyfish trapped in this base. Let's go find the others.
Let's see. Alright, so I need to go find and rescue the jellyfish, okay. Let's get this chest first, since it's right over here.
Allow me. Mine to wait.
There we go.
Covenant of the Deep. You've earned yourself a reward.
Okay. What's under here? Sweet. Alright, so back to that quest. Let's free more jellyfish. Actually, let's take a sip of drink first.
That's a good idea.
There we go. Okay, so I need to find more jellyfish.
Rest and rebuild.
You know, there's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone in your life. Anyway,
You poor last lamb with one heart.
that's no good.
Ultimatum protocol. Insulation chamber deployed. Oh yeah.
Robbie Frank for this one, yeah. You can always try to make it a little lighter.
Sorry, I'm just like mid-combat. I'm not quite hearing right here right now, sorry.
Cleanup sequence
In the
initiated.
middle of this combat.
Hold the line.
Ah, there's another jellyfish.
There's another trap in it. It doesn't look healthy. We gotta get it out. Alright.
So, I need to get another jellyfish out of here. And, geez, okay, look for the Yeti card, okay.
Leave this place.
Okay, you've got more machines I need to take out. And with these
The
machines,
stars
there is no defeat.
fade to
I say as Skirk goes down.
Good job, Egghead.
for the everlasting force. You poor
Egghead. Egghead.
Covenant of the Deep.
That nasty machine seems to be carrying something. The key to the barrier.
Alright, let's get that key.
I'm gonna eat that key in the barrier. I'm pretty sure you're gonna eat that key in the barrier.
Yeah, I need to go and... where did it go? Where did that... oh, there it is. We got the key. There we go. We got the key. We got it unlocked. Hey, Ramses. How's it going?
Why won't it open? Isn't this the right key? Oh, what should we do now?
Let's see. Oh, sweet. The jelly came and freed it.
I didn't know Valberry Jelly had that kind of power. It looks like the rest of this rescue mission's gonna be an easy peasy piece of cake.
But it looks way weaker than before.
Did it use up all its strength just now? No, that can't be it. Valberry Jelly was already running low on energy.
Alright. Oh no.
In the end, we still couldn't make it in time. Are you angry or sad or not feeling well? It doesn't seem like any of those. This is so frustrating. How are we supposed to know what it's trying to say?
It seems like a gesture would only make for one of its own.
Does that mean, even though we couldn't save its friends, it still wants to thank us? Valberry Jelly, aw. It seems like jellyfish have more heart than the Fatui ever will. Those guys build all the horrible machines and they don't care about life one bit. So really, who's the one with no brain? Alright. Yeah, hello. Alright, so are there more jellyfish around here? Let's see.
She's got a point.
Looks-
She's got a pretty good point.
Yeah, we are just doing some Genshin. I've been arting for a few hours. I'm just doing some Genshin Net right now, and what's this key do? I don't know. Oh, there's another key thing here. Okay, so there's another key. Another keyhole here. And I'm guessing that there is a key somewhere around here somewhere. Actually, can I call this? Can I use this elevator? No, I cannot use this lift. There's probably a second key somewhere. Oh, there's the second key. Right there. Oh, did it go? Did it respawn back where I picked it up? Yes, it did. Good.
Respawn, LOL.
There we go. Now we can work this. Good. The lift's on. Let's go up and let's get whatever's at the top of this lift. Treasure!
Your hard work is paying off, as it should.
And a spin crystal, nice. And there is a thing over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Sweet. We have... Oh, nice. We got a whole pathway. I bet that the quest is going to take us this way. Huh. Well, I wonder what's in there. I guess we'll find out soon enough, I guess. First, let's clear these out. Oh, wow. Okay, we need to get all these moonlit particles. Alright. Only 7 to go. Shouldn't be too hard. Where's the last one? Oh, it's all the way over there, okay. Missed this last one. There we go. Challenge complete.
You've earned yourself a reward.
Oh, and there's the other jellyfish. Actually, where are we at for chests here? But yeah, the Genshin goes well. I've gotten a lot of the... I've only got a handful of Notcry quests left, I think, so... there's like... Oh, what's going on over here?
There's another one. Awesome. We've got to save it this time. Don't open that by yourself. We're almost there. Whatever you do, don't use up your strength.
Alright.
Go on.
Alright, let's get this one open. What's in here?
Huh? The barrier suddenly activated. Oh no. We're locked in. No way.
Oh.
Even Valberry Jelly and the others got knocked to the ground. How dare they?
Let's see.
What do we do now? We're trapped too? How are we supposed to help the jellies like this?
Don't worry, it's not the first time we've encountered trouble. Just stay calm. Alright.
Being stuck with the travelers isn't so scary, but Paimon's worried about Valberry Jelly and the others. Since Valberry Jelly and Paimon can both fly, that maybe Paimon might be able to do the same thing Valberry Jelly did, right? Oh? Oh? Oh! It's open! It actually opened! Let's go save them.
Of course, Paimon doesn't see that the jelly opened it for us.
Yeah.
We gotta shut down that nasty machine, but the jellyfish won't float. Hey, what happened to you? Was it you who helped us open the second barrier?
Alright, so, we need to destroy this thing. Okay.
Rest and rebuild! Yeah, Forest, protect us. Cleanup sequence initiated.
Heh, they always show up at times like this.
There we go. I figured there'd be the two that would show up as soon as I did that.
Leave this place. Power. Preparing for dust up.
Right, transmissions out. Yeah, I think once we finish this quest line, I'm probably gonna just
Annihilate.
do a few do some of the last few daily things I can do, and then get back to doing some art. But I want to try. I may as well just finish the shading stuff.
Cleanup sequence. Forest, protect us.
All right, let's check on the jellyfish.
Strawberry jelly. It doesn't even look like itself anymore. Paimon can't believe it used its power again to help us.
Oh, it's looking good. It just got up.
Huh? That's a gesture it would only make for one of its own. Is it saying goodbye?
She's a pretty smart jellyfish.
I guess, yeah. Oh. What just happened? It just disintegrated and its power went off into... Oh, it respawned! Cool. Oh wow, look at all these jellyfish rising up.
Valberry jelly. It went back up into the sky to be with its friends. Paimon heard that when a tassel jelly reaches the end of its life, it can start over as a little jellyfish so long as it makes it back to the sky. Paimon wonders if that's really
Like
true.
immortal jellyfish.
That's probably why I was so
Kinda like
desperate to
those
rescue.
immortal jellyfish.
Oh yeah, if they stayed trapped inside those barriers, they wouldn't be able to fly back to the sky. So, those two we saved earlier must be with Valberry jelly right now, right? Do you think it'll remember us when it grows up again?
Maybe it will.
Yeah, Paimon thinks so too. Valberry jelly will remember us, just like how we'll remember it.
Alright, let's see. Let's see. Okay, so that quest is done. Ah, we got a whole bunch of chests over here.
Take heart. You toil not in vain.
There's like 2 more chests over here.
Life cycle and they just bird back to pollen.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't catch. That was pretty quiet.
The immortal jellyfish, they revert back to the polyps, or reduces, but revert back to the polyps and then...
Ah,
By the frostmourne of old.
right.
Allow me! Billowing surge! Power. Ultimatum protocol. Installation chamber deployed. Mine to wield.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. You were pretty quiet there.
You've earned yourself a reward.
I think someone at Game Freak said that those immortal jellyfish are like the real ones, not in Genshin, are what Nihilego from Pokemon Sun and Moon is based on.
That makes sense. I can see that.
Even though we never really see that Nihilego is immortal beyond the fact that it can't die in game because, you know, Pokemon don't die.
Yeah.
In game. They can die in the backstory, that's for sure, but...
Okay, we still need 90% to do more of this, okay. But we got all those quests. Which quests are left? Special support squad's tail. Talk to the Lost Phantom. Oh, there's an area over here too. Let's just get to this viewpoint here. I don't know if I'm doing that quest tonight, but let's just see here. I still have a suspicion that I've got like one quest left on this island over here. Let's just see. Selenic Chronicles. Oh yeah, we got two. There's two quests left here that we haven't even found yet. So we need to find these last two quests wherever they are. I guess there's going to be the Selenic Chronicles if we go in here. If we go and talk to
Chronicles, you said?
Selenic Chronicles? Selenic? I don't know.
Selenic Chronicles. Yeah.
I think
It's
there's
Selenic, like the moon, like Selene. Yeah, I got it now.
Oh yeah, okay, that does make sense. I'm just seeing if there's anything going on here. View records. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything new in here. It doesn't look like Columbine is in there right now. But I did manage to unlock the other thing I need for this. I think I should be able to get into the vault on this island though, which is good. So let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's get into the treasure vault here.
Add Astro. Thank you for complete. Add
And
Astro.
then we'll get a whole bunch of items once we go into that treasure vault. Dispatch again. I just need to go find the bar, because the treasure vault is right by the bar. And yeah, so we want to go over here. Let's go to the bar. Because there's no better place to put a treasure vault than like right next to a bar. Apparently.
Yeah. Seems like a pretty dumb idea to me, but
Yeah, right here. Well, it's shielded. It is shielded.
yeah.
Like I needed to go and collect all these seals in order to get in. It's basically just
Yeah, will those seals give you a kiss from a rose? Will those seals give you a kiss from a rose?
I understood that reference. Let's see, so that probably gets our completion near, yeah, 97% on that island. Nice, nice. I'm just looking to see what else I need to do here. Oh, there's one on this island over here too. There's a oculi over there. Okay.
It was from the soundtrack to a Batman movie, right? Kiss from a Rose?
Yes, that was Batman Forever. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna go grab some more tea.
Kind of weird how it wasn't in the one with Poison Ivy.
Well, it was a love thing there with like the with Batman and his love interest there.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
That was kind of because they had the Dr. Chase Meridian character
All
there who was
things
like a
come to an
psychologist
end.
who was like into Batman.
Even time itself.
I think she was more into Batman than Bruce Wayne, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, what was that?
Can you blame her? Batman was awesome.
And that's the one. That's the movie where they had to buy out They had to buy out Billy D. Williams because he had signed on to Harvey Dent back in the original Batman with the understanding that he'd get to play Two-Face eventually.
Yeah.
So they full on did have to
Kind of
buy
a dick
him out of
move
his
on the
contract.
studio's part.
Sorry.
Kind of a dick move on the studio's part, 'cause he would have been a
The
good
abyss
Two-Face.
is like the world's shadow.
I mean, a lot of it was
It's
just
always
like
there.
keep in mind that a lot of stuff changed because of Batman Returns, because Batman Returns went too dark.
Yeah.
So they went in a completely different direction for Batman and Robin. Sorry, no, not Batman and Robin, Batman Forever.
Forever.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
we
like
got Batman
getting
and Robin,
Dr. Robotnik
aka
as the Joker.
I still feel bad though for what's his name for Schumacher though for Batman and Robin, because I don't think Batman and Robin is as good. Like, I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. Honestly.
I don't think anyone will honestly tell you that anymore. Like, people kind of overreacted how bad it was. Like, it's not good, but it's not the worst thing ever. Like people used to say it, treat it like. Like, people used to treat it as it was one of the worst movies ever, and then it just kind of saw that it just was not very good.
Well, the thing is you need to look at Batman. You need to look at Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. They need to be looked at through a specific lens in order to properly get the most out of them. And that lens is big budget Batman 66.
Yep.
If you look at those movies through that specific lens, then yeah, they make a lot of sense.
Yeah. And they're also big budget toy commercials. Like, I think Joel Schumacher said, like, that was one of the beefs he had with, like, the producers. They kept trying to get him to make it more toyetic, and...
Yes, they did.
You know.
Because of how well Batman toys sold.
I mean, Batman the Animated Series was airing, so no dud Batman toys were selling like crazy. One of the best Batman cartoons ever was airing at the time, so, you know. I will say I'm more of a partial to the Brave. Like, this is my hot take, but as much as I love Batman the Animated Series, I kind of like the Brave and the Bold more.
Yeah.
Like, I love Batman the Animated Series, but the Brave and the Bold just... I don't know, I love that one even more. Like, those are the two best Batman cartoons, but, like, I do think I like the Brave and the Bold a little bit more than Batman the Animated Series. Sorry for repeating myself.
No worries, no worries.
Are those sharks?
Yeah, I can't figure out, like, how I'm supposed to proceed on this puzzle.
I mean, maybe if you play Push It by Salt and Pepper, the sharks will start banging each other, because apparently sharks like to bang each other to that song, according to an aquarium that had sharks and they played them. Yeah.
I'm just going back over here just in case.
Found out about that on Jeopardy a few days ago.
Oh. Let's just abandon the challenge and start this again. Alright.
Let's challenge.
I think my problem was I didn't take all these guys with me. Let's try this again. Oh, I think I see what I need to do. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, something must have been glitched because now it's working properly. Now this is actually
a big open world game glitching. Can you imagine that? I mean, granted, the games that inspired Genshin is one of the more stable open world games. You know, it and its sequel.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
True. I mean, I remember reading some... This was interesting. I remember reading a while back there with regards to... There we go. I remember reading... I read just recently which was talking about like Genshin because, you know, it's 5 years old now, the game, which is kind of nuts to think about. That's like, in terms of how much money it made, in terms of how much money Genshin makes, it actually still, like, it makes a lot less than it did when it came out. But I think a lot of that is because they redefined the genre for gacha games so thoroughly that there's so many other games that came out that were very much in the same vein as Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there's the other ones. But yeah, I was bringing up though that's like
games.
It was interesting though because what it was bringing up, for instance, was that like with With some of the other ones that they do there, like it's still regularly of the other Hoyoverse games. It still regularly is like one of their top games. Like even though it's not making anything more, they're still making money on all their other games too.
Yeah.
Your hard work is
Like
paying
it's not
off,
like that. It's
as
not
it
like
should.
that. They're not making anything off of it. Like there's, if anything, I think there's a big complaint people have had is that like Genshin doesn't do as many freebies as some of their other games. And it feels like they've kind of listened to that a little bit with the latest patch because there's a lot of freebies with this latest patch I noticed. So, right, so let's see. So there we go. That guy's done.
I'm just not a gacha game guy.
That's
I
fair.
say as I'm shiny hunting in Pokemon ROM hack.
And that's completely fair. Yeah, let's see. So we got that there. Oh wow, yeah, it says 100%, but yeah, like look at all the chests that there still are. Like even though I've technically 100% of this.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something underground over here. Interesting. How do I get over there?
I'll say Zenless Zone Zero has two characters that I really like.
One of them is
From Lycan
the.
and Pulchra.
Yeah, I knew who one of them was gonna be because that's the one that everyone says.
Yeah, Von Lycan and Pulchra. Pulchra's the cat lady. With the cool gun,
Okay.
dagger, axe thing. Two other really cool things on her. To put it lightly. Sorry if that was a bit crass.
Yeah.
Look, what I'm saying is she's very hot, and I'm glad that there's at least some furry characters in the Zenless Zone Zero.
I mean, that's probably like what their first like proper like actual like full on furry like in those games.
Yeah, Von Lycan and
No, I mean because
There's
they've
a
done
fair
they've
guy.
done plenty of like animal people before, but I don't think they've gone full furry.
Oh, I know. Yeah, because they were too cowardly until then.
Well, also I don't think that any of the games that they've done that actually kind of really supported the whole full furry thing from a lore standpoint.
I mean, I guess, but there's no real reason for Honkai to not have it since, you know, aliens in space and all.
True, we've only really had human worlds so far though, so.
Again, they're cowards. It's like
Yeah,
how
we'll
Digimon
see.
is too cowardly to have, like, I love Digimon, but, like, most of the Digimon that are, like, femme-coded are just humans in, like, costumes. Like, the only, there's a bunch of buff, furry dude Digimon, like Leomon, but he's the guy who always dies. Well, except in the Adventure remake in 2020. He did not die there, which was the biggest twist in that version.
Interesting.
Like, it was... Like, it didn't really do much interesting, like, as a show. Like, it had good animation and fight scenes, but it was kind of not as good as the original Adventure. But it did have the interesting twist that Leomon did not die for once.
That's good.
Because ever since Tamers kind of had his death actually be, like, meaningful, he kind of became the guy who dies every season. Like, him or a variant of him died. Or another Leomon subspecies died every season.
Sucks to be him, I guess.
And, like, the only... I mean, there's more than one Leomon, but, you know... The Leomon... Like, obviously there's, like... Tamers and
it's
Adventure
a
are
different
different
world.
universes.
They do different worlds. Yes, that makes sense.
And in Adventure, if a Digimon dies, they just respawn as an egg and they can grow up again.
Right.
Well, in Tamers, if a Digimon dies, they're gone for good.
Oh, I'm just glancing back down at chat. I haven't looked at chat for a bit there. Oh my god, that's on me. Batman Beyond is better.
Sorry.
See Mihoyo is making money from slapping named games. Yeah. Okay.
Batman
Yeah, I've
Beyond
not
is
played
good, too.
Zenless.
God, I forgot.
Beyond is a good show, yes. Yeah, friend of mine is actually like right now going through. I don't know if anyone here follows Malunas at all, like on socials. Like he's actually been rewatching Batman the Animated Series recently. Like I don't think he's done a proper watch through before, but like he is going through like all of Batman the Animated Series right now, and he's just been posting about them like as he goes through episodes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's been fun reading like his observations and thoughts like on and it made me think as well too this morning reading some of that. I had a moment where I had to stop and think on this, which was that like the original season of Batman the Animated Series was 65 episodes because syndication.
Yeah.
And it just made me stop and think about how you don't
Where
get
do
that
we come
anymore
from?
in animated
And
projects.
where are we
Like,
going?
because they did 65 episodes for syndication, then they did another 20 because of how well it did.
Yeah.
But you just do not get that
And
in
they did
animated
the new
projects
Batman
anymore.
Adventures.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, they did.
Like that's before New Batman Adventures. They did 20 more episodes like before that. That's
Yeah,
just
I know. That's
Adventures
what
of
I'm saying.
Batman and
They did
Robin.
new Batman Adventures after.
But I just mean it's like you don't see that very often these days with animated shows where like just the 65 episode syndication count. It's
Yeah.
very much a rarity. Like you're lucky to get 10 episodes. I'm like,
Yeah.
God, look at what's happening right now with right wing chuds like with Netflix. They're all like, did
Yeah.
you hear the latest stupid thing that they're doing?
What?
So they're all on a cancel Netflix chair right now, and you're gonna laugh at why, because there was a show that Netflix did like 3 years ago called Paranormal Park, like an animated series. That got like 10 episodes. Netflix didn't renew it or anything. I don't think it did well enough for them. So they are mad because if I remember correctly, the lead is Transmask.
Wait, really? That's why they're mad at a show that
Yes.
isn't even that
Yes.
got canceled?
They're mad at a canceled Netflix series that has a Transmask lead.
God.
These people are not very smart.
Does it hurt to be that stupid? Because I imagine it probably hurts to be as stupid as they are.
That is a very good question.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, obviously, soy jacks are pretty much a sign that yeah, they're probably brain damaged because those are the worst memes in existence.
Yep. God, I'm trying to find where these freaking fragments are. There's... I know there's like 2 more quest line things in this. I just can't find the I can't find the triggers for the rest of this quest line. This is annoying. I know that I full on know that there's more quests to be had for this stuff, which is what makes it annoying.
Yeah.
I just can't figure out how to trigger the next part of the quest. There's probably it's probably gonna turn out to be like some easy way, but I've not been. Oh right, this junction. I forgot about this junction. But yeah, like cause I had a few quests where you see that giant floating thing in the sky, where like I ended up just finding chunks that then floated back up to that giant floating rock in the sky. So there's probably and it looks like there's 2 more quests in this specific area, and that probably plays into that. But I just don't know where to go for those. That's the problem.
You think it's the moon?
Well, no, the moon crashed down, so.
Well, do you think it's a fragment of the moon, like they're trying to rebuild the moon or something?
No, I don't think so. No, it's just that giant pillar there.
Well, we all know why why the moon crashed, right? We all know why the moon crashed.
Because probably because I crashed into it, I'm guessing.
No.
Oh, because
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker.
Right,
You know where I'm
of
going
course. Of course, yes.
Oh, ad break.
Oh, we're at another ad break? Okay, thanks.
The new Ghost of Yote is apparently doing a thing with Sapporo beer or something. Neat.
Sorry, I'm seeing Ramses' comment here.
that?
I'm gonna have to ask him about this when he gets back, so, because, like, the Piccolo had to stop. Oh, right, the moon thing, of course, duh.
Yeah.
I understood that reference now.
Yeah.
Oh,
The whole
interesting.
reason I want to play Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yote is because you can pet foxes in them.
Okay.
And the foxes do a little happy dance when you pet them and leave like an offering at the shrines they hang around at.
Nice.
Yeah. For a gritty, dark, realistic game about like a samurai who's forced to basically become a ninja to fight off like invaders, like I like that they have that little touch of whimsy there with the foxes at the Inari shrines.
Hmm.
Even make noises like actual foxes do.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go and I'm just gonna shift into doing a few doing a few dailies just to get 120 points, and then I can go and go back to some drawing for a little bit. But
Yeah.
let's see.
I'm still stuck on ads.
Yeah, no worries. I am just. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna go and shift over, find thing there to do dailies. Where do I want to go for these dungeons? There's a couple of dungeons in these islands. This one is... So this one's artifact. That stuff there. This one is... Okay. Well, let's go over here. Okay, good. Looks like ads are done.
Quite on my end, but almost. Just had to sit through this
Okay.
Call of Duty ad.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at, like, I just got, like, the notification that supposedly did that. But yeah, I'm just doing a few quests here just to get some more just cause...
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just doing a few quick combat ones. Because they have added a... Oh, what's this? Okay, cumulative check-in event. Sweet, I forgot about that. Yeah,
Is
they
Lama
check...
supposed to be a dragon?
Is one what?
Is Llama, like, the
No,
antler
those
thing?
are those are antlers. Like I think she's like a deer person more so.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's more like, like reindeer antlers, that sort of thing, like that sort of thing.
Driving
There are
in my
there are
car
dragon
right
characters.
out.
There are dragon characters in this game, so.
Oh.
Yeah, I do need to.
Oh, you know, if I
get
see
more of this.
someone who's if I see a deer character, you know what I have to say. Driving in my truck right after a beer. Here's that bump is shaped like a deer. I have I have Deltarune induced brain rot at this point.
That one's fast.
Wow.
I just need to clear this challenge a few times, and we're gonna get back to art after that.
Did you kill those guys with the big cannons already?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, they didn't take very long to take out.
Are they like robots, or were those like guys?
No. I think just one of them's a robot.
Yeah.
Skirk
There we
is
go
just
again.
really. Skirk is just also like really powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, we just
And they gotta
22
keep
seconds.
whales.
22 seconds.
You gotta keep the whales fishing for drops, I guess, by dropping more powerful ones over time.
Well, for this stuff here, this is just like for power-ups for like the newer characters there. If you want to power up the newer characters, you generally need to get power-ups. Okay, this one was 25 seconds. Okay. I'll just do this one more time. And then I'll get some of the rewards there.
Isolation chamber deployed. Annihilation mode.
Sorry, Pumpkin Hill is embedded in my brain.
Four seconds. That's fast. And let's leave the domain. I just need to make sure I got 150 there so that I can just get the rest of the daily rewards. Because yeah, they got this one. They got this whole reward set here, where just getting weekly progress on that will eventually let me like further upgrade characters. They added more stuff to be able to upgrade characters without needing to pull them. Like if you have those characters already, to just like be able
Makes
to enhance
sense.
them. It's nice they finally did, so I don't need to actually wait for banners to like upgrade some of these characters. Like I'm grabbing one for
checks in.
I'm grabbing one for Kokomi here because I use her a lot as a healer there. And yeah, okay, I have no constellations on her. Okay. But yeah, I've got her
Who's
that I'm
Kokomi
using.
again?
She's like the mermaid one. This one here.
Oh.
She's got like the mermaid,
Yeah,
the mermaid aesthetic.
Oh.
Like she's, like fish, she's got like a fish type fish-based dress sort of thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that, and then there's also, let's see, did I collect this already? Let's see. Yeah, oh yeah, I did. Weekly missions, domain challenges, roam currency, okay, yeah. Oh, maybe we'll do another poll. Let's see. I'm just looking to see. I'm not gonna pull. What is my history on main banner anyway? When did they get my last 5-star on this banner? Oh, okay, yeah, not very long ago. Yes, that one's not. I'm gonna wait till next banner to do another poll on this one, but let's do another Flynn's. Let's do a Flynn's poll here. Let's just see what we have on. If I don't get anything, whatever. I'm more interested in pulling on the next banner anyway.
Yeah.
I want to pull for Nefer on the next banner.
Oh, that guy, he's cool.
Yeah, he's neat.
Flynn's guy's cool.
Yeah, I'm more interested.
Okay, is that a good sign? Like that purple shooting star, or?
Oh, that just means that you got like you got 4-star stuff. That's just regular 10 pull.
Oh.
That's just nothing special. That just means that, oh hey, you got like the but I got another I think I had her maxed already actually. Oh yeah, I had Dory maxed. I think I've got
Dorime.
I've got all her constellations there. Incidentally, Dory is like an actual adult. She is just when you actually read through the lore, it's just she's just really short. Like it's not one of those like, oh actually she's like, it's not one of those things, where they'll do the baity thing there. She is like full on human. She's just really short.
Okay.
And actually, like, where's her lore? Because her lore is actually kind of messed up. So.
Isn't she a capitalist?
Yes, she's very capitalist. She is like.
I hate her then.
Yeah, she's peak. She's like peak capitalist. Like she's like a merchant character. That is like.
I say I hate her, but then one of my favorite. I say I hate her, but then I remember one of my favorite Deltarune characters is literally a salesman. So.
Yeah, like she is like she is very she is very wealthy. She owns a whole palace and everything. Yeah, let's see what.
To be fair, the salesman I'm thinking of is basically a walking shit post. So
Yep.
He's funny. Really, he's the embodiment of spam email.
Let's see. She used to suffer from insomnia here. What else we got here? Where's the bit that brings in backstory here? Merchant stuff, talking about all that. Right, that she works with Alice, who is like a character we've not seen yet in the game, but has been alluded to a lot of times. I think we're probably going to get her in the near future, finally. Wouldn't surprise me if we get her in this current part, because like Alice has been alluded to for years. Like she's what's her name's Klee's mother, and she's like an adventurer and traveler and stuff. But like, yeah, she's been mentioned a lot. No one knows how that.
Does she like blowing things up as much as Klee does?
No, I don't necessarily think of that. So, here we go. Here's the backstory stuff with the vision here. Yeah, 2 girls with similar ages hummed a melody that was slightly out of tune. They each picked flowers. The elder sister started coughing blood for no reason. The younger sister had no idea what happened. And yeah, and then her sister died. And as it turned out that there was a prescription, there was medicine that could have saved her, except that the family had no money for that medicine. And that's
why she wants to make money.
That was the genesis of her resolution to that was the resolution of her like deciding I need to get more money sort of thing there. That like her sister was just very sick. And so she started on that with the whole thing of, if I've got enough more, then we'll never have to like I'll never have to like suffer or lose anything for that sort of thing there. So, and that was kind of the start
Okay,
for
that's
her.
actually a pretty fair reason for why she's like
Yeah,
that.
that was kind of the start of her like going down the path of just like wanting to acquire as much as possible, sort of thing. So, and now she like is like one of the bigger merchants in Sumeru. She has like actually let me go. Where is that place? Let me go to her house because you will get an idea of just how successful she has been when I go to her house because it is a place on the
She's from
map.
Samara, she should have darker skin.
It's Sumeru. It's a Hoyoverse game.
I know. They're cowards, like I said.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm just saying, yeah, that's just where is it? Here we go. Yeah, we're gonna go to her house just to show you where she lives. Like she's currently in Nodcry right now. Like she's part of the quest. She set up like a shop there, so she's relocated. But we're gonna go to
The ultimate
her.
nod cry.
We're gonna go to her canonical house.
This should be good.
Yeah, you see this palace in front of me? That's it.
Not yet. Oh, not yet, but what? What?
Oh, right. I guess.
Whoa,
that's not
whoa, whoa! Yeah. Now I
Yes.
see it.
Yeah, this is her house.
I was expecting a bit more than that, honestly.
It's like one of the
Okay,
biggest
it's
like
actually getting
single
big.
residences. Like this entire estate is hers.
Okay, yeah, as you get closer to it, it becomes a lot more impressive.
Yeah, let's see. And you are a servant of this house. Yeah, the Lord prefers a life of, tranquility. Oh. I got something here. Nice.
And you are...
Yeah, there's a reporter here who is like, I must ask these questions once that Lord of theirs returns. Yeah, what are you doing? He wants to interview the owner. And it's just one of this thing, no one knows who owns this place. Isn't this an obvious scoop? Like, she's very secretive in terms of, like, being the person
Is that
who
guy's
actually...
name what I think it is?
Yes, it is. The butler, I shall introduce you when the Lord returns. The Lord? Oh, so you don't live here? It's like, then who are you here to see? I can't be of any help.
Gosh, it disturbs me to see you, Gaston, looking so
Haven't seen the
down
empty
in the
seats.
dumps.
Lord's built
Every
such a
guy
big
here
palace,
loved
yeah.
to be you, Gaston,
Most
even when taking your lumps. I'd sing the whole rest of the song, but I don't want to.
Yeah. But yeah, like,
And
the
every
Lord they're
last inch of
referencing is
me's
like,
covered with
yeah,
hair.
yeah, she has the whole title of Lord Sangama Bay, so it's like, yeah, and yeah, this is her house, and it's another one of the characters in the game, Kaveh, who's like the architect who built this place. Like,
Can you actually go inside it, though?
No, I don't think you can. Actually, let me just check that. I don't think I've ever tried.
Let me think.
I don't think you can, but now you've got me curious. I don't think you actually can go in. I think it's just a...
Most unfortunately,
Nope.
the boss isn't in today.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, like, the whole reclusive owner. Like, if you want to go to an actual mansion there is like a Wayne Manor equivalent in this game, so.
Yeah, that's the guy who's
That's
like,
Diluc's.
always
Yeah,
talks
that's
about
Diluc's
wine,
place.
right? Yeah, Diluc.
Yeah. Alright,
Stately
let's
Wayne
see.
Manor. I use antlers in all of my decorating.
So that's all the Genshin we're doing tonight. I'm going to switch back to art. So let's switch views and let's change tags.
Yeah. But you should have seen the look on my face when I saw that guy's name was Gaston. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get to reference that, aren't I?
I believe it. Let's see. So let's close this up and get back to this. Right, I had more references I wanted to bring up. I want to grab this for colors. Let's see. Actually, where is... Let's see. There we go. Now I can actually get the... Okay, let's see.
Uh-oh. It's
What?
that time again. I
Ads?
got 500 Midori. No.
Oh, Oh god. Okay, we're getting another one of these.
Yeah.
I know everything!
You're loving this redeem of mine.
Yeah.
You're loving using this redeem. Okay, so yeah, so I guess you gotta do another like Archie Sonic fact there. So let's go into some it's heavy-handed time because we are going to go into the whole start of the entire Mobian Overlander War.
Yeah.
And hold up, let me see if I can find appropriate photo for this one.
Oh boy.
Let's see. The Great War here. This was like this is a five-year war that happened between the Kingdom of Acorn and the Overlanders. And they didn't get along for a while there. And I'm just glancing here. Where's the bit here? Yes, this is what I'm just looking at this here. Where's the thing here? Okay, this wasn't I don't think this was the initial start of the war. Sorry, I'm just refreshing my memory here on stuff. Kodos definitely like escalated things. But I'm just sorry, I'm just reading through this thing here. I'm refreshing my memory on this. Right, this just oh my god, I'm just reading through this stuff here. Okay, what else? Oh, right. I forgot about that. Okay. What else? But okay, like the initial incident that kind of triggered a lot of hostilities there was what happened. So you had like one of the kings, one of the Acorn kings there. Like his son. This is a few generations before. But anyway, so his son was out playing one day, and like they had, like they basically had, the Overlanders and the Overlanders, for reference, the Overlanders are essentially humans. That's how they were referred to at this point. And that tied into like Robotnik's origins and stuff. This is before they brought humans in with Sonic Adventure, which kind of had them, having to like get very creative with lore. Because at this point they had humans in there more so to explain like Robotnik's presence and stuff. And that there was like a war in the past, and that the way stuff had gone in this continuity was that the war had happened at a certain point in the war. Robotnik, Julian Kintabor, as he was known at the time, defected. And when I say defected, I mean as in he was wanted for he was wanted for unethical science experiments, unethical human experimentation in building super weapons. Like he was using human test subjects.
Robotnik is hardcore.
Yeah, he was using human test subjects on weapons, and they wanted to obviously like arrest him for that, because any reasonable person would. And his response to that was to defect to the other side in the war and help them win, and then eventually like take over. But so standard response. But anyway, though, so the thing that kicked it off though was the fact that you had like a Mobian there, and he ran into another Overlander kid, and that kid had gone out, to do some like just target practice and stuff. And they were getting along pretty well, these two kids. And he decided to. I'm just reading the wiki summary because this actually does a pretty better job doing this here. So the two were enjoying each other's company, and Paladin, like the Overlander there, again, remember these are kids. He decided to teach Emerson how to shoot a gun. Things took a turn for the worst when Paladin decided to target a bird, and Emerson jumped in the way, hoping to prevent the bird's death. And you can see where this is going.
Yeah.
The shot killed Emerson, and as King Theodore came looking for his son, he saw Paladin running away into the forest, and that started like a no contact policy, but that and a no gun policy as well too.
Yeah.
And that just caused tensions there. So you had small skirmishes here and there. And eventually it just turned into they got aggressive to each other. I'm just looking at what else here. Yeah, eventually you
Reminder
get.
that the over
Sorry.
reminder that the Overlanders literally used furries as a slur for Mobians.
That's right, they did. Yes, yes. And fun fact: until they retconned this out, this was canon. But this was just one of the things they retconned it out because it was very clunky and it was just an art. It just didn't really make that. It made sense, but it was kind of dumb, and it was very much an artifact of how the book was written, with how they had two separate groups of humans because they brought in the Station Squares humans sometime later, and as we all know, the game designs for humans are five fingered. All the game designs for humans are five fingered, but the designs for the designs for the Overlanders and stuff here, yeah, they hold up. I'm just double checking something.
They didn't always have 4 fingers, but
Um,
on the artist really.
Yeah, yeah, that goes back to the original animation model though for like Sat AM though, because Robotnik and Snively had four fingers.
Yep.
But anyway, because of that, the Overlanders obviously all had four fingers, and because of this, we ended up with an entire setup there where we got the Station Square guys who all had five fingers, and that was explained as the fact that the Station Square guys were eventually they did explain that with the idea of that because Station Square was a fallout shelter. Which it wasn't that continuity. It was a fallout shelter built inside a mountain, and that's why no one had found it until now. Like just with an artificial sky and all that sort of stuff. And because of that, they had not been mutated by the gene bomb, and as a result, they still had five fingers. And gene bomb, that's going to be a whole other. That's a whole other thing too. That is potential.
Yeah, that's the
future.
Zorda.
Yes, that's all stuff with the Zorda. Yes. But anyway, there you go. There's your Archie Sonic fact. Wars and stuff, and actually maybe I'll touch on the actual origins of the war here too. While I'm looking through this stuff.
Is that Druid or Deer Girl? That's in art stuff sometimes. That Druid or Deer Girl.
Oh, that's a that I drew that for Art Fight there. I'm trying to remember the name of the character. That's like another. Yeah, that's Friends OC there that I drew for Art Fight this year. And then and it was a deer person, so I redrew a Nokotan screenshot. Because of course I did.
Of course you did.
I was like, let's find a good Nokotan pose, and then I used that as a basis.
See, if I could draw, I'd have drawn like Asgore in the corner smirking like he's about to,
Okay. Right. Okay, so yeah, so it's a case of the Mobians and Overlanders didn't like each other for a while there. Kodos really wanted a war as well too. At this point, the Mobians had industrialized a little bit because Nate Morgan had been exiled from the kingdom, from the Overlander territories, and invented power rings, and that kind of brought Mobotropolis out of a pre-industrial age, like power ring technology. And Kodos and Naugus didn't like him, so they conspired in order to. They both conspired in order to frame Morgan and get him exiled from the kingdom as well, which worked. And then eventually, the conflict kept going there. Naugus, meanwhile, basically went, you know what, I'm going to go to my own zone and I'm going to wait out the war, and come back later because you know what, I don't really give a I'm selfish like that. And Kodos sealed off the zone after Naugus went in there just to keep him from coming back. But anyway, though, so the stuff escalated though. And this is the incident I was thinking of. So stuff was escalating, so they started sending scouts at each other. And one day, a Mobian and Overlander scout ran into each other, and they were both like, you know what, we think this whole war thing is dumb. So we're going to go back and we're going to tell our respective sides just not to bother with the war. And, tell them that, it would be a futile to start a war sort of thing. Like, there'd be no winners. Unfortunately, Kodos and his soldiers ran into both these people. And Kodos' response was, kill both the scouts and send their bodies back. With the message, this is what happens to all the who oppose us. So he full-on, escalated that into a full-blown war.
Why did King Acorn keep this guy around?
Because he was a good. I don't know. But anyway, you had a whole war about that there. It did not really go that great until for the Mobians until what you call it? Yeah, until Robotnik switched sides there. And yeah, and then he and just the fact that because he knew the enemy's tactics, he was very much able to turn the tide in the war. That's
God,
really
Ixis Naugus, Kodos, Dr. Robotnik. King Max was not a good judge of character.
yeah. I mean, I think that's very evident from anyone who's actually like paid attention to the comics that King Max is a horrible judge of character. King Max keeps making like horrible judgment calls. That is kind of his whole thing.
Meanwhile, his post Super Genesis Wave version, King Nigel, is a pretty good king.
Yeah, I suppose. Sorry, I'm just checking something.
You know
here.
why? And you know, and you know exactly why Ian decided to name him King Nigel.
Yeah, because it was a Tim Curry reference.
Yep. Smashing. Look, Tim Curry is mostly well known for playing bad guys, but to me, the first role I always think of is always going to be Nigel Thornberry.
Really, that's not
Because
the
Nigel
first one I
Thornberry
think
is
of for him.
hilarious. What's
The other
either
one-
that or Long John Silver. Those are the first two I think
Okay,
of.
that Long John is
And
a good
obviously
role. Yes.
Frankenfurter.
Yeah,
And Dr.
Frankenfurter is the first
Frankenfurter,
one I think of. One of these days it'd be fun to actually see like an in-person thing for Rocky Horror.
Yeah,
Like, to
Clue. That
actually
was
go to a
like
screening.
first. That was like the first Hasbro movie, live action Hasbro movie, Clue,
Clue, yes.
and it was apparently pretty good.
Oh, have you not seen Clue? Yeah, Clue is a
No.
trip. Clue is a trip of a movie. Like,
I mean, it
it's
has Tim Curry, so even
yeah, it's a good Tim Curry
So, you know.
performance.
I mean, is there such a thing as a bad Tim Curry performance? There's bad movies he's been in, but he's never done a bad performance.
Yeah, he is very entertaining in that film.
Like, yeah, Tim Curry's been in some bad movies, but he's never turned in a bad performance. He's just always Tim Curry.
Yep. No, you're not wrong.
One of the greatest treasures of our time. The diamonds are here. His fake Russian accent is always hilarious. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've seen the original Darkwing Duck. Did he do a fake Russian accent for Taurus Bulba, or did he just use his natural accent?
Oh, he was Taurus Bulba? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, like the only villain in that series who's not funny at all.
Oh, yeah, been in bad movies and saved by him being in it. Yep. I mean, like, that's Tim Curry for you. Tim Curry is usually
like how
one
if
of
you
the
put
best parts of his projects, yeah.
It's like how if you put Nicolas Cage in a good movie, he'll make it better, and if you put Nicolas Cage in a bad movie, he'll make it more tolerable. Christopher Walken's like that too. There's just some actors that if you put them in a bad movie, then they make it a bit more tolerable just by being in there.
Yep. Alright, there we go. And let's see. Actually, I'm just going to make this in red.
Case in point, The Country Bears. Christopher Walken is the only good thing about that movie.
Oh, right, he's in that.
This is not over! Bears!
I think now you're reminding me of one of the funniest bits I've seen, like with what was it with Christopher Walken there in a film there, which is, have you seen the film version of Hairspray?
No, I need to. I've listened to the soundtrack of the original though.
Okay, because there's kind of a hilarious bit in there where it's not intentionally hilarious, but there's a bit there where it's like he's supposed to like kiss like his wife there, like like who John Travolta's playing in the film. And it's just kind of the funniest thing because he's very clearly like not really wanting to commit to that, to like kissing John Travolta, and he's kind of like leaning away a little bit.
I know in the original Broadway version it was Harvey Fierstein who played her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Javi.
That'd be a very different performance, yeah.
I mean, Javi Firestein's a great actor too, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen him in a couple of Tarantino's things.
See, I think of Yao from Mulan. I'm Yao,
Oh, that's him.
king
Okay.
of the rock, and there's nothing you girls can do about it.
You know, obviously, Bev Bighead from Rocko's Modern Life, Charlie Adler based her voice on, like he was doing kind of an impression of a. Can't think of his name.
I mean, that's
Of
Charlie
Heart,
Adler
like
for you.
yeah. Oh, he's a great guy. Like he's a great voice actor. But yeah, like like Bev, he was doing a Harvey Firestein impression for.
It was a pretty
Okay.
spot on impression too.
Mm.
The guy's got range. Like he can do really high pitched voices.
Yeah, Cow from Cow and Chicken.
Oh,
Your
I mean, like,
chicken's
yeah,
kind of high
he's an
pitched
amazing
too.
voice actor.
And of course, there's the reason anyone would watch Cow and Chicken, the red guy,
Mm-hmm. Which is a
who
similar
is
voice
basically the
to,
best part.
which is a similar voice to his Professor Monkey for a head.
Yeah,
Earthworm Jim.
like he's just like a guy who just seems nuts, but in a good way. You know,
Yes.
he has way too much fun doing every role. He throws everything into every role he's in. Charlie Adler's just. And there's him as Cobra Commander. Like I didn't watch Resolute, but I watched Renegades, and
Oh, his Cobra
holy
Commander is
crap,
great.
I didn't even recognize that was Charlie Adler because like Cobra Commander is so you know.
It's a similar voice he does to when he does a movie Starscream.
Yeah. And it's fitting since, you know, the original Cobra Commander and Starscream are, you know, were
Mhm.
voiced by the same dude.
Yep.
Honestly, I've always kind of liked the idea of him voicing like a version of Flatline, like just doing a kind of a menacing German accent for Flatline, you know, from Transformers.
Oh yeah, I know who you mean. Like,
Something a bit high pitched, cackling maniacally.
oh, see,
Like I know
Sorry, go on.
like I know Flatline in the IDW comics, like at least G1 Flatline was a pretty decent doctor. Like he actually followed the Transformers equivalent of the Hippocratic Oath, despite formerly being a Decepticon. But the Flatline I'm thinking of, that who I'd want Charlie Adler to voice, is like the one from the movie comics, who use the Hippocratic Oath as guidelines that should be followed very loosely, if at all. Basically, like Flatline's kind of been like a constant like character I've wanted them to make a toy of for years, and now it's finally happening, and I'm so hyped for him.
Yeah, and they clearly had a lot of fun with it doing that figure too.
And like, I'm not gonna characterize him as G1 Flatline. I'm just gonna have him be the Decepticons' Mad Doctor, like the guy who, like, you get sent to the Constructicons or Knockout if you're like useful. Megatron sends you to Flatline if he thinks you'd be, if you know, as punishment, basically.
Hmm.
And also,
See,
Flatline's
I
like,
think of Flatline first from the movie comics.
yeah, that's the one I'm going for, the Mad Scientist Flatline.
Yeah, the Chris Mowry
The
comics.
guy's, yeah, this completely batshit insane mad scientist who like gleefully experiments on Autobot POWs.
Mm-hmm.
Just total psycho. Like basically Tarantulas, but instead of eating people, he likes to perform experiments or vivisect them.
Yep. That's Flatline. That's our Flatline.
I think that's the reason like I don't really characterize Shockwave as a scientist in my own ideas for a Transformers series, because like Flatline is the Shockwave probably has some scientific traits, but he's more the guy who took over the Decepticons after Megatron went missing. And has his own agenda, obviously. He's like if Megatron was like a bit like Megatron's just like Shockwave isn't any less evil than Megatron, he's just more pragmatic about it.
I think of Shockwave as just like the it's like I like the evil Spock archetype with Shockwave myself.
Yeah. That's what I'm going for. Like the guy who takes over the Decepticons because he's like the most competent with Megatron gone, and he actually doesn't really want Megatron back because Megatron is emotional, like tends to resort to excessive cruelty just for the sake of it, because he's basically a totalitarian dictator of Cybertron in this series.
Yep.
Like in this series, the Decepticons won the Great War, and I don't mean like in G1 where like they won somehow despite Megatron being a blundering idiot and pretty much every single one of the Decepticons
Yep.
being a blundering idiot more. Like Megatron won a long, drawn-out Great War and drove the Autobots off of Cybertron.
Hmm.
Like, it's kind of the opposite of Animated, where the Decepticons were driven off of Cybertron. Like,
Right.
here it's the other way around. And yeah, everyone should be very afraid because
Mhm.
Megatron is just a psycho in this. Like he's diabolical, but he's basically animated Megatron, but also just even more of a warmonger.
Nice.
Like the guy makes animated Now Starscream, he'd be pretty different than most Starscreams. Like instead of being like the cowardly, screechy, whiny backstabber, he's pretty much Optimus's rival in the series.
Okay.
Being like the young Decepticon captain of a small crew of misfits that like ends up on Earth, which turns out to be where Megatron's hiding, and he only finds that out after like the first season. But
Okay.
I think the best comparison I can make for this version of Starscream is Armada Starscream. Imagine that, but even more Zuko. Like he's
Okay.
the and like his personal entourage of Decepticons are also like rejects that were like assigned on his team because they were deemed too like useless to be actual good soldiers, so they were basically just reassigned to look first. Because Starscream, he kind of had that pesky sense of right and wrong, sense of honor.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Flame War,
stupid
she's
honor
just
thing.
too much of a gremlin.
Yeah, that
Flame
sounds like
War,
Flame
she's
War.
just too much of a gremlin, and
That sounds like her.
Transit, he's just straight up too nice.
Mhm. Yeah,
Instead of being a brute like he was,
Yeah.
like instead
Yeah.
of being a brute like there are other Decepticons on the team like Leadfoot, he's just too much of a liability because he's too much of a jerk who's obsessed with going fast.
Right.
Soundwave, he's like Starscream's loyal buddy. Like he's competent. Like Soundwave and Starscream are both competent, but neither of them are really that evil. Like Soundwave,
Mm.
he's more obsessed with
Right.
like instead of being like super loyal to Megatron, he's loyal to Starscream, basically being the second in command of Team Scream. And Transit, he's the big dumb goofball. Like
Yeah.
you have a hard to like instead of just being like evil like he was in like the cutscenes from
Mhm.
Rise of the Beast. Like Transit is the guy that you're like, how is this guy a Decepticon again? Like he's basically Bulkhead, but he turns into a bus, and he just happens to be on the bad guy side because that's who created him.
Right.
Like he didn't choose to be a Decepticon; he was made to be one. After the war.
Right.
I guess he's not as smart as Bulkhead, but he still has his moments of insight. He actually takes the role of being a bus on Earth. Like he actually really takes to the whole disguise thing and actually just ferries people around without even
Okay.
revealing he's a Decepticon. Like he just
Cool.
like Starscream's entire squad just end up kind of heel face turning for various reasons. Like Leadfoot. The reason Leadfoot's a Decepticon, he's kind of based on G2 Leadfoot, who in the comics was originally
Okay.
a Decepticon. Apparently, he still turns into a Formula One race car, and he's like he's kind of a selfish dickhead, but he's still got a heart of gold. Him and Transit are best buddies.
Okay.
Like him and Transit are kind of the goofy henchman duo.
Nice.
They're kind of the Ransack and Crumple zone.
You can't go wrong with those duos.
And Leadfoot, he just ends up really liking cars on Earth and like racing. Like
Right.
he just ends up really liking the aesthetics of Earth vehicles, and also he likes racing because he gets to prove he's faster than everyone because that's like his main thing. Flame War, she just really likes the internet on Earth.
Yeah, that
She
sounds like
likes
Flame
trolling
War.
people. Like not even mean trolling. She tends to only target people who have it coming.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like Flame
Like
War.
even before she turns good, she's like mostly just targeting jerks.
Hmm.
Like trolling jerks.
Okay.
Like it's kind of the first sign that she's probably going to turn good is that like she could troll normal decent people, but instead she just spends her time trolling internet jerks. Right. And Soundwave, he likes Earth music, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Like he even speaks like a DJ, like Cybertron Soundwave.
Oh, cool. That's a fun take.
Yeah. And then you have Sideways, who's like technically not a Decepticon, but like an Autobot that was reprogrammed into a Decepticon, not by other Decepticons who captured him, but by another Autobot, so he could be a better spy.
Hmm.
And Sideways, like, he doesn't turn into a motorcycle; he turns into like a helicopter because helicopters can fly sideways.
Okay.
And he's kind of a wisecracking goofball. And then like he finds out he's an Autobot who was basically brainwashed by Prowl into thinking he's a Decepticon because Prowl was using him as to spy on the Decepticons. And
that's an existential
Sideways only
crisis for
finds not just that, it's like happens when like Sideways like basically Prowl deactivates the shell programming with the full intent of Sideways getting killed.
Oh, geez. That's...
And Sideways ends up joining Optimus's main team. Like he also is kind of the one who kind of pushes Starscream to like ditch the Decepticons. Like instead of being an agent of Unicron, he's just a wisecracking goofball with like who also has a lot of PTSD because even when he was programmed to be a Decepticon, he was like the Autobot part of him. Like the shell programming enjoyed some of the stuff he was forced to see, but when he like when the shell program was deactivated, he was back to himself. He was just like, "Holy Primus, what all the stuff I've seen," you know?
Yep.
He did not. He kind of had it in for Prowl after that.
I believe
Like he
it.
hated Prowl after that.
I believe it.
Prowl is very much IDW Prowl, and there's stuff that Lita Magnus doesn't even know that he's doing.
You're reminding me. There's a part I really like in the IDW stuff, like just of a passage there at one point when it's talking about with regards to like a bit in the war there. I think it was when they bring in some of the stuff involving Junkion, like with regards to like that Junkion exists because of like the it was devastated by a whole thing like during the war with Prowl and Shockwave in terms of like a bomb or whatever.
Yeah.
And I like the whole thing. There's a bit there where it's like no one actually knows which of the two of them is responsible. But I like the subtext of the idea that the fact that there is that ambiguity because that just means that like we don't know which of them did it, but it is equally plausible that it could have been either one.
Yeah.
It's just an interesting
I
notion.
mean, on
to
one
play with
hand,
there.
basically everything is Shockwave's fault, but on the other, Prowl would absolutely commit war crimes like that. He has committed war crimes like that.
Absolutely, yes. Let's see. What else do we need to do for colors? Right.
Yeah, Optimus isn't like the leader of all the Autobots. He's just a captain of a small crew. He's not like he was created after the war, so he has no memory of Cybertron. And Elita Magnus, she's like the leader. Like she turns into a jet like Power of the Prime's Elita.
Okay.
She's not like Optimus's love interest because she's way older and like more experienced, and also basically the authority figure. Like,
okay,
she's a pretty good Magnus. Most of the morally ambiguous stuff is like stuff that's done without her knowledge by Prowl.
Yeah, that makes me think a bit like
stuff.
with regards to how when they got into IDW stuff, when Optimus was getting attacked over some of the stuff that he'd authorized, like when he was Prime, and it just came down to the idea of it's like, the whole point, like, I think it was Slug really didn't like Optimus because the fact that it was just a case of Slug going, it's like, yeah, I know you didn't do this, but the thing is you knew what we were doing. And you knew we were going to do stuff when you like brought us in, and that was the entire. But we gave you plausible deniability.
Yeah.
And that's why he didn't like Optimus, because it was just a case of like we did all of these awful things, and we did them in the name of the Autobots, and you were fine with us. You were fine as long as you were fine as long as you didn't know what we did. And just the whole, it's like, moralizing type thing there with regards to that.
Yeah. So. I feel like the interesting thing about Re-Evolution Sideways, which is the title of the series, Re-Evolution, like Revolution, Re-Evolution, and when he's like in his Decepticon disguise, he's in Cybertron colors, but in his true Autobot form, he's colored like the mass production noise maze from Cybertron.
Okay.
Silver with a blue he has a Cyberjet face, a lacking face.
Right.
Like he doesn't transform into the same thing as Cybertron Sideways, but he's pretty obviously an homage to him, like right down to the goofy, wisecracking personality. He just happens to be a sideways who's a good guy when you know, not being brainwashed into thinking he's a bad guy.
Right. Okay, let's see. So just do this.
He doesn't like join Optimus's main team, but he does become like a recurring ally.
Okay.
Like the main team is Optimus, Drift, Strong Arm. Strong Arm, she's like the big bruiser and also the second in command. Instead
Okay.
of being a rookie cop, she's actually like Optimus's buddy from the academy days, and she's like the one who was always like one step ahead of him. So she's like the one that
Hmm.
he kind of tends to rely on for advice.
Okay,
She's
cool.
also the big bruiser. Like instead of turning into like a regular size SUV, she's a big ass armored truck, like
Nice.
breakdown sized.
Nice, nice. Hmm.
And where are the Wheeljack is another one. He turns into like a beat up van, kind of like Rise of the Beast Wheeljack, but his like
Okay.
head and role are more like G1. Like he's a wacky inventor. Also the closest
Right.
thing the team has to a medic.
Okay.
He's also got a like I'd pick John DiMaggio to voice him.
Hmm.
I always wanted John DiMaggio to voice Wheeljack.
That would be a
And
good voice,
the
yeah.
other girl on the team is who was I using as the other girl on Optimus's team? I think it was well, she turns into a motorcycle. Like I wasn't gonna go with RC. I might go with like RC or like a younger version of her, like or maybe like
Okay.
Vibes from the comics. Like I'd kind of promote Vibes to a main character. Like she's never really had a
Right.
role in anything before,
Okay.
and her whole thing is that she could like be like I always liked her design, you know, with like the antennae that kind of look like pigtails. That was always a distinctive design, and I always felt she could be like kind of like a girl counterpart to Jazz almost.
Cool.
And Drift, I think I've established that instead of either being a brooding ex Decepticon or like an obnoxiously optimistic ex Decepticon, he's the dumbass kid appeal character.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like he was never a Decepticon. He's just an Autobot delinquent with a heart of gold who like.
Hmm.
I think the best way to sum up is if Gallo, instead of being a firefighter, he was a samurai, or at least wanted to be a
Okay.
samurai. I'd even get like if Billy Comets was still alive, I'd even get like him to voice Drift if he was still around. I'd even want to cast
Right.
him as Drift, but Billy Comets, you know, passed away.
Yep, unfortunately. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, like I kind of want to have like a bit of a obscure squad for the Autobots. I feel like the interesting thing is like while Vibes turns into like a actually she doesn't turn into like a motorcycle, she turns into an ATV.
Hmm.
Like a quad bike, an ATV. Like we never really see her alt mode in G1, but she's like one of the comics only characters that like has a bit of a following, so you know, I'm just like
Right.
why not promote her and give her like kind of music based powers fitting her name?
Okay. Cool.
The more like sound based powers, I guess is the best way to put it.
Right. Mm, mm. Yeah. As I draw this, I find myself going. Sometimes you just gotta like do something like, do something like horrible, like say, oh hey, I'm gonna give my I'm going to have like my stand-in for a tech billionaire I don't like with a Gen AI version of one of my
Yeah.
characters,
Oh God,
using it for creepy things.
that's horrible.
Yes, that's the point. It's
Yeah, I
supposed to be
know.
horrible. Yeah, this is like this is gonna be like a tiny detail on the page, but
Yeah.
let's see. Yeah, admittedly, I'm not. I don't know if I'm necessarily using the right colors. I'm using like the. I'm trying to stick to the design that I last used for her in comic there, which has changed a little bit in terms of how I draw the hair and stuff. So I'm trying to stick to that general design, but I'm admittedly not necessarily using the same color palette. So, and you know what? I'm going to make this a little bit better by just. I mean, I say better, and it's still not good. I'm going to make this slightly better by just actually just coloring all the stuff here like a different color than what I was originally going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be worse
So is
now. I
anyone
don't
gonna
know.
kick like So is anyone gonna kick Starfish Tech Bro in the face?
I don't know. I've only used them one other time, so yeah. I will be honest. I very much like tweaked some of this art explicitly, like with knowing that oh hey, this is potentially going to be like something I might work on online. So I very much did some
Yeah.
conscious like edits to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do more of
Actually,
this
wait. I think I
type shit.
remember who like the other girl Autobot was. It was like well, her working name was Snowcat. She still turns into an ATV, and she's like a hybridized or kind of like the RID Decepticons. Kind of has like cat vibes in robot mode.
Okay.
Kind of cat girl transformer.
Hmm.
Less how can I be of service beyond more Izutsumi from Dungeon Meshi as a transformer.
Okay. That sounds fun.
Yeah, just kind of a gremlin, doesn't really work well with the rest of the team.
Right.
I'm trying to think of another. Hold on, I gotta exit the stream for a second to
No worries.
get stuff working. My phone is freezing up.
Okay, so I need to change the background here, but let's see. Let's go with something.
Mass phone.
Nope. Nope. Wrong layer. Okay, let's finish coloring this in and
I think I might abandon the cat girl theme and just have her be kind of a survivalist transformer. You know, like
okay. All right. So yeah, so I need to tweak some stuff here, but I got the basic colors. So what else there? I guess I need to do the desk still and do backgrounds.
still turns into an ATV though.
Okay. Where are we at? We're at 112. Okay, let's see. Hmm. How is your latest Breath of the Wild playthrough going anyway?
Here's the Kingdom, but it's going good.
Okay, that's good. Okay, let's see what else. I need to. Let's see, there's still more details I need to put in here, but what else? Right, I need to do the desk next. Where's my reference for the desk? Let's see. Actually, do I have a panel? Do I have a comic here where I have my cup in here? Yes, I do. Good. Now I can just straight up do this. I'm just straight up sending screenshots to my tablet here
Yeah.
through Discord just to the sake of giving myself reference. Copy image. Paste. Yeah, there we go. And here we go. Yes, that's that layer. I'm just having a flashback right now to like just the time that the guy who plays Mr. Terrific in the whatchamacallit movie there got kind of screwed over by in Superman kind of got screwed
Superman?
over by Marvel.
Yeah, in one of the X-Men movies.
Yes, in First Class, because they had him playing the guy whose whole mutant power is that he adapts to everything, and then they killed him off.
Yep.
And apparently they told him, it's like, don't worry, because he did a quest on that, and they were like, oh, don't worry, we'll bring you back later. And they lied.
Yeah.
It's like the one character where it doesn't make sense to kill him. And they killed
Yep.
him. Let's see. Yeah, the mug I'm doing here is like straight up like loosely based off like my own actual mug.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to go in and overlay that, and we're going to do this. There we go. Now it actually looks like my mug, and now I just need to color the faction symbol. Oh, actually, this is kind of more accurate to the actual mug. The colors, that's funny. The colors I have here are kind of more accurate to the actual mug than
Yeah.
the art one there. That's just kind of funny, that's all.
Yeah.
But let's see, so do that. Oh, wrong layer. I'll just do the coaster the same color just for easy use. Yep. I'm now kind of thinking of like one of the biggest like just cutting remarks that they did in like Hell of a Boss there, like in the Stolas musical number. where like there's a whole line there of his, which is where the lyric, it's like I don't know what is it. I'm trying to remember the exact thing there, but it's very much a. Oh right, I remember now. It's like I don't think you meant to hurt me, because I don't think I meant a thing at all.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, just in terms of like for cutting words.
Yeesh. Yeah.
I mean, like in fairness, it's a completely understandable perspective from Stolas' standpoint at the point of the
Yeah.
story. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that people doing like stupid things, and like have you seen Hello Boss?
Only like a bit of it, like the
It's good.
Queen Bee episode, really.
Okay, I know it like they did put it all on Amazon, so they redid the pilot when they did that, which was neat. And like that, and the pilot kind of like clears up some inconsistencies like characterization and stuff versus the like the new episode 0 kind of clears up some inconsistencies in how some characters were written, like in the actual series proper.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Keyboard. Like I mean, like just like how Stolas was really a lot of it is like how Stolas was written in the actual show versus how he is in the pilot. So
Yeah.
okay, and oh, what the heck is this? Oh, I clicked a box. That's why. Like yeah, in the pilot, it's much more clear that he is somebody who is like in the actual like episode 0 that just his situation that he is just very very like horny for Blitz.
Yeah.
As opposed to it comes across a bit more ominous and manipulative in the original pilot.
Yeah.
I do love too that the thing that they will do with Stolas where they will like intentionally bleep him, because the fact that even though like it's there's no reason that they need to actually bleep him, it's entirely done because it's funnier if they just censor what he's saying. Because the whole idea of it's like like just trying to imagine what he actually is saying.
Yeah. Duh, I figured out who I could use Smallfoot, like from GoBots,
Hmm.
as like the ATV Autobot.
Yeah, cool.
She's even orange, kind of like the way I'd like. She's even got the color scheme,
Nice.
orange and red. Just instead of a pickup truck, she turns into a smaller quad bike now.
Okay.
Still has oversized tires, which is the whole reason her toy was called that as a riff on the monster truck Bigfoot.
I did not know this. That makes sense, but I did not know this. Interesting. The more you know. Oh, I forgot I should put music back on. Jeez.
Yeah.
I completely forgot to start my music again. Apologies.
You're
Okay,
good.
let's see. So you got a keyboard there, got a mouse over there. Let's see. Background, I'm probably just going to pull from other stuff. Oh, ads were going. Okay. No, I missed that. Okay, let's see. Anyway, where was I going to do? I was going to, let's put on a soundtrack.
Yeah.
Let's put on an album. Speaking of stuff. Let's do, let's see. What do I want to put on? Let's do this.
Like, instead of having Gears' weird head like her head would look more like it did in the GoBots cartoon.
Cool.
But she also has a retractable faceplate that makes it look like the original small, like the first Transformers toy of her, which is Gears without the face, you know, with the
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
faceplate
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
visor.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of mini-bots, did you see the new ones that they revealed today?
Yeah, Wheelie.
Yeah, but they're
Which
also
was
doing
what was
Outback
that?
as well too.
Nice. I'm still waiting on Swerve. Have they announced Swerve yet?
No, not yet. Like he would be a Gears redo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have not announced Swerve, but I imagine they'll get to him.
I'm hyped for Wheelie. Is he a Walmart exclusive or something?
Oh yeah, yeah. The mini-bot. Yeah, the mini-bot Deco ones are Walmart exclusives. Yes. Like there. That said, there we are probably there's probably good odds that we are going to get like a cartoon color wheelie as well. To be
Nice.
perfectly fair, because just because the fact this is very clearly toy colors wheelie, and
Yeah.
it's wheelie,
I want
and
toy
they would
colors
be able to
Wheelie.
sell him in Studio Series 86 pretty easily.
Yeah, well, I want the toy colors version because I have the G1 Wheelie toy. I got him at a flea market when I was a kid.
Right.
Didn't even know who he was.
It's like people. I've seen speculation that Outback, for instance, probably isn't going to be getting a what you call it new toy because the fact that like just a different version. So because it's Outback and he's kind of like B roster enough that they probably wouldn't feel a need to do him.
Yeah. But
And,
they ended up making him.
Well, I mean, I think doing him in the mini-bot line is a good way to get people to buy him. I think, but I don't think there's just that same will to just make like do more than one do like a Studio Series version of him as well. Because I saw people pointing out it's like, oh hey, it looks like just from the deco standpoint that they're not that they probably aren't planning on doing an Outback.
I guess Smallfoot could still be a hybridizer. Like, I could still ever be a hybridizer. That name would work well for, like, a cat hybridizer, you know?
Yep. Okay, let's see. I really don't need to be putting as much detail into these smaller things. Like I could easily be just doing this as a monocolor, honestly, for some of these smaller details. But part of it is I think I just want to color it in just for my own sake. It's me being selfish.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, it skipped Shiver My Timbers, right? Because I had Shuffle on still.
I'm kind of wondering if Lightfoot would be a better name. Like, just she's based on Smallfoot, but Smallfoot is kind of a awkward sounding name because it's riff on Bigfoot. But Lightfoot sounds better and kind of suggests her as like stealthy, like a small member of the team.
True.
Like, it's obvious she's an homage to Smallfoot, but like she's still basically a new character.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Since she's not a GoBot that fell into the Transformers universe, she's just a Transformer around Drift's age. They're both like the young Kid Appeal characters of the series.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
She's usually the voice of reason. Like, they get into antics, she's usually attempts to be the voice of reason, but she also has more of a temper than Drift.
Right. God, Muppet Treasure Island is such a good soundtrack.
Oh, I know. Like, Drift can be pretty hot-headed too. Obviously, he's like because he's a Trigger protagonist.
Right.
I mean, every single one of the Autobots is, in a sense, since I'd want Studio Trigger to animate this.
Yep.
Basically, the whole thing is let Studio Trigger do their thing. Have absolutely nothing to do with the Covenant of Primus. Like, we're just throwing that out entirely because, like, everything Hasbro's done since like Aligned has tried to use the Covenant of Primus as a backstory in some way. So
Yep.
for this, we're just tossing that out entirely, letting it
Interesting.
be its own thing. Like the whole goal of Revolution is to be like a Transformers series that's, you know, fresh, new, isn't like
Right.
that's why aside from Wheeljack and Optimus, the main Autobots are like all characters who either who aren't from G1 originally or are just kind of obscure in general.
Right.
Like Drift is the least obscure of them, but this would be the first time he appeared. Oh no, and they used like his G1 base design in Cyberse, but he was actually evil there.
Well, it wasn't obvious he was evil.
Yeah, he was secretly Decepticon, but here he,
I honestly really liked that. That was a way to change up that take on Drift.
yeah, better than whatever Age of Extinction was trying to do with him. You know, turning him into a racial stereotype. Like RID Drift was alright, even if he drew a bit too much from Age of Extinction Drift for my liking, but he was alright. You know, RID 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he at least didn't have a golden face, and he wasn't
Right.
like honestly, my hot take is RID 2015 like is better than Transformers Prime, just because like Transformers Prime, the writers had no idea what story they were telling, and just I used to think it was like Hasbro just kept meddling with the show, but no, it's just the only meddling is that the show had such a high turnover rate that none of the writers stayed on for long, and they were always fighting. Best thing I can compare it to is like Archie Sonic pre-Ian, where like there's a bunch of writers all fighting with their own vision, except none of them were Carl Ballers, so none of them had like the
Right.
ability to make anything good like Carl Ballers did, despite like
Right.
all the circumstances around him. Granted, no one working on Transformers Prime was Ken Penders level bad, but that just meant Prime was just kind of mediocre instead of
Right.
memorably terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Ken Penders, he's giftedly bad. Like he's the kind of bad writer that comes along once in a generation.
It's one of those things
Well,
that's like, I find it weird when I think about that stuff because it's like, is he good? No. Do I have nostalgia for a number of his stories? Yes.
he is certainly the Sonic writer of all time. Let's just put it that way.
There was a thing I saw going around there where it's like, just in terms of, I think it's been corroborated by a couple of people, just the idea that, yeah, so at one point, like apparently he was, there was like they were writing Knuckles, like they got notes back from Sega and had to like pull the pages. I think John Gray mentioned like that he'd seen the actual pages, like when they were doing like some of the reprints there, because they got notes from Sega at the last minute of to not have Knuckles speak in a Rasta style dialogue, like
Yeah.
from his first appearance.
This is
Because
probably
that,
going in a
and
very
remember,
different
Penders
direction.
wrote that first appearance.
Yeah.
Which is important
Right, so
context.
Penders would have had Knuckles be a stereotype initially.
Mm-hmm. You know, he would have been like, I don't know, like, here I come rougher than the rest and the best of them tougher than... Well, sorry, just with a different tone. Mm.
I mean, in the end, Penders just wrote a really bland version of Knuckles that has nothing to do with the actual character aside from his design.
Mm-hmm.
I like how the Thanks Ken Penders blog wrote up that Ken Penders thought he was writing Knuckles as like being smart and kind of like a super genius, but then he like has no idea what a nursery is in one issue. This must be a nursery. He has no idea why his brother smells, you know, kneecaps.
God, yeah. God, kneecaps.
I love how like the whole reason like you know, like obviously Penders wanted to name him Mace, you know, give him some pretentious name, but
Well, no, the entire
Ballers
joke was a character named Kneecaps.
yeah, I know, and Ballers named him Kneecaps.
Yeah.
Because Ballers actually gets the assignment.
Yeah. Ballers' stuff was generally good, yes. Wait, have I not drawn my tablet in this strip before? Have I not drawn myself using my...
Like,
oh, no, I have.
Like the only bad stuff Ballers did is the stuff that's like obviously stuff that was mandated to him. You know, like when they were trying to get him to write more like Penders, which he obviously resented since Penders hated his guts just because he dared to be another writer on the comic. Literally, like from what I understand, like the reason they were fighting is not because they both mutually disliked. Well, they eventually mutually disliked each other because Ballers didn't like working with an egomaniac like Penders for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Rather, working against an egomaniac who was constantly trying to hijack everything to be about his pet characters.
Yep.
Just like Jeffrey St. John, who only became a tolerable character when Ian Flynn took over. Wasn't Jeffrey St. John originally like designed for the Satam cartoon? Like he was originally just a nameless character in the cartoon, like just a skunk freedom fighter that appeared in
You know,
Satam a few times.
I honestly don't know.
Yeah. Could have sworn like there was a skunk freedom fighter who looked like him in the cartoon.
It may well be. I honestly don't know.
I know there were some like random background freedom fighters in Archie Sonic that were random characters from the cartoon.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
There
just
was a
random
bunch that.
background characters.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of characters who came in later that were like that sort of thing. Yes. Let's see. Okay, so I need to do background for this one here. I might do some lines on that one there, but yeah, let's add some lines let's color the lines on this one.
I'm gonna be honest, the Satam character I miss the most is Lupe. You know, the wolf
Yes.
pack leader. She was cool.
Yep. And she was popular enough that they kept doing stuff with her in the comics.
Isn't she like literally a mom in the comics? Like she's got like kids or something?
The pack did adopt some kids at one point. I think they actually had a human kid among them, like that they adopted.
Yeah.
But no, like it's like they had the wolf pack was generally pretty well received in the actual like it was a big deal when they were able to use them because they were off limits, I think, until the cartoon ended.
Yeah. Obviously Drago was not popular, but he was, you know.
He's the one that was invented for the comic.
Yeah.
And
I like how Ian would use him just to
Ian
like
just used
push
him as a
around.
punching bag, yes. And then he stopped doing that
Because
eventually
Ian's
because
awesome.
he went, you know what, this is not actually it's kind of run its course.
Yeah.
And then he had and then yeah, I guess and then of course he had Sleuth as well, who was like much more competent, and then Sleuth eventually just retired.
Yeah.
Because he was like, you know what, I've done, I'm tired of getting beat up all the time and stuff, and also I've done all right, like as part of this mercenary group. So you know what, I'm gonna just go retire. Have a good time, everyone. And then that also gave them room to bring that gave them room to bring in Fiona Fox as like the new team member too.
Oh, yeah, Lupe does have like biological kids. She does have like two, Marcos and Maria are her two, not to be confused with, you know, the other Maria.
Right. Let's see. I'm just trying to. God, Tim Curry just like owns this role.
Yeah.
Hey ho ho. God. British, he's a hero, and the eye delights him. Yep. Yeah, absolutely one of Tim Curry's finest roles, this part.
Yep. Yeah.
But when you're a professional pirate, you don't
Yeah.
have to wear a suit.
Wait, Lupe was voiced by the daughter of Harry Belafonte in Sad AM.
Okay,
Yeah. Shari Belafonte.
cool.
Apparently, like after the Super Genesis wave, like that version of her is younger than she was in the cartoon or the pre Super Genesis wave because she doesn't have kids like in the post Super
Mm.
Genesis wave.
Okay.
But like in the cartoon, she was taller than the other freedom fighters, so it's
Right. Well, I mean, they were also redesigning her to bring her in line with, you know, the more Sega stuff.
yeah.
I still find it fascinating with pirates how much pirate lore is just full on made up for Treasure Island.
Yeah.
Like
Like,
just when you actually,
that's not how they talk.
well, no, I just mean like in terms of the actual novel,
Oh.
like how much lore Stevenson just made up. Like, you know, the things with treasure maps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Hmm. Let's just do this here.
Yeah, Lupe is like one of the only characters where like Stephen Butler drawing her with more humanoid proportions made sense since she's, a grown woman.
Right.
Pre Super Genesis wave.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where's that reference?
Unfortunately, her husband and kids all were created by Penders, so they all got retconned out.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
God, I still love how they did Piggy in this by just taking Benjamin and making it Benjamina.
Benjamin Gunn, yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, and it was like a very Piggy character too.
Hey, you know who's an honorary member of the Wolfpack in like Archie Sonic? Big the Cat.
All right.
I love that guy.
Big is fun.
He's so goofy. Like people used to hate on him, and then people realize he's actually a really fun character.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know when this changeover happened, but I do know it happened.
I think people just hated like the unexpected gameplay change of fishing in a Sonic game, and then like as the years went on, and people got tired of Sonic being the only playable character. And also, Big just kind of became the Waluigi that people made memes about, ironically considering him the best character in the series. And then,
You know how I sum up Big the Cat? I sum
Yeah.
him up as Big the Cat is the problem is we were all too young because we all got older and realized that Big the Cat is goals.
Yeah. Just a laid back guy with his pet frog.
Who just fishes all day. Like Big the Cat is just straight up just adult goals.
Yep. You don't like violence. Big is just a funny guy. Hey, it's the devil from Bible. Sorry, whenever I see Mew turn into that, I'm just like, hey, I gotta quote the devil, like from
Right, I
Bible.
need to. Right, that's right. I need to actually go and put that one on for Halloween for now, because I do want to draw a new Halloween model, but I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Imagine if like Ian had gotten to write Black Doom and like Archie Sonic instead of Black Doom being kind of
That would have been
embargoed.
fun. Yeah, that would have been fun to see. Okay, so there we
Or
go.
something.
There we go. I put all this effort into drawing this tiny little portrait here.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good portrait.
Yeah, I was just like, let's soften all the lines just for the sake of making sure it's not dominating the thing.
I
Like
think
the
the other
one.
thing about Big. Sorry.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Go on.
I think the other thing that made people warm up to Big is how different his design is from everyone else.
Mm.
Like how it's kind of the same reason Storm is, from the Babylon Rogues, like he's got such different designs. Instead of having big eyes that take up most of his head, both of them have tiny little beady eyes.
Yeah. Let's turn that off for a sec because I want to go and add more background elements here. All right, let's see. I hope I can finish this up tonight. I don't know if I will. I was hoping to, but this is why I don't. This is part of the reason I don't draw comics as often these days, because of just how
Yeah.
long it takes me to get anything done.
Yeah.
Because of my own standards of like what constitutes being good enough. Especially if I'm doing like something like this where it's like a 6-panel one where they're all different, where it's just a whole series of different reaction images. Like something like this
Yeah.
takes a while to draw. And then
You gotta get
coloring
those reaction images just right.
Let's see. So do this here. Let's do this. And just let's see. So you got that there. I'm just trying to add shadow now.
Honestly, thinking when I graduate college, I might try to get a job up in Canada.
Yeah, it's not easy to get in up here, but yeah, I mean it's a good place to live.
Like if things are still absolute hell down here, like well,
Yeah, like honestly, work is probably going to be your best bet for getting in.
Yeah.
Realistically, like we don't make it easy for people to get in.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes, unfortunately.
Like if there were any like video game studios, I'd apply to be a writer for them or something.
I mean, we do have studios up here, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how long they're going to be around, but considering the state of the industry, but
Yeah. One thing I know is that I feel like the only consoles that are going to be around like are just PlayStation and Nintendo. I think Xbox is basically dead.
Hmm.
Like PlayStation is like a bit more shaky because of how Sony still makes them at a loss, and Sony isn't as like, financially stable as Nintendo or Microsoft. But
Right.
Microsoft definitely seems to be like just starting to throw their hands up and give up, like good because screw them. But and Nintendo, meanwhile, if the Switch 2 had failed, like they would have been able to weather it just like they weathered the Wii U's massive failure. Because Nintendo, they're pretty good at like making sure they have enough money to keep going.
Yes, they are very good at that.
Now the only problem is they don't invest nearly enough of that money into Pokemon. They don't give nearly enough of it to Game Freak. But
Mm-hmm.
although Legends EA looks like they've finally learned their lesson. They have to like give them a proper budget and development time.
Yep.
Legends EA looks pretty good. Like a lot of people are saying, oh, like they're trying to rip you off with on-disc DLC, and like they literally said in the trailer they're just advertising DLC that's coming out a few months after the game. Like that's normal operating
Well,
procedure.
I know, but it's one of those things where it's like it probably shouldn't be normal, honestly.
Yeah, it shouldn't be, but if you want to get angry at Pokemon doing it, you should get angry at Xenoblade and Splatoon doing it too. And
Mm-hmm.
Xenoblade 3 announced its DLC less than a week before the game released, which is,
Right.
I will say Xenoblade 3's DLC was actually really good. And I'm sure Splatoon 3's was good too. Xenoblade 2, well, the Torna stuff was actually pretty decent, just the base game. Couldn't make up for the base game of Xenoblade 2 being a hot mess. Like, look, I like attractive women as much as any other bisexual or pansexual guy, but I think Xenoblade 2 took it to like too far, you know.
Hmm.
It also had some really weird ones, and I'm just like, I don't think you should be like doing that with character designs like this.
Well, you know, yeah,
Also,
Ramses, I'm just seeing your remark there on Xbox. Well, what'll happen is Microsoft will propose the idea of what if you could have Gen AI play your games for you?
God, wouldn't that just be a shitty movie?
Yeah, but Gen AI.
And yeah, Microsoft would absolutely propose that, and then it just ends up torpedoing Xbox for good. Because like Microsoft is the only one that's like, the thing about Nintendo and Sony is that they aren't run by tech bros. Like Sony's run by old geezers in like the
Mm-hmm.
electronics industry, and Nintendo is also run by old geezers mostly. This is why Nintendo is famously not on board with fads like AI and crypto and stuff.
Yep. Whereas other
I mean,
companies are fully on board with those things.
remember when everyone else, when every other company was getting all into NFTs, and Nintendo was like, "Nah, we're good, thanks."
Yep.
Like, I shit on Nintendo a lot, but I will say I will give them credit for that. They don't latch on to stupid tech bro fads. It's like one of the things that you can rely on them to do. Like,
Yeah.
for all the other crap they pull, like basically making a guy into a wage slave because he pirated their games and sold them,
Mm-hmm.
which you know is a bit overkill on their, which
It
is
was,
very much
yes.
overkill on their part. Well, admittedly, I
It
don't think they were
absolutely
asking
was.
for the judge. Although admittedly, I don't think they were asking for the judge to hand down that punishment. They were. I think the judge was. I don't think Nintendo was asking for that specific punishment. I think the judge was just being way too overzealous.
Mm-hmm.
But Nintendo should have like been like, okay, that's a little too far, but they didn't, which is still shitty on their part. But you know, like compared to Microsoft helping Israel commit, you know,
Yep. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, the one that has like the least baggage, as far as I know, is like Sony. Like they just tend to make a lot of stupid decisions, but I can't think of anything really awful they do.
Yeah. No.
Maybe
Make a
they
lot of
make a
stupid
lot of really,
decisions sums up Sony pretty well.
and sometimes they make a good one every now and then.
They make a lot of dumb decisions.
I mean, to be fair, so does Microsoft, and Microsoft, like, the only reason Xbox has been in the gaming business this long is because Microsoft makes so much money off of computers that they can operate Xbox at a loss. Even then, like, it's kind
Mm-hmm.
of looking like they're kind of realizing they're bleeding too much money from it to even
Mm-hmm.
bother with it anymore.
Yep.
Because Xbox is run by the stupidest people, is basically run by tech bros. Like Microsoft as a whole is, but you know, Xbox being the gamer division is the one run by like super tech bros. Like the meme, "Immortal idiot steps on a field of landmines" sums up my feelings on how Xbox just keeps doing stupid stuff. And
Yep. Let's see. I'm just trying to do a whole thing of.
it's just kind of frustrating as a Pokemon fan that the only franchise Nintendo has that they continuously mistreat, well, they mistreat the franchise and the devs, is Pokemon, since Pokemon is like one of my big things.
Right.
But I do think Scarlet and Violet, like its launch being such a fiasco, did kind of shake things up for the better. Like, I don't think Pokemon needed a Sonic 06 level failure to shake things up. I think Scarlet and Violet kind of came close enough to give like execs a scare.
Mm.
Since Nintendo had to give refunds for the game. Oh no! If you know anything about Nintendo, they do not like giving out refunds.
Oh, they do not. No. Makes sense.
So, you know, having to give refunds on one of their biggest franchises was definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the Pokemon Company just caught up in the middle trying to be the middleman, and I feel like Kaz Ishihara was trying to relay to Nintendo execs that the devs at Game Freak were overworked because he's been invested in this. He was invested in the franchise before anyone else at Nintendo saw any potential in it. Well, any of the executives, like the actual developers, like Shigeru Miyamoto, and the like, all saw potential in Pokemon and Game Freak. It's Kaz Ishihara was the only executive at Nintendo who actually saw any potential. And I kind of wonder if he had been promoted to head of Nintendo instead of some random bean counter who worked for him at TPC, like things would be a bit different because he does like Pokemon and he's still invested in it. And I feel like he probably was like kind of smugly telling the higher ups at Nintendo, "I told you that they couldn't get it ready in time." I bet he was being more polite about it because Japanese work culture, but
Probably.
he was like, "I told you what they told me. I told you they told us we couldn't get it ready in time. I told you they told us we needed more money, but you didn't listen." And then, Game Freak, obviously there's like some issues there, but it seems like most of it is just, despite making the biggest franchise in the world, they just don't have the money that Nintendo proper has, because Nintendo hoovers up most of the profit for
Right.
themselves, like both from the games and like from merch sales. Like Game
Mhm.
Freak gets royalties from merch sales, but they don't get the lion's share of profit from merch sales, obviously.
Right.
And Nintendo like feels like even after like the series became successful, a lot of the long-serving executives just don't see it as a prestige franchise the way they see Zelda or Mario or Metroid. Like, and that's why they kind of see it as something just to push the merch.
Mm.
That's why Game Freak, was basically told, okay, you're gonna make games for an HD console with the same time frame and about the same budget as you had making handheld games.
Except they can't. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, there's like the added wrinkle that we know for a fact Sword and Shield ran into a big wrinkle during its development where basically
Yeah.
they thought they had future-proofed the models, in
Mhm.
the
But
they
they
made them in
hadn't.
HD during the 3DS games. They thought they were future-proofing, and then unforeseen circumstances when they imported them into the engine for Sword and Shield, since instead of using an off-the-shelf engine, like
Right.
obviously they needed to use a different engine for like an HD game, but
Mhm.
a lot of models just broke, and Nintendo wouldn't give them enough time to fix them all. So the Dex
Right.
cut was
Mhm.
a consequence.
All right. Let's see. I think this works fairly well. I'm just trying to keep in mind that it's a bar, so there's probably like lower lighting, like as I draw this.
As for the big unforeseen circumstance that hit Scarlet and Violet, like a friend of mine pointed out that it kind of seems like Scarlet and Violet was made for something more powerful than the regular Switch.
Mhm.
Not like the Switch 2, but like the rumored Switch Pro that supposedly existed and got canceled, and the
Right.
Switch OLED released.
Right.
The whole reason the Switch Pro got canceled was because the pandemic interrupted supply chains.
Mhm.
So not only did you have the pandemic complicating development of Scarlet and Violet just in the ways the pandemic normally would, it also they were well into working in this game as a Switch Pro exclusive. It would have looked a lot nicer, probably run a lot nicer, and then the Switch Pro got canceled because crypto
Mm.
bros were buying up all the parts Nintendo needed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Nintendo basically had to choose: do we release the Switch Pro and not have enough parts to meet demand for the Switch 2, which releases, they knew it was going to release soon, just not they didn't know how soon. Like they were
Right.
planning for it like pretty sure like at one point they were like the reason it launched in 2025 is because like they wanted to make sure they had enough parts to meet demand.
Right.
Like they probably planned to release it earlier, but
Mm.
and the Switch Pro, if like why release a slightly upgraded version of the Switch and waste parts on that and not have enough to do the Switch 2 like just a few years later?
Right.
So Scarlet got sacrificed thanks to crypto bros like buying up everything Nintendo needed.
Mhm.
And then you can see why Nintendo probably doesn't like Pocket Pair, since we know the CEO of Pocket Pair is kind of a tech bro. And granted, I will say Pal World isn't a total ripoff of Pokemon, at least not in gameplay style, but I will say some of the designs of the Pals are a little too close. But
Yeah. We'll see how
when literally
we'll see how the lawsuit ends up going.
I will say that I feel a little less bad since Pocket Pair got bought out by Sony, so it's not big company picking on little company. It's the girls are fighting.
Mhm. Okay. Let's see. I think this works fairly well. I'm just
I will
trying
also
to.
say problem I have with Power World is that it sucked all the oxygen out of the air when there's a lot of good indie Pokemon clones that actually are monster battling RPGs out there that don't get nearly as much attention as Pal World,
Mm.
which is pretty much Ark Survival evolved with like a Pokemon
Right.
coat of paint.
Right. Okay. I think that works well enough for like
Fortunately,
shading.
even
Yep.
though it's not an indie title, Bandai is releasing a pretty big monster battling RPG that looks like it's gonna actually. Is this the first time a Digimon RPG, like a Digimon story RPG, has been marketed a lot and is going up directly up against a Pokemon title? And
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
like
that's right. I guess it is, isn't it?
If Digimon ends up being the new Yokai Watch and actually giving Pokemon a scare and further motivating Nintendo to invest more time and money into the series. That's good because
Cool.
that's one of the reasons I miss Yokai Watch, because like even though it never took off internationally, in Japan it
In
like
Japan,
was
yes.
really big and like gave Nintendo a scare, and I think that's why like X and Y was pretty good, but they really stepped up their game for Sun and Moon, in my opinion.
You're right. Yeah,
Like
they were trying to push Yokai Watch here. Like Hasbro bought the rights to that too. Like for
yeah, Nintendo were trying to push it like because they thought it would be big, and sadly it never took off because back then Pokemon fans reacted to other monster battling games as this is a crappy ripoff, even though Yokai Watch, now you got the monster battling RPG that's clearly a cash in on. Well, it's not even a monster battling RPG; it's a survival game.
hmm
And disgruntled Pokemon fans are flocking to it and ignoring the actual good indie Pokemon clones like Cassette Beast, Nexomon Extinction, Koromon.
hmm
Honestly, I'd say even like even when it comes to like big budget monster battling games, there's Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince is really good.
Okay.
Monster Hunter Stories 2. The first Hunter Stories is good, but Naviru was way more insufferable in that than he was in Monster Hunter Stories 2. The change
Mm.
of voice actor made him a lot less annoying in the
Mm.
second one. Also, he
Okay.
wasn't like as prominent in the second one. Like he was still a major character, but he wasn't like as annoyingly prominent.
Mm.
But those are really good. Like, and of course, Digimon Story. And it's kind of
Yep.
funny finally seeing Digimon and Pokemon actually duke it out in like video games after they were like the big rivalry. And
Yep.
some people are like, "Oh man, Digimon Story looks so much better than Pokemon," or "Oh man, Pokemon's so much better." And I'm like, "Holy shit, two cakes!" Because I've been a fan of
Exactly.
both Digimon and Pokemon since they both came out in the US.
More people need to have a two cakes attitude about things in life, honestly.
Yeah. My one disappointment with Time Stranger is just that a lot of the cool new Digimon that were introduced in the past decade since Cyber Sleuth launched are not in the game yet. Hopefully they'll be
Mm.
DLC because I'm really hoping for like Flugamon and his evolutions from or like some of the new alternate lines from Liberator or the Vital Bracelet or Pendulum Color or
Okay.
the Mons from Ghost Game Adventure 2020.
Mm.
Just lots of cool Digimon that
Right.
or like Harrismon and the Digimon from Re-Arise. A lot of
Right.
cool Digimon. It's nice that we got a lot of old Digimon, but it'd be really cool to have Gusokumon in the game because Gusokumon is a giant ice pod. And the funny thing is, Gusokumon, I'll show you its design later, Techno, but
Yeah, sure.
pretty sure that whoever designed it at Bandai, even though they say that, oh, we don't talk about the P word when we're designing Digimon, I think Gusokumon just is not just that it's a giant isopod, but I think its design is literally an homage to Golisopod in some ways.
Mm.
Like it has big claws that are a lot like Golysopods. Obviously, like it's got a different stance. Like it's not bipedal. It's like more like an actual giant isopod aside from the big meaty claws. And they aren't
Right.
like crab claws. They're like talons on big forearms, which is very Golisopod-ish. And
Mm.
I just think it's funny that out of all the Pokemon that Digimon could homage, they homaged like one of the coolest.
Cool. Let's see
I'm pretty
here.
sure there's like a Pokemon that might have. I feel like Game Freak are probably there's someone at Game Freak who's probably a Digimon fan and they've probably like wanted to homage Digimon at some point, but like they're a little more cautious about it since
Yeah.
like
Of course.
like
Oh, that makes sense.
basically the whole reason that they actually there was actually stuff in the Terra Leak that said they were worried that people that like Toei would sue over Primarina looking very much like a character from a recent Pretty Cure series. And so they said just have Primarina walk around like flop around like a seal most of the time, like beyond like not all fours, but like
Yeah, that would do
prop
it.
itself up on its front flippers and
Mm-hmm.
while keeping the back of it down like a mermaid tail, which just sold the mermaid aesthetic better.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's obvious they don't really care about like being sued for under Japan's extremely like narrow parity laws now because low kicks. Oh, there's actually some really funny fandom drama around low kicks, like on Bulbapedia. Like Bulbapedia, the largest Pokemon encyclopedia, tries not to acknowledge when a Pokemon is designed by pop culture. Like they don't acknowledge that Tyranitar is based on Godzilla, for example. And there's plausible deniability. Tyranitar, like,
Mhm.
even though it's pretty obviously Godzilla, it's also pretty much a generic kaiju send up.
Yep.
But with Low Kicks, there was an edit war because Low Kicks is very blatantly a Kamen Rider reference.
Oh, it very
It's a
blatantly is.
grasshopper. It fights with kicks. It's a dark type because Kamen Riders usually get their powers from the bad guys, like forcing them on them, like
Yep.
through experiments and stuff. Dark is an evil type, and
Oh yes, yes, yes. No, I know exactly what you're referencing. Yes.
and basically like a lot of people are trying to edit to say it's a Kamen Rider reference, but one guy was just like getting in the way and reverting it all, and eventually there was like a big argument in the talk page between this guy and other editors, and they eventually said, well, we can't say it's a reference to specific Kamen Riders, but we can say it's a reference to the Kamen Rider franchise. The thing is, Low Kicks is very blatantly a reference to Kamen Rider Black in its normal color scheme, and its shiny color scheme is very, very blatantly Kamen Rider 01.
Yep.
Like, same shade of yellowish green and everything. You can tell that this is a Pokemon I really like talking about because it's one of my favorites.
It's almost like it's a bug Pokemon or something like that.
It's almost like it's one of my favorite bug Pokemon. Like, not all bug Pokemon are equal. Like, I like them all, but like there's some that, like, and Low Kicks is definitely one of my top 3. The Low Kicks is probably sharing the top spot with certain Isopod, honestly. Like, those are my top 2, like, tied for number 1. And yeah, like, the funny thing is you still don't see like Bulbapedia say, oh, Nidoking is based on Baragon, or oh, Tyranitar is Godzilla, or oh, Hydreigon is King Ghidorah.
Right.
I will say, like, one of the really blatant Japanese pop culture references to Pokemon, especially if you know like what Satoshi Tajiri said he was like inspired by when he came up with Pokemon, is Staryu and Starmie. Like, they're
Right, I remember
intercores,
reading those references. I just can't
Pokemon
remember what
models.
too.
Yeah. That's why Hitodeman is the Japanese name for like one of them. Like Ultraman, like that's also why even though
Oh,
they're
that's
starfish,
right. Yes, that's why they have the. That's why you have the blinking there too when they're like
Yep.
low energy in the cartoon because it's an
Yep.
Ultraman reference. Yes, yes, I
Yep.
did read about that.
And why they walk on the tips of their legs instead of like normal starfish.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a really subtle and it's a really subtle reference that you don't really get it unless you're like familiar with like Tokusatsu, but it's. Oh yeah, and another actual fairly subtle but like blatant once you realize, like, it seems pretty subtle but it's blatant once you see it, is Salamence. Like, you think, oh, Salamence. Like, you think Salamence is just like, oh, it's like a cool blue dragon, like with red wings. And then you look at the shape of its wings, and like the blue color, like its wings are red. It's got a blue color scheme for the rest of its body. It's Devilman.
I mean, is
Like,
that any different than like say, it's not the first time they've done blatant elements and homage stuff. I mean, like literally Devimon exists.
Oh, I'm talking about Pokemon.
I know. I'm just pointing out it's not the first time that Devilman has been referenced and stuff.
Devimon is very blatantly Devimon is very blatantly Devilman.
Devimon is like obviously Devilman. Yeah, that's like very unsubtle.
Yeah. The only difference is he's evil, except when Devilman is not a bad guy. Devilman's the protagonist.
Yeah.
He certainly looks intimidating as hell, but Devilman's, he's only an anti-hero because he's a brutal fighter. Like, he's a pretty good dude. He just fights very brutally and is in a very violent series, so he has to fight brutally. Like, the anti-hero stuff comes less from like his personality and more that dude has to get brutal when he fights, and it's also Go Nagai series, so of course it has to be brutal because Go Nagai is extra like that.
Yep.
I still sometimes forget that Go Nagai is still around. Like, the guy's been around for like he is basically
he's up there, isn't he?
Yeah. The inventor of Mecha, one of the guys who basically invented like superhero manga and indirectly Tokusatsu along with Shotaro Ishinomori. I'm pretty sure that back when Ishinomori was alive, him and Go Nagai were actually good buddies or something.
Wouldn't shock me.
Like, I've never heard anything about it, but they probably were, like, because they were both active around the same time, and they definitely had like style similarities in their art style.
Yeah, as I said, it wouldn't shock me.
Like, I feel like Monkey Punch is probably, like, you look at a lot of old anime and manga, and you can probably just assume that much like a lot of modern day mangaka, a lot of the old mangaka are like pretty tight knit. And
Yeah,
even
that-
in anime and not manga, you have like Miyazaki and Anno being best buds.
Yep.
It's funny because like Anno, he makes stuff that's usually a bit darker, like
Mhm.
with either bittersweet, with like horror elements like Shin Gojira and Evangelion,
Yep.
and bittersweet endings like Evangelion and Shin Kamen Rider. And you know, Miyazaki usually makes uplifting, idealistic, optimistic works, but Anno is like, ever since getting over like his existential crisis back when he was making the original Evangelion,
Yep.
Anno's a pretty well-adjusted, happy guy. It's Miyazaki who's like a grumpy old man who's just tired of like
Mhm.
capitalism, tired of the ransacking of the environment, tired of sexism, tired of, and
Yep.
I can't really blame
Understandably
him for
so.
being- He's a grouchy old man who's grouchy for very good reasons.
Mhm. Exactly.
I do think like one of the things that really made Zelda finally get its own identity is like how ever since Wind Waker, or arguably Majora's, well, I'd say it's ever since Wind Waker that Zelda has drawn a bit of influence from Miyazaki. Like for all my beasts with Twilight Princess, there's definitely a bit of Miyazaki influence in it, even if
Oh, there
like
absolutely is. Like in a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
like Wind Waker is like the first Zelda where you can really see the Miyazaki influence. Like it was kind of almost there in Majora's Mask, not so much in Ocarina because Ocarina was just the first 3D Zelda, and they were just getting used to
Right.
wow, we can do this stuff in 3D. Still a
Mhm.
great game. And Skyward Sword also has very Miyazaki-ish vibes, and of course, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom
Yeah.
almost kind of feel like you're playing a Ghibli movie.
Right.
Like the only thing that's different is like if it was a Ghibli movie, the protagonist would probably be a girl instead of
Yeah.
Link, you
Let's
know?
see. Mhm.
Yeah, I think like Zelda going in a very Miyazaki-inspired direction just gave it its own distinct feel. Because early on, it was kind of generic fantasy, like kind of serial numbers, like kind of like not
Mm.
super generic since it didn't just rip off monsters from the D&D monster manual like Final Fantasy did,
Right.
but it was just more generic Western fantasy. And then like ever since the more Miyazaki-inspired direction the series took since Wind Waker,
Mm.
it's really forged its own distinct identity. I feel.
Okay.
Like, there's no confusing Zelda with like, and I mean, Final Fantasy has also forged its own distinct identity by veering away from just being pure fantasy, and depending on the game, sometimes there will be like sci-fi elements.
I mean, the Final Fantasy's always had that element though too, like where they've had
Yeah,
science
true.
fiction
Like they've
stuff.
always had like airships and stuff. Like
Yeah.
it just some games are a little more sci-fi, some are a little more just pure fantasy.
Yep.
You know, like Seven is one of the more sci-fi ones,
Mhm.
and that's the one most people think of, since it was the one that kind of made the series go from being just niche, kind of outside of Japan, to being
Yeah.
the JRPG series.
Mhm. It's crazy just how
Like,
big of an influence Seven had. Yeah.
I mean, and the other thing about Seven is like the whole reason that like a lot of RPG protagonists have big swords like Cloud is because Cloud has a big sword because Guts from Berserk had one.
Yeah, that's one thing I found.
Like sheer,
Yeah, people wear it all wears its influences on sleeve, a lot of that stuff, and then people don't know don't know what's being referenced and reference things without knowing it. It's fascinating how that star stuff can work.
like
Let's see.
the sheer amount of influence Berserk has had on Japanese fantasy is like pretty shocking considering the series was like pretty niche until a few years ago.
Yeah, it just comes down
Like
to the fact
inside
of
the
who
film.
reads this stuff, really.
Yeah.
Like the people who
And
read this
granted,
stuff are all
Berserk
very
is still
niche.
pretty niche because it never has got because like the 90s anime adaptation was good for what it was, like it was 90s anime, so it wasn't
Yep.
as impressive as modern and stuff, but it was still like pretty decent. It's like the more recent CGI adaptations of Berserk that are generally not very good.
Mhm.
Like the whole thing is that it's kind of expecting a little too much to like try to get someone to do like a 2D adaptation of Berserk that's accurate to the manga because Miura was kind of known for putting a lot of detail into his art. Like there's this one panel of a dragon curled around a tower, and like it looks like a woodcut, like a German
Mm.
woodcut, like the sheer amount of detail on every single scale of the dragon and every single shingle and brick of the tower is like CGI is like the only way that they could feasibly try to replicate the amount of detail Miura put on his art. It's just that they
Right.
never give it to like Orange or another good 3D CG anime company.
Right. Let's see.
'Cause I think Orange could do a good job with it. You know, the people who did Beastars and like the CGI for Singular
Okay.
Point.
Yeah, yeah. Didn't they do the Trigun one too?
Yeah, I think they did the new Trigun. I think maybe, yeah.
I think that's
How's that
them.
map? Yeah, or the new Trigun was pretty good, at least visually.
It was very, yeah, they were trying to go closer to the I think the manga there in terms of what they were doing
Yeah.
story wise.
It's kind of like what's the studio doing the new Ghost in the Shell? Why can't I think of their name? Like, I have a friend who's like really hyped the new Ghost in the Shell. She hasn't liked any of the Ghost in the Shell anime since like
Yeah, because it looks like they're trying
Standalone
to hew
Complex was the
closer to
last
the
one.
actual manga for it, right?
Science Saru, yeah.
Yes, Science Saru. Yes,
Science
that's
Saru.
right.
Yeah, and she's like very optimistic because it like has a ton of manga and like Gremlin Kusanagi, because she was not like super stoic and like badass in the original manga. She was kind of a gremlin sometimes.
Okay.
Well, I say gremlin, but she's kind of a bit too tall for that. But she was, you know, still kind of chaotic, kind of goofy, made some funny
Right.
facial expressions, more expressive than she was in the anime
Okay.
adaptations. Like less brooding and stoic, and more just kind of a badass with a goofy side.
Right.
And
Okay,
I really
let's-
hope that like Science Saru has that aspect of Kusanagi, since they've never done that in the anime adaptations, like captured her goofier aspect.
Let's see.
Oh, let's see how many points I've got. Oh, not enough to do another cursed artifact. Oh well.
No worries. I don't know how much later I'm going anyway. Like it's pretty late over here. I'm
Yeah,
honestly I'm mainly
really
still
late over
going
here.
because I'm in the middle. Yeah, it's late here. Honestly, the main reason I'm still going is because I'm just trying to power through getting this done. But I
Yeah.
may just like finish this tomorrow night. Like
Yeah.
I don't think
I'm 2
it's.
time zones ahead of you, dude. So it's really late where
Yeah,
I
yeah,
am.
yeah, yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yes. Mhm.
I think like but yeah, like another thing like trying to think of a thing. I mean, I've made it clear that I'm not a fan of like modern isekai, but there is like one modern fantasy manga that I really like. It's not an isekai, obviously. It's a Dungeon Meshi, but to be
Yeah,
fair, a lot of
Dunmeshi is
people
great.
like that. It's popular.
Sorry?
Dungeon Meshi just to be fair, a lot of people love Dungeon Meshi, and that's because it's a good
Yes.
manga and a good anime. Like
Yeah, it's
Trigger did a
legitimately
great
good.
job adapting.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't think anyone's surprised Trigger did a good job with it.
Yeah. I mean, Trigger's had a few duds, but I think like the one big dud they had, you know, Darling in the Franxx was something they lost control of, and like they didn't want to be involved in.
Yeah, I don't know how
Like they
much
kind
control
of,
they had over Darling, so
and they
let's
just
see.
kind of, like it's kind of obvious that like there's reason Atsushi Nishigori doesn't work with Trigger anymore because they probably don't want to work with him, even though he did the character designs for Gurren Lagann back in the day.
Oh, really?
Like something went wrong in its Darling in the Franxx. We don't know what went wrong, and I don't know if it's like can be blamed on Nishigori or just like who knows,
Right.
right? I mean, I'm sure like Imaishi and the boys at Trigger would know, and that's probably why they don't work with Nishigori anymore. But
Yeah.
God, speaking of Trigger, like you people really need to watch Promare. I know I keep saying that, but you really need to watch Promare.
You say this like I haven't watched Promare.
I'm talking to like the audience.
Yeah, I mean,
In
I
case
think a
they
lot
haven't
of people
watched
probably have, but let's see.
it. Yeah, Nintendo is basically trying to be a lifestyle brand like Apple. But yeah, like yeah, this I will say like I just kind of want to see Nintendo treat like Nintendo should at least treat Pokemon as well as it treats Xenoblade. Xenoblade is more recent, and yeah, 3 of the Xenoblade games are good, 1 and X and 3, but Xenoblade 2 is like one of my least favorite games of all time. I've played a lot of bad games, and like while Xenoblade 2 is not bad in a production value sense, it's just the gameplay is like there's very frustrating aspects of the gameplay. The story is and characters are not up to the standard that Xenoblade 1 set and that Xenoblade 3 would end up exceeding. And also, there's just a pointless gacha mechanic in a game that doesn't even have an option to have you spend money on the gacha mechanic, so why the fuck is there a gacha mechanic?
Mm-hmm.
And also, just the character designs are.
Right.
Well, let me put it this way: like having a whole bunch of different artists do the guest blades was not the best idea because a lot of them don't even match the style of the main characters. I mean, it was nice seeing Tetsuya Nomura do some character designs, but every time his character designs popped up, I'm like, I could be playing Final Fantasy instead of this. I should be playing Final Fantasy or a Square Enix game instead of this.
Okay, that.
Like
not
Tetsuya
treasure.
Nomura is a great character designer, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, yeah, he's a bit fond of belts and zippers, but the guy's just a good character designer, and like, you know,
Let the
I mean,
character designers
obviously
cook.
yeah. I mean,
They know
from
what
what I
they're doing.
understand, 15 like was something he kind of gave up. Final Fantasy 15, he was directing it, but he gave up on it because like they kept trying to fight with him over the direction, and he just went, "I'm gonna go back to Kingdom Hearts," and I can't really blame him.
You know, that's fair.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Speaking of Kingdom Hearts, I think it's funny that like it seems like he's giving himself an out to never use the photorealistic live action remakes in titles after 4 because he's basically said that Sora is only in photorealistic live action remake hell because that's literally where he is. He's outside of the cosmology of Kingdom Hearts. So if 4 doesn't do well because people aren't going to be interested in going through the live action remakes, they can just, well, that happened. We're never going to touch it again. They aren't part of the cosmology. Sora's back in the main universe, and he's going to go to like some animated. He's going to go to animated Disney Worlds or Tron or Pirates of the Caribbean again. Back in the proper stuff, you know.
Yep. Okay, let's see here.
God, I hope when they go back to like there's not a Tron Ares world, just because I do not want to see Jared Leto in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get your wish, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
okay, let's see. I think we're
Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah, it's interesting though with Kingdom Hearts there, because like friend of mine, like his oldest daughter is now like actually like a really big Kingdom Hearts fan. So like,
I will say
yeah.
I actually think like there's actually a good chance Tron Ares might not be in Kingdom Hearts just because I'm pretty sure that movie is going to fail spectacularly just because Jared Leto is like
Yeah.
box office poison.
Yes, and Hollywood
Nobody
doesn't
likes
forget.
him.
Yeah, no one likes Jared Leto. I mean, hell, there's a whole bit there in was it? Was it?
Peacemaker.
Yeah, Peacemaker. There's a whole bit there where it's like he's taking a shot at Jared Leto's band at one point.
I mean, we all know how James Gunn feels about Jared Leto. He has never been subtle about it. Like back before like everyone knew Jared Leto was a creep, James Gunn was making posts on Twitter like kind of hinting that he knew Jared Leto was a creep and he was ticked off that nobody was taking it seriously. So he was coping with it in the way he could, you know, dark humor.
Yep. Okay, let's see. All right, yeah,
Like
I
the
think I
joke
got
is-
this here. There we go.
Like the joke was not making fun of the people Jared Leto like abused. The joke was making fun of Jared Leto himself. So you know,
Yes.
James Gunn was punching up.
Yep.
James Gunn's a good dude. And holy crap, he gets Superman. Like James Gunn's Superman is my favorite like American superhero movie of all time.
Yeah, I will say I watched I did watch the new Peacemaker before I came on stream, and it's like, yeah, it was a fun episode. So, credit where credit's due. I'm not gonna say much because yeah, it just aired, but like credit where credit's due, they actually did like they did do a few things that like genuinely surprised me, so that was good. So.
Like I say, Superman, James Gunn's Superman is my favorite American superhero film because Shin Kamen Rider exists.
Yeah.
I like the Bugman. What can I say?
Okay, let's see. Let's save this right now. I think this is. Let's see. Now let's put a bit more on this arm here for Shadow.
Yeah, what else?
Yeah, I think I'm probably like almost done for the night. I don't think.
And obviously, this is something Techno and I have talked about before. But like, speaking of good Hollywood adaptations of Japanese media, the Sonic movies.
Oh, I mean the Sonic movies are great, yeah. But let's see.
Yeah, like the first one was pretty good. The first one was pretty okay. The second was pretty good, and the third is like genuinely great. Like the third is not, oh, this is great by video game movie standards. This is a really good movie by like just movie standards.
Yep. Oh, actually,
I think a large part of that is because like people realize, hey, I think a large part of that is because people realize, wow, Shadow the Hedgehog actually isn't a cringe character. He's actually pretty awesome when like, you know, they remember the whole pathos behind him.
That's because
Yeah,
but Shadow has a lot of fans as a character too.
Yeah. Like people just stopped bashing him as being edgy in the past few years, and I'm glad people just realized he was always cool. You know,
Shadow has a lot of fans.
like, he was always cool. Like, yeah, Like for a while, people mostly just bashed him as Al the Edge, but now people affectionately call him an Edge Lord. But most people just realize, yeah, he's actually probably one of the best characters, if not the best character in the Sonic franchise. Just because like he's got depth to him and pathos, but he also makes like a great foil for everyone else because he takes
Mhm.
everything so damn seriously. That you put him up against the other wackier characters, and he's like perfect straight man.
Exactly.
Like the guy who basically like he works comically as a straight man, but he also is like a character with depth and like
Mhm.
he's great like that.
Yep.
I will say my favorite Sonic character in the games is still E102 Gamma though.
Yeah, Gamma's great. Yeah. All right, let's see.
Yeah,
I think there.
pretty sure Gamma blowing himself up at the end of his story in like Sonic Adventure was the first time I cried at a video game.
I mean, it's a sad ending for Gamma. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. I think I
Yeah.
got. Yeah, I've got more work to do on this. Like, I need to finish just here's where I'm leaving it for tonight. I think in terms of for progress.
Yeah.
Just to hold up. I'm just clicking on something there so you can. Yeah. So it's like Oh yeah. Panel 1's coming well too. There. I think panel 2's looking alright. Yeah, and then we got panel 3. Panel 3, I just need to do background for at this point. Panel 4, again, backgrounds. Maybe a few other tweaks. Panel 5, few tweak, like shading background. There's going to be shared background stuff between like 2, 4, and 5, obviously,
Yeah.
but so that'll make it easy. And then 6, well, 1 and 6 background wise, 1 I can probably actually reuse some of my stock backgrounds for those. So like maybe not for 6, but for 1 I definitely have a stock background I'm reusing. So but yeah, no, like we're making good progress here. I have hidden all the dialogue on this because just spoilers, but also I am probably going to be massaging this dialogue a little bit. Like it's mostly dialogued out, but I might be adjusting a few bits here and there.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
As a writer, I know the feeling.
Yeah, I think this is coming along all right though. So yeah, we're gonna end this here tonight. So
good night, everybody.
Let's see if there's anyone to raid out to. Let's see.
Yeah.
What do we got for raid
I'll,
options?
check out now. So I'll
I'm just
get off the
checking
call
to see
now.
what we
But
got. I will say before people head out there, that we are going to be. I might do something on the weekend. I'm not sure, but there is going to be a Monday stream. I have not done the art for this yet. I don't normally stream Mondays, but we are streaming on Monday this week. I'm doing a collab there with Ramses and Comey Burn there, and I'm going to be opening up a whole bunch of figures and having them guest on. So
nice.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. So I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, and I'm going to have to draw some art for that in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Maybe I'll drop in just for a few minutes when I'm.
It'll be a good one. A bunch of some cool figures that I'll be opening up. So I'm just looking to see who's going that I'm following there. And a lot of people. Maybe you know what? Let's just end it for tonight there. Let's end it for tonight and just if I do stream again, I will see you when I see you. And if I stream this weekend, it'll probably be some sort of impromptu thing. Maybe I'll do an art stream. I don't know. So I've got more stuff I want to work on. So, but yeah, until next time, this is gonna be Techno signing off. Have a great night, everybody.
And remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Bye, gold. Bye.
All right.
Yeah.